podcast and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advanced.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, good morning. Hello, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, and the Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms. The football season has come to an end, at least for the Seattle Seahawks. Yes, there will be a bunch of teams moving on as the playoffs will get underway on Saturday. All of that seeding is now set, and we'll talk about it throughout the morning. And Maura certainly will take us through how we got there with around the weekend. We'll do that in 30 minutes. But today will be a day mostly to talk through this Seahawks season, what it meant, what we learned, what we expect now moving forward, and I think you got to first start with the obvious question. Was it a success? Was this a successful year? Easy answer is probably no, right? They didn't make the playoffs, so not a success. They didn't win the Super Bowl, so not a success. That's your metric, easy answer. And frankly, that's how I generally feel, right? I hate to say it was a success after not making the playoffs, but I will. I think I'm willing to. They didn't reach their goals, right? They didn't make the playoffs. They didn't beat enough good teams, and we'll dig into that here in just a moment. I think mediocrity is a bad place to be, and that 9-10 win range is not a good spot in the NFL. But what was the true expectation this year? And what was the true question about this year? It wasn't whether the Seahawks could win the Super Bowl. Did anybody think going into this year the Seahawks could win the Super Bowl? I know that I did not. I don't think Brock did. We can certainly ask him in an hour. Maura, did you think the Seahawks could win the Super Bowl this year heading into it?
No.
Okay. Lyle? Lyle won't even answer.
Oh, you were looking
disgusted,
at me.
He's disgusted by the question.
No, I didn't think they were going to win the Super Bowl, but I think there's a lot of positives to take away from the year.
Well, that's sort of my point, right? Like, if you're disappointed that they didn't get to that, upper echelon this year, you probably shouldn't be. That wasn't really in the cards for them heading in. The season was about Mike Macdonald. It was about finding out if the big move you made last year was the right one. Moving on from your legendary head coach and hiring one of the youngest guys in the league to take over. 17 games later, it looks like it was, right? 17 games later, it looks like Mike Macdonald's the right guy. He won one more game than they did last year. They went 4-2 in the division. The defense, and especially the defensive line, improved by leaps and bounds. Completely different look to this team this year than it was really the last few. And he turned a defensive line into something pretty legit. Some of that is what John Schneider did. Drafting Byron Murphy, re-signing and trading, and then re-signing Leonard Williams. All of those things were big. They were important. They changed this defense. The linebacker moves that they made mid-year, the safety moves that they made mid-year, all of it contribute to this defense being much better. You didn't really get to see that yesterday, obviously. Not the best showing for this defense. But over the course of a season, I think we saw that this defense was significantly better. And so was the season a success? In that they successfully passed the torch from a legendary coach to a new rookie head coach? Yes. In that way, it was definitively a success. They did not have cultural problems. They did not have guys quitting. They did not have anything. They didn't fire their head coach after a year like they did in New England. It wasn't a total mess, really, at any point. They exceeded a lot of expectations. And ultimately, they deserve some credit for that. It's not always easy to judge that stuff, but let me play you this cut from Tyler Lockett because I think it comes pretty close. We've talked about this theory before of playing for your teammates, not just with them. It's funny. I think it was Ricardo Lockett who first really described this well years ago, and I've played the cut like a million times, of him saying what that means is that when you block somebody, it's not because that's your job. It's because you want to protect your running back. Great way of looking at it. Well, cut 5, Tyler Lockett said that was absolutely the way this team played this year.
Yeah, man, even besides all of that, man, it's just the fact that everybody on this team wanted to play for each other. They wanted to go out there and they wanted to win. And it makes football so much easier when you know the next man cares just as much as you care. It's hard to be able to get that because in the league you get paid so much money and so many people could have tapped out and said, you know what, I'm ready for free agency or I'm ready for the offseason so I could get away from all of this stuff. And the biggest thing that you always hope is to have a team that could be able to buy in, not just when camp starts because everybody's ready to prove themselves, right? But when you get to this part of the season, when it's November, December, beginning of January, you'll be surprised with how many people usually are no longer bought in. And this team was bought in from the very jump. Even when we were on that losing game streak and fans were going crazy, people were going crazy, it didn't matter. People still bought in, and I think it showed who we were as a team and who we're going to continue to be.
Well, that's phenomenal to hear, and that means a lot. It really does. It shows that Mike Macdonald had command of this locker room, that he started to set a culture. Hugely important, especially when you move on from both your starting linebackers in the middle of the year. That's a big deal, right? That can blow up in a coach's face. Instead, it seemed to have more of a galvanizing effect. And yesterday, playing for nothing, they went out and won. Was it the prettiest win? No. Did it still continue to expose some of their flaws? Absolutely. And is it devalued by the fact that the Rams didn't play anybody? Yes, it is. But the team going out and playing as hard as they did, absolutely important to me anyway. I think that's enormous and really speaks to Coach Macdonald. I'm impressed a year in. Now, is it as simple as saying, yes, this season was definitively a success overall? No, not really. You win 10 games, but you only have 2 wins against playoff teams, and honestly, both of them are a little, iffy, right? You beat the Broncos in week 1 before their quarterback established himself. And yes, Nick's been pretty good this year. I was wrong. Bo Nix, I'm sorry. You've been great. He has been. I've said it a bunch of times so far. I was wrong.
I still don't buy it.
I'm not saying he's going to be a MVP candidate eventually, but come on, Lyle. He was better than we thought. You got to give him credit. He made the playoffs in year 1.
He was better than we thought, but in that Bengals game last week, I think before that bomb he threw, he was averaging something like 2 yards per pass in that game.
Okay, but as a rookie, yeah.
I mean, he's able to fall back on a very good defense, but a lot of quarterbacks that turned out. I mean, Russell had help with that at the beginning too. Tom Brady had help with that.
Absolutely true. 100% more. Totally agree. I got to give him credit. I don't know that I want him to be my franchise quarterback, but could he have success in Denver? Yes. I was wrong. So that's one win. That's week 1 before, as he's a rookie starting a game on the road in the first week of his career. Your other playoff win is yesterday against a Rams team that doesn't start any of their starters, any of their weapons. Okay, those are your 2 playoff wins. You had 3 other wins that were quality against near playoff teams. But again, 2 of the 3 are going to be sort of devalued. The Dolphins, you beat them 24-3 with their 3rd string quarterback. Okay. And the Packers one's legit. Got to give you credit for that one. That's for sure. The other one was, that's it, unfortunately. There's just not enough wins against quality opponents. That's probably the most unfortunate part of this season. And that's sort of, why you want to take some of the optimism with a grain of salt. I guess what I would say is this. Let me try to define it better. Are the Seahawks headed in the right direction? Yes. Is Mike Macdonald the right guy? to steer this ship? Yes. Did they accomplish something very important in his first year? Yes. Do I believe that because they won 10 games this year, they're on the verge of much more success next year? That one's going to be a little bit harder for me. That one's going to be a little bit harder. Take advantage of the fact that the schedule was a little bit soft this year and you were able to win 10 games while only really winning one against a playoff team, playing its players. That's important. Good. I mean, like, use that 10 wins to establish the culture. That's great. Establish the credibility. That's awesome. But I'm not going to look at it and say, oh, they're a 10-win team, break here or there, they win 12 or 13. No. They had a pretty soft schedule that allowed them to get there. And I think, 9-10 wins is still a pretty good way of looking at what this team accomplished this year. That's okay. It's a good start. But I don't know whether they're just, one play away, a couple plays away from being in the elite category next season. I still think there's some changes that are going to need to be made. We're going to talk about it, not just today, but I'm sure for the next few months. 18th pick in the draft. We got Matt Miller, draft analyst from ESPN, to join us tomorrow at 8:30. Mike Macdonald this morning at 9:30. Stick around. We got a lot of football to talk. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Low throw, hits the ground. The Seahawks are going to win this game.
Everybody on this team wanted to play for each other. They wanted to go out there and they wanted to win.
It wasn't just any old hook and ladder. It was a throw to JSN, who then threw from midfield all the way to Charbonnet.
There's so many lessons learned from the season, and we're going to grow from this. I really believe this is the beginning of something really special.
Back shoulder throw. Ball is caught. Bobo. Touchdown, Seahawks.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? It seems impossible to find them. Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Cressy Garage Doors. If you're in the market for new garage doors, Cressy Door has been offering quality service since 1952. Best selection, best price. Cressy Door.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings, plus free home delivery with an adjustable base. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Now he throws to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown! Seahawks! DK Metcalf.
The home of the Seahawks.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Do you wrestle with your CPAP machine every night? Tired of lugging it through the airport and on vacation? Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We specialize in treating sleep apnea with CPAP alternatives. My patients have ditched the CPAP and get restful, healthy sleep every night. If you're tired of wearing a mask to bed, let us help you. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
Spring is here, and now is a great time to visit the incredible new showroom at Toyota of Kirkland. Right now, Toyota of Kirkland has over 400 new Toyotas in stock and on the way, including Camrys, RAV4s, Tacomas, Highlanders, 4Runners, and Tundras. Test drive one today and drive it home immediately. Let the team at Toyota of Kirkland take the hassle out of the car buying experience. Toyota of Kirkland will exceed your expectations in every way. Visit them today or shop online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
The Cantina at Silver Reef is an experience for your senses. The smells, the sounds, the flavors is the night you deserve. Experience the experience at the Cantina at Silver Reef today. Serving traditionally inspired dishes made with the finest authentic ingredients. This is one experience that you can enjoy more than once in a lifetime. Experience it today at Silver Reef Casino Resort in Ferndale, Washington. And visit our website, silverreefcasino.com, to check out our menu.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Seahawks' goal heading into the weekend was to get to 10 wins, and they accomplished it. For a rare change, it was more in the strength of their offense. 30 points, 126 yards on the ground, 4 touchdowns for Geno Smith, something he'd never done before, including this one that turned out to be the game winner.
Smith from the shotgun takes the snap. Blitz is coming. Throw to the middle. Ball is caught, upended. Fant, is he into the end zone? He is! Touchdown! Seahawks! Fant, lying flat on his back, hangs on to the football, helped up by his teammates. He said, "What happened?" They said, "You scored," from 16 out, and the Seahawks go back on top, 30-25.
It's a pretty good call from Steve Rabel, and the defense took it from there, stopping the Rams on a 4th down play. Certainly those 4 touchdowns going to help that touchdown to interception ratio for Geno. It's worth noting the Rams didn't exactly play this game as much more than a preseason style contest, right? No Matt Stafford, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, Kyron Williams. A lot of their big offensive skill players didn't play. Sean McVay didn't call plays, and I think that factored in a little bit. They rested some of their other top guys as well, especially on their offensive line. So, you know, was it a 100% normal win? No, but, you know, give them credit, and especially for Geno, as he reaches all 3 of his escalators, earns an extra $6 million. Afterwards, cut to Mike Macdonald, happy with what they did.
We talked about throughout the week that our goals changed, coming out of the weekend, and I thought our guys did a tremendous job of staying focused on what our new goal was, finishing the year the right way, and it was a great team win. I mean, it wasn't necessarily pretty, but I'll tell you what, like we fought through some injuries and some guys that we didn't necessarily plan on playing a big role. I mean, we can rattle those guys off, but guys stepping in and playing good football for us and ultimately winning the game. Guys like Hardy Burns and Kenny McIntosh, Mike Jarrell at right tackle. I mean, there's a lot of guys in there that stepped up and did a great job for us. So.
Yeah, and all those guys deserve a lot of credit, and they did have some injuries. Reek Woolen was hurt. Trey Brown was hurt. Obviously, Abe Lucas was hurt coming into the game. So all of those things, present a little bit bigger challenge, and they were able to get it done. Does that even it out? I don't know. But good for them. They get to 10 wins, and as I said, really important for the culture that Mike Macdonald is trying to establish. And by the way, winning that game is great. Losing that game when the Rams aren't playing their starters and you are would have been a mess. So important win, I guess, when it's all said and done. Some surprising news this weekend. Ernest Jones reported by NFL Network, Ian Rappaport, that he and the Seahawks had decided to put their contract negotiations on hold, which he said would open the door for him to become a free agent. Well, then later Ernest Jones was asked about it and was like, well, I firmly believe I'll be a Seahawk next year. We'll see how this all shakes out. But he seemed fairly positive when it was all said and done.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, NFL playoff matchup set. Rams go to Minnesota now after the Vikings showed they're not really on the same plane as the Lions. Would you say Sam Darnold had a little coming back to earth game last night? That might be a little strong, but that Lions team looks like they are primed and ready to go. Sunday night beatdown in the second half. Detroit's physicality was really the difference. Green Bay will go to Philly. That's a pretty good game. Washington should be favored in Tampa. That's an okay game. But look, rookie quarterback on the road in the playoffs, that could certainly make it interesting. And the AFC, pretty simple. Broncos destroyed the Chiefs, who didn't play any of their starters. They take the 7 seed. They are now going to face the Bills. Pittsburgh goes to Baltimore. Divisional rivalry matchup. That should be one of the better games of the weekend. And then Chargers at Houston. You got to think the Chargers are favorites there, despite being on the road, as Houston kind of limps their way in. Kansas City and Detroit will watch and wait. Couple of coaching changes so far. Patriots fired Gerard Mayo after just one season. That happened yesterday, and you got to imagine Mike Vrabel will end up being the next coach there. Doug Peterson out in Jacksonville earlier this morning, despite them keeping their GM. Hey, if the Seahawks are going to make a change at offensive coordinator, you got any interest in Doug Peterson? Pretty good offensive mind, been around for a while, obviously has a lot of credibility and won a Super Bowl, so I wonder if that will be a conversation we have here. I'll certainly ask Brock about it a little bit later this morning.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Options are drying up, it feels like, every day for the Mariners as the offseason of inaction just continues. The Orioles signing Charlie Morton, so that might take them off the list of contending teams that desperately need starting pitching. In fact, John Morosi on Friday, cut 6, told Wyman and Bob that's exactly the case.
The Baltimore Orioles signed Charlie Morton. Now, that might not, on the face of it, sound like it's significant news from a Seattle perspective, but this does appear to fill out the Baltimore rotation, where instead of going for a big splash for the Orioles, like trading for a Dylan Cease in San Diego or trading for a Castillo in Seattle, they have gone for the more incremental, at least in terms of time horizon, upgrades of a 1-year contract for Charlie Morton after a similarly short-term deal for Tomoyuki Sugano coming over from Japan. So from that perspective, the Orioles seem to be off the board as a trade fit for the Mariners on Luis Castillo.
Yeah, that's probably not what anybody wanted to hear. They also didn't land Korean second baseman Haesung Kim, who signed with the Dodgers. What's left? They're going after Gavin Lux, maybe, which, by the way, is a good idea and something that's sort of been in the back of my mind throughout this offseason. Yohan Moncada's name keeps coming up, which is, not as good an option. Morosi, I'll play the cut later, but, I'll just play it now. Cut 7. I don't mean to depress anybody at 6:23, but here's what Morosi thinks could be a possibility.
We're now rapidly, with only 1 month to go before spring training starts, we're almost entering that time where the Mariners might just say, we're going to see what we have internally, unless, and this is their best case scenario perhaps, unless the market for someone like a Santander or an Alonso comes down to the point that they can actually afford them. But
all right,
I really believe that for that to happen, they're going to have to find a way to move.
Make it stop. Make it stop. I can't do that. I get it at second base. They don't even have internal options at third base. They don't even have internal options at third base. What are we talking about? And that also means what? You're going to play. All right. Anyway, Kraken lose, this time 4-2 to Edmonton on Saturday. They placed Yanni Gord and Joey Decord on IR. They'll be back at Climate Pledge tonight to face the Devils. But I did want to just tell people, super fun day at Climate Pledge yesterday. Pro Women's Hockey League took over. We watched the Boston Fleet beat the Montreal Victoire in a shootout. More than 12,000 fans there. It was awesome. Super fun environment. Seemed to be a pretty good sense that a franchise could be coming to Seattle in the near future, and the energy, the turnout, sure isn't going to hurt that effort. That is everything you need to know. Yeah, I had to go back and watch the Seahawks game on DVR yesterday because I was at the hockey game, which was a blast. It was super fun. Super fun. Okay. Brock will be in a half hour. We obviously got a lot to talk about there. I think poor Lyle had to listen to that need to know, and I'm sure he'd like to spend the next 3 hours discussing this off-season of inactivity. But today's a football day. We'll have plenty of time to rip the Mariners for not doing anything, and it's really getting worse and worse, it feels like, by the day. But more is going to take us around a busy weekend as the NFL wrapped up its regular season. That's next on Brock and Salk.
The Mike Macdonald Show. The first word from the Seahawks head coach this morning at 9:30.
Gino played really well. He played smart. He's got a really great command about what we're trying to do on offense on a play-in, play-out basis, and we got a lot of trust in him. And he's just playing at a high level right now. So we're excited about him, and he's leading the charge for the rest of the team of the urgency that we need going into this week and finishing out the season.
Hear exclusive reaction to yesterday's game only on Seattle Sports. It's the Mike Macdonald Show coming up at 9:30.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text STAY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text STAY to 42424. That's STAY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
This is Seattle Sports.
It wasn't just any old hook and ladder. It was a throw to JSN, who then threw all the way to Charbonnet.
The home of the Seahawks.
For decades, we've been more than just roofing. From siding and windows to custom decks and gutters, we've been helping customers protect and transform their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing. I'm proud to announce our new name, State Roofing and Exteriors. The same trusted team, the same quality service, now with a name that says it all. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors. Your home, your way, held to a higher standard since 1968.
In between storms, have Asset Roofing inspect your roof just to make sure everything is okay up there. It's Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing. It's a quick appointment that will most likely give you peace of mind and save you thousands of dollars later. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Want to get rid of clutter and reclaim your space? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling for the greater Seattle area. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We prioritize donating and recycling, so we'll look for opportunities to do just that instead of going to the landfill. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a fifth-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
Eddie's!
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yep, today we will be rewinding a busy final weekend in the NFL as the last few playoff spots were determined. But it wasn't the only thing going down. There were some other intriguing games that didn't necessarily have huge playoff implications, but a couple players that went out there and did their thing. And I don't know, maybe we'll open the door for some offseason conversations. So, Maura, for people who were busy, for people who were at the PWHL game yesterday, tell us what we missed.
Yeah, that sounds pretty fun. I was telling you, I always love watching women's hockey in the Olympics, so I did not realize that was in town, but I'm glad you went and checked it out.
We had bought tickets like a while ago through Cecily's hockey team, and I'll be honest, I thought it was at night. Didn't quite realize it was going to compete with the Seahawks game and with the basketball game.
Good thing this last game didn't matter, huh?
Yeah, and if it had, I think I probably would have made it sure to watch it. But if it had mattered, it would have been at night, right? They would have moved it to Sunday night?
Possibly.
I don't know. Maybe Minnesota still would have been Minnesota-Detroit still would have been the game. But it really was a blast. Really cool environment over there. And 12,500 people. That's a legit crowd. I mean, it was pretty popping. It was fun day down at Climate Pledge.
Nice. I like it. I hope it opens the door for more women's hockey here.
Well, Cecily went to the to their skills training thing, like a clinic, the day before, and it was awesome. Like the players were out there working with the kids, showing them stuff. One of the women was like checking Cecily, and like it was awesome. They loved it.
Aw, she's become such a hockey player.
Oh, I got news for you. Just wait till the next Need to Know.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll start with the Steelers and the Bengals. The Steelers dropped their fourth straight game in a 19-17 loss to the Bengals Saturday. They limp into the playoffs as they are the 6th seed in the AFC, which means they will have to face their division rival Baltimore next week. The Steelers offense put up 520 total yards against Cincinnati in their first meeting on December 1st, but only managed 193 on Saturday. The Bengals held a 13-7 lead at the half. Pittsburgh started out with back-to-back punts while the Bengals added a pair of field goals to extend the lead to 19-7. Russ did hit tight end Pat Freiermuth for this 19-yard touchdown with 8 minutes left in the fourth.
Sees the crease. He's able to get some good yards, pick up first down. It's the longest rush of the game. Wide open is Freiermuth. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. They're back in it.
They added a 54-yard field goal from Chris Boswell with 2:39 remaining to pull within 2. And then the Steelers defense did their job, forcing a 3-and-out from the Bengals and giving Russell Wilson on the offense the ball with 1:50 left. But they couldn't move the ball and ended up turning it over on downs while still at their own 40. The Bengals were able to run out the clock and keep their slim playoff hopes alive. I can't believe they still had a chance to get in. But the Broncos went over the Chiefs, officially eliminated them on Sunday. Russell Wilson spoke post-game about the Steelers' recent struggles.
I think the most important thing is that we're just hyper focused on controlling what we can control this week and getting prepared for whoever we're going to play. And, we believe that there's nobody on the list that we cannot beat. We just we got to be ready. We got to be right. We got to be clean. And we got to fix our mistakes, but also think about the things we're doing well, and we got to respond the right way.
I know that's what he has to say, but it's like, you've lost 4 games in a row. There's plenty of people on that list that you can't beat.
Of course, yeah. How much of the let's say Baltimore takes care of business in this game, and we just saw these two teams play a couple weeks ago, right? And it really wasn't all that close. Let's see what happened. Let's say Baltimore takes care of business at home in the playoffs and doesn't just beat the Steelers, but beats them by more than a touchdown, right? Which is a pretty sound win in the NFL. Does some of that bloom come off the Russell Wilson rose of like, oh, he's back and he's going to make, $35 million next year and someone's going to pay him and it was the right decision to take out Justin Fields? Does some of that change? I wonder if it does.
I would think when you look at the end of the season and that, you have to consider that moving forward.
Does it change how you feel at all about Justin Fields?
I don't know. It seemed like they got a pretty good look at him, and they were still super interested in Russ. So
he went 4-2.
Yeah.
Right, and beat 2 playoff teams. Excuse me. He beat the Falcons, didn't quite make the playoffs. Beat the Broncos, they did. Beat the Chargers, they made the playoffs. And then lost to the Colts and Cowboys, and then beat the Raiders. That was his.
It didn't. If you watch those games, though, it didn't feel like Justin Fields was leading those teams.
It didn't. Russ came in, immediately goes on a hot streak, but look at you know what? They did beat the Ravens in there, so give Russ some credit. His little hot streak was Raiders, Jets, Giants. Pretty good start. Then beat the Commanders, beat the Ravens, which is pretty good. But then you lose to the Browns, beat the Bengals, beat the Browns, and then comes the disaster. But, again, look who you're losing to. Some of the best teams in football, they lose to the Eagles, Ravens, Chiefs, and then the Bengals who needed a win to get in. Yeah, that 4-game losing streak stinks, but they are against some of the best teams in football at, the peak of their power. So, look, I don't think that Russ is going to make huge money next year, but I do think he'll be, more compensated and more in demand than he was this past season.
And practically the league minimum.
Yeah, but I'm not like sold that Justin Fields is a terrible idea. At least it's worth throwing out there and considering for somebody.
Yeah, well, and Adam Schefter, you're questioning Russell Wilson and Justin Fields' future. Adam Schefter is wondering if something could go down with Mike Tomlin.
Whoa. I think that there are going to be teams out there that have watched the way that the Pittsburgh Steelers season has ended and wonder whether they should call the Steelers to see if they should inquire about whether the Steelers would be willing to move on from Mike Tomlin and move him to another organization. I don't think Pittsburgh will do that. That has not been what they've been about, and there's no indication that they would. But I do think there are teams wondering whether they should lob in a call just to see if they could stir Pittsburgh's interest.
Yeah, that seemed to be the theories of the weekend, right? I know Jay Glazer had a similar report about Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. The teams are going to try to trade for him because he's such a hot commodity, and I can't imagine the Vikings would say yes to that, although who the heck knows? Just, apparently, once you can trade for coaches, and when coaches become just as important as anyone on the field other than a quarterback, of course teams are going to try to do that. It doesn't feel like something Pittsburgh would ever consider, though.
No, they're pretty stable, loyal franchise that doesn't make decisions on a whim, and they've been loyal to him for a long time. So I couldn't see that happen, especially with them making the playoffs, even if they limped in. Let's see. We'll move into the same division. The Ravens easily defeated the Browns 35-10 on Saturday to lock up the AFC North for the second consecutive season. Lamar Jackson became the first player in NFL history to pass for over 4,000 yards and have 900-plus rushing yards. His head coach raved about him after the game.
4,172 yards passing, 41 touchdown passes. How many interceptions? 4. Okay, I mean, that's pretty unbelievable. Over 900 yards rushing, 20,000 passing yards for his career right now. I mean, it's almost like, say less. What else needs to be said? And not just that, dude's a competitor, man. He's a fighter. He's just one of a kind. There's nobody like Lamar Jackson. I mean, he's in the locker room and he's not happy about the last drive, and we didn't handle it great, and we had some personnel challenges and all that stuff, and he wants everything to be perfect, everything. That's why these numbers are the way they are, because of who he is.
Just 4 interceptions this season?
He had a remarkable year. He is still my favorite player to watch in this league, and I'm not sure anyone comes particularly close. Maybe Jaden Daniels can get there. There are a couple other guys I really like watching, but he's number one for me, man. Ravens football is probably at the top of my watch list just because of him. And I like watching Derrick Henry, so put the two guys together and you get something that I'm pretty excited about. I was watching that game, and I forget who was doing the broadcast, but they were asking if Lamar is now the greatest running quarterback of all time, if he has passed Michael Vick. What do you think?
I mean, I guess in my brain, it feels like Michael Vick's career was shorter than Lamar's has been already.
Right. How about just
I
as a
would say
runner?
yes. I don't feel like he does it as often.
Yeah, so numbers-wise, right, he's now number one over Vick. I think that it's at least worth mentioning that the game has changed so significantly since Vick that it's a lot more acceptable now for Lamar to run, that offensive coordinators are designing things to take advantage of that, things that they couldn't have even really dreamed of when Michael Vick was playing. I still think Vick was right there. I don't know that you could make a call that one was a better running quarterback than the other, but I think Vick in today's game would have been incredibly special. Not that he wasn't already, but I think that today's offenses and today's coordinators would have found a lot different uses for Michael Vick, and it would have been pretty fun.
Lamar has done a better job, though, of, finding ways to keep himself from getting some of those devastating hits. That was the hard part about watching Vick, is that sometimes he would try to do too much and get himself hurt.
Great point, 100%.
Well, you mentioned Derrick Henry. He also had a phenomenal season, finishing with 1,921 rushing yards, a franchise record 16 rushing touchdowns. Meanwhile, the Browns finished the season 3-14 and promptly fired offensive coordinator Ken Dorsey and offensive line coach, a familiar face to us from last year, Andy Dickerson.
That's too bad. Ken Dorsey's been fired a bunch of times now, huh?
Yeah, he has.
That's probably going to do it for Ken, the offensive coordinator gig.
It's kind of like, I didn't think Kevin Stefanski deserved to be fired because, they stuck him with Deshaun Watson, but they still have that anchor tied to them, which is their own doing. I don't know. I don't know how you put it on any of the coaching staff, but it must be frustrating as a fan because they have some talent on that team, and it doesn't seem like they're going to go anywhere anytime soon.
Hey, Maura, I got a text here from the 253. Just to back you up, Salk, I tuned in to a Bateman touchdown a couple weeks in a row. You're not crazy. It happened to me again this week. I tuned into the game and
I know, but we gave
immediately
you the
Rashad
numbers.
Bateman scored.
Maybe he's coming on strong here at the end.
I'm
'Cause we
telling
looked
you,
at the
man, that
numbers and
guy
he didn't
scores.
have that.
He scores every game. I don't care what the numbers say. Every single game, that guy scores a touchdown.
Okay. I mean, I think I would know fantasy football-wise
Nope.
if that was true.
Maura, this is not about the numbers.
Okay. We'll move on to the Bucs and Falcons. They were playing at the same time on Sunday with a chance at the NFC South title on the line.
Both playing like they didn't want it.
Yes. I was about to say, for much of the games, it seemed like no one wanted to take control and seize the moment. But the Bucs eventually woke up and got the job done. They were playing the Saints. The Saints scored first and then added 10 unanswered points in the second quarter, taking a 16-6 lead into the half. After a touchdown on their first drive pulled the Bucs within 3 in the second half, Baker Mayfield threw an interception in the third that gave the Saints a field goal and extended their lead again. But he really got to work in the fourth, finding rookie wide receiver out of Utah, Jalen McMillan, downfield for the 32-yard touchdown.
3-man rush. Steps away, looking, going to take a shot to go first. He's in! He is! It's a touchdown for McMillan!
Then running back Bucky Irving scored on an 11-yard touchdown to make it 27-19 Bucs with just a minute 50 remaining. From there, the Saints turned it over on downs, and on the last play of the game with 36 seconds left, instead of kneeling, Baker Mayfield was able to hit wide receiver Mike Evans for a 9-yard pass to give him his 11th straight 1,000-yard season and help him join Jerry Rice as the only players to do so.
No, it's pretty cool.
Mayfield throwing Evans. He does it. Jerry Rice has company.
I mean, anytime you are with Jerry Rice in anything, that's a good thing. Yeah, we needed 17 games instead of 16 to do it, and the offenses are a little different now than they were then. But whatever, man. If you're on the same page as Jerry Rice, you've done something right.
Well, and he's on the same page. It's not like it's a single season record. He's on the same page as Jerry Rice for doing this for 11.
Oh, that's true. That's fair.
That's,
yeah, the longevity element of it is great.
He doesn't really get talked about probably enough, Mike Evans. But yeah, he's a very consistent, very good receiver.
Yeah, I don't think it gets talked about enough either. Like, this dude's gonna be a Hall of Famer. It's not even close. But I feel like people don't talk about him that way.
Maybe it's being in Tampa. We talk about sometimes being in Seattle, making the national media ignore you. But
my guy Baker back in the playoffs.
Meanwhile, the Falcons were headed to overtime with the Panthers as the Bucs were wrapping up their victory over New Orleans, eliminating the Falcons from playoff contention. After each team started with a field goal, they traded touchdowns, and both teams scored a pair before the Panthers were held to a 3-and-out, and Michael Penix found Drake London for this touchdown just before the half.
8 seconds. Try it again. London, touchdown!
That gave them a 24-17 lead. The second half did not start well for the Falcons, though. A Penix interception and a missed field goal allowed the Panthers to score 10 unanswered points and take a 31-24 lead. The first was on a 4th-and-1 from the Atlanta 12. Bryce Young found Tommy Tremble for this 12-yard touchdown and put his hands up in the air to celebrate before the ball was even caught. A lot of people were comparing it to Steph Curry.
Atlanta loses a timeout. Fake the handoff. Young, step and throw. End zone. Touchdown. Tommy Tremble. And Carolina converts.
The Falcons battled back and tied it with a Bijan Robinson rushing touchdown to get it to overtime. But the Panthers got the ball, and Bryce Young led a 10-play, 70-yard drive that ended with a Miles Sanders rushing touchdown for the win. Bryce Young finished the day 25 for 34 for 251 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, and 2 rushing touchdowns. His turnaround since being benched and just looking like he had zero confidence at all earlier in the season has been pretty impressive.
Yeah, so a couple of notes here. One, you mentioned the Steph Curry thing of turnaround. Did you see Lamar did that also, which was awesome?
Oh, no, I missed that one.
Oh, Lamar totally did that on one of his touchdowns yesterday or Saturday, where he threw a turnaround. You're like, oh, man, that's pretty badass. I watched Penix, and he did not look good, especially early in that game. I don't know if he was nervous or just hyped or what, but he was all over the map.
His
totally
receivers didn't
inaccurate.
do him a ton of favors, but yeah.
He was missing open guys, though. I mean,
he
like he had some
21
throws.
for 38 for 312 yards and 2 touchdowns.
What was the percentage when it was done?
21 for 38.
Yeah, that's not great in today's NFL.
His receivers popped up a couple, but yeah.
He missed a bunch of throws early. It seemed like he settled down and started playing better as the game went on, but I was a little surprised early in that game watching him. I still think he's going to be very, very good. I'm not going to judge him based on one quick thing like that. But as for Bryce Young, it's a good story. And it should be, a reminder on all of these other young guys that sometimes you do need the opportunity to get away from it, come back, and take another stab. And it seems like he's starting to put it together. Good for him. I don't know whether he's ever going to be a star, but certainly what he did in the last, third of this season, important and impressive.
Yeah, because he just looked like a guy that you almost felt like he was relieved he got benched at that point.
Yeah.
So this is quite impressive for him to get his confidence back.
Let me also say this. A bunch of people texting me and saying Mike Evans only played in 14 games this season. So what?
Yeah,
he
did have a hamstring
was 17
injury.
games long.
I had him on my fantasy season, or my fantasy team. He did have a hamstring injury.
Right, but what I mean is to say, well, he did it in only 14 games. No, the season was 17 games. If he had hurt his hamstring and the season was only 16 games, he wouldn't have had the last game to play it in. He would have only been able to play in 13. The longevity and ability and availability to be on the field is part of why that record is so impressive. You don't get to say, well, he played in 14 games. No. That's not how that works.
All right. We'll move on. The Patriots decided opting for 6th-round rookie draft pick Joe Milton after just one series from Drake May was, I think, a better option for them because they really didn't want to win that game to begin with, and Drake May was dealing with a hand injury. So they did that with the number 1 pick in the 2025 draft at stake if they lost the game. And then also the Bills put Josh Allen out there for just one play to try to keep his streak of 105 starts going, which kind of seems like cheating. if you want to talk about stats that we're counting.
That's dumb. That's not right.
But Joe Milton for the Patriots, unfortunately for them, turned out to play pretty well. I mean, the Bills were playing a lot of backups, but he went 22 for 29 for 241 yards, 1 passing touchdown, 1 rushing touchdown. He was sacked 0 times, which behind that offensive line is, even with backups for the Bills, was pretty impressive. So the Patriots win 23-16, which bumps them from the 1st to the 4th pick in the upcoming NFL draft. Just hours after the game, the Patriots released a statement from owner Robert Kraft stating that he had fired head coach Gerard Mayo after just one season. It was pretty shocking to a lot of people just because the Kraft family had been setting him up to succeed Belichick for years.
That's got to be a Mike Vrabel thing, don't you think?
Yeah, here, this is Rob Gronkowski on the Fox NFL broadcast yesterday. He mentions that is an option.
Yes, I was surprised by that. No doubt. I mean, rookie head coach, the roster that he was handed, wasn't that prominent. It's tough. It's a tough situation in New England. Obviously, Mr. Kraft didn't see Gerard Mayo being that culture builder that he was hoping to be over the last season. And obviously, Mr. Kraft has a plan as well going forward and probably hoping to get Mike Vrabel. And there's some rumbling out there that Josh McDaniels may come back as well as offensive coordinator.
I mean, that'd be a pretty interesting combination and probably would be better than what they had this year. Maybe more importantly for Seahawks fans, you got any interest in Joe Milton? Dude, he was fun. I was very, very intrigued watching Joe Milton run around and play.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, but I'm kind of saying.
He was always like that in college, too. He had the big arm, could run a little bit. He was
First time I've ever seen him play.
He just never really put it all together, which is why he was in college for 5 years or so.
First time I've ever seen him play. Very interesting. Very interested. Very interested.
Salk loves a first impression, good or bad.
I do, and I love a good running quarterback. I love a guy who can run around and is pretty accurate, and I don't know.
We'll have to ask Brock about him. As to the Vrabel story, a lot of people are saying that they think Vrabel chose to interview with the Jets first just to kind of strengthen the idea that the Patriots are noticing him and probably wouldn't want him to go in their division.
Absolutely. Hey, get this done now, or I totally understand that. Anyway, great trip around the weekend. We could go for a while longer. Obviously, the big game last night. I assume most people had a chance to see it, as Detroit was just the better team. Certainly, they pulled away in the second half and just kind of showed that their physicality was just so much more impressive.
I am so amazed by, because their defensive
so
players
injured.
were still dropping like flies even in
I
that
know.
game, and they've already lost so many. I don't understand how they're doing it.
It's impressive. Well, their offense, too, is just super, super physical.
Jahmyr
There's
Gibbs
nobody
had a
else who
huge
really
night.
plays like that. So kudos to them, and they win and get that number 1 seed. We got a lot of Seahawks conversation to have today. And yes, I'm sure I'll ask Brock at some point about Joe Milton. Stick around. We got a lot to come. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! DK Metcalf!
It's hard to get 10 wins just in the NFL in general. The fact that we was able to get it on his first year, I think that's incredible.
Throw far side is intercepted. Far side of the field. Turning upfield is Julian Love.
Proud of the guys, proud of everybody, the way they fought, proud of our coaching staff.
Throw to the middle. Ball is caught, upended. Fant, is he into the end zone? He is! Touchdown! Seahawks!
We are the home of the Seahawks.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Old Spice Swagger Body Wash will make you the MVP of freshness and confidence. With its irresistible scent, it will transform your shower experience, leaving you feeling fresh on and off the field. Pair it with Old Spice Swagger Deodorant, the #1 aluminum-free brand that keeps you feeling like a Super Bowl champion 24/7 when used daily. But don't wait. This dynamic duo is available at Costco for a limited time only. Old Spice, official deodorant partner of the NFL and Super Bowl 59, where freshness meets football greatness.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
We are Subaru of Puyallup.
We're stress-free.
Stress-free. Estamos libre de estrés.
We're almost 100 employees strong. We make sure the sales process is smooth.
We have video car walkthroughs.
We have stress-free pricing.
We value our customers and we value their experience.
We're like a family here. We love our community.
And support local charities. We are
Subaru
of Puyallup, your
stress-free
dealership.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is Seattle Sports.
Throw far side, it's intercepted. Far side of the field. Turning upfield is Julian Love.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Seahawks.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Eward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Eward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock is here as the Seahawks season has wrapped up, Brock. 10-7. They get that final win against the Rams yesterday. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Happy New Year. Kind of feels like
to
today is the start. I know that we were together on Thursday and it was the New Year then, but this kind of feels like just traffic patterns and people out and about and traveling. It feels like everybody's getting settled. Like, okay, now it's go time. Now the resolutions are real. Now it's time to drink more water. Now it's time to lift more weights. Now it's time to get my, ready to roll. I know you are working hard behind the scenes too, Salky. Your resolutions are in full mode, full gear. And Happy New Year. And if I had told you at the start of the season, the Seattle Seahawks were going to win 10 games, I think we'd have signed up for that. And usually 10 wins and you get to this plateau, you usually make the playoffs. Not this year, unfortunately, just the way it all transpired. But I think as you put last year in the rearview mirror, and I think with Mike Macdonald today, it'll be a little more retrospective than it's been because now it's officially over. I don't discount 10 wins in the first season.
No, I don't think you should. And we talked through that. I think, would I call this year a success? Yeah. I think you have to. The biggest question coming into this year was, is Mike Macdonald the next coach of the Seahawks? And I think a year in, definitively, the answer to that is yes. Yes. This guy took over for Pete Carroll, won 10 games, established a culture, did all of the things that were asked of him, turned out to be, as far as I'm concerned, as good an in-game decision maker as a head coach as anybody I've seen. I don't think he made a single mistake this year in terms of decisions in game. Tremendous.
Nope, got away with one against San Francisco, but that's about it. Yep, kind of got away with a timeout maybe or something there at the end of the game. But
all right, maybe. But overall, man, I mean, he was really tremendous with all of that this year. And I give him a ton of credit as a rookie head coach coming in and doing all that stuff as well as he did. If the question of this year was, is Mike Macdonald the next coach of the Seahawks? The easy answer to that question is yes. And so this year was a success. 10 wins is going to be a little iffy for me. I'm going to have a lot of trouble getting too excited about 10 wins. And some of it is you only won 2 games against playoff teams. And both of them have a bit of an asterisk. One is the Broncos in week 1 before Bo Nix had gotten a chance to play in the NFL and kind of blossomed into what he's become this year. The other came against the Rams in a week 18 matchup where they weren't playing all of their best skill position guys. That's going to be a little hard for me to get too excited about the 10 wins.
Yeah. But typically, Mike, you win 59% of your games in the NFL. If you win 59% of your games in the NFL, and you give yourself a chance every year to make the playoffs. And then I know we talked about this, and I think you're right. Like, come on, it's not baseball. Baseball, you get in the tournament, it could be a little different deal. How many road teams are favored this weekend? Is it just the Chargers, I believe, and going to Houston? And, I mean, there's going to be some big deficits.
Minnesota going to L.A.?
Maybe. Although I think L.A. beat them earlier this year as well. So, yeah, I think that's fair. But this is a bottom line, just net business. And when you get to 10 wins, and I think that's honestly why Mike approached it the way he did this week. I think why that locker room was pretty excited, sans cigars this time, is because they know, man, no matter what they look like, no matter who they play against, man, you got the Giants at the wrong time. You got the Giants when they had that whole D-line was rolling and humming and playing great, and they were hungry, and they didn't know that they were awful and they stunk, and that's unfortunate. You get them at the end of the year with Drew Lock and all those dudes injured, different game. Right, Kansas City Chiefs for the Broncos break their 9-year playoff drought. Good for them at the Chiefs at the end of the year where they played nothing but backups. I mean, you just don't know circumstantially where each team is week in and week out and why you've got to take every one of those wins when you get them, and to get to 10 usually gets you in. Most of the time gets you in. Almost always gets you in, just to not get you in, unfortunately, because of strength of victory with the Rams this season.
Yeah, well, but strength of victory is sort of to my point, right?
Yeah, they did. They beat Buffalo. Yep, they beat Buffalo and they beat Minnesota.
Right,
and you did not.
Right. I mean, that really is what this year comes down to, is just sort of an inability to beat the elite teams when you played them. And Buffalo, Green Bay, Minnesota are sort of the big three in that in that category. So
Detroit.
And Detroit, the big four. I should add Detroit in there as well. Mm-hmm. So, look, someone says I'm complaining about 10 wins. I'm not complaining about it at all. The Seahawks, I just said the season is a success. The Seahawks did what they set out to do this year, which is establish Mike Macdonald as the next head coach of this team with his culture, his defense. He's the guy in charge, and I thought he did that incredibly well. I played this earlier, Brock, and I know it'll be important to you as well. This was Tyler Lockett speaking after the game yesterday, and I think it speaks specifically to this point, that this is the guy who it's now his team, and he got them playing for each other, not just with each other. Cut 5, here's Tyler Lockett. That'd be cut 5.
Cut 5. Here we go, cut 5. Lockett. Tyler Lockett. Here we go now. What do you say there, Tyler? No.
Okay, yeah, man, even besides all of that, man, it's just the fact that everybody on this team wanted to play for each other. They wanted to go out there and they wanted to win. And it makes football so much easier when you know the next man cares just as much as you care. It's hard to be able to get that because in the league you get paid so much money, and so many people could have tapped out and said, you know what, I'm ready for free agency, or I'm ready for the offseason so I could get away from all of this stuff. And the biggest thing that you always hope is to have a team that could be able to buy in, not just when camp starts, because everybody's ready to prove themselves, right? But when you get to this part of the season, when it's November, December, beginning of January, you'll be surprised with how many people usually are no longer bought in. And this team was bought in from the very jump. Even when we were on that losing game streak and fans were going crazy, people were going crazy, it didn't matter. People still bought in, and I think it showed who we were as a team and who we're going to continue to be.
You know, Michael, I like to say that you can't fool the locker room. I think sometimes you can fool rookies and young guys. You know, the NFL is your typical 80-20 business where 80% of the guys are making league minimum, 20% are kind of making the big revenue, and those guys making league minimum are just fighting for their livelihoods, fighting to prove they could do it. They can just kind of at times buy in, I think, to any situation, and desperation plays a role in that. But when you've got veterans like Tyler Lockett, and the other one that stood out to me over the course of the season as far as that right there and buying in on Mike Macdonald, this dude is real, was really two guys, Leonard Williams and Jaron Reed. You know, those two alphas, and Jaron, I think the kind of vocal alpha, Leonard the playing alpha as he was again yesterday. But having those two guys buy in and get on the hip of Mike Macdonald and be like, yep, this dude's real, and this is all real. And
that's not the guy I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say DK
Julian
Metcalf, not because he's necessarily one of those guys, but just because he was in line all year. There weren't any real major hiccups. He didn't have a ton of penalty. It wasn't like some of the other years where, there's been a couple of these moments. There's one, right, in training camp with the helmet swing, but after that, we haven't.
Yeah, there was one in Chicago. Yeah, there was one.
No, that was just a penalty. I mean, like, that happens.
Sure.
I'm not going to sit here.
It's just a penalty. It's just, I had 2 holds. I had 2.
Stop it. He had one all year. That's for DK. I would say that's a pretty good one.
Yes. Yeah, that he was.
But that speaks to the culture and Mike Macdonald and all of that, I think.
It does. And to do that, and you said it right at the gym. I was right there in your first kind of premise. To do that on the heels of Pete Carroll, that's not easy to do, man. You're following one of the greatest coaches. It's not as if this sports community up here in the landscape has had, Hall of Famer and Hall of Famer and Hall of Famer. It's not been multi-generational for 100 years. You haven't had the Woody Hayes and the Lombardis and the different guys to point back to, 50, 60, 70 years ago. Like, Pete Carroll's it, man. Right? He's going to be a future Hall of Famer. Right, for the 21st century in football, between what he did at SC and what he did in Seattle.
And look what happened in New England,
and winning Super Bowls. Yes.
Right? I mean, like, isn't that the same situation or similar situation anyway, that Gerard Mayo came into? And no, he didn't have as much talent on the roster. It's not exactly the same. But, I mean, here we are a year later. Gerard Mayo's out of a job. And Mike Macdonald looks like he's going to be the coach here for a long time to come. So in that regard, absolutely a successful season for the Seahawks. And I think that's incredibly meaningful and impactful. It's not everything, right? I mean, like, there were some things about this year that I think are still going to lead to a lot of conversation. But overall, I'm going to say that their number one thing they were hoping to accomplish, they accomplished. And that's a pretty cool deal here as we sit here on January 6th. All right, quick break. We'll come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. Brock, the offseason of inaction is continuing for the Mariners, although John Morosi's providing a little bit of hope this morning. We'll see. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Coach Macdonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run! 10, 5, Gino! Touchdown! Seahawks!
This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and I've had a couple injuries over my decades being around sports. Right, concussion, separated shoulders, dislocated fingers, torn rib cartilage, bursa, who cares? But you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. I know painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, right over there in Kirkland, that's where he comes to play. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years, 3 decades of experience in pain medicine. Many have jumped aboard lately, but not Dr. Dan. He has been around it for decades and decades and decades. No matter what walks through the door, he's got answers for you, including stem cell therapy, a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your body's healing potential. Consider stem cell therapy and so much more with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000. 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
So my home is also my office, and before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, I'll take advantage of a slower season to save money and get your roof replaced quickly. Riverside Roofing has openings, and they'll get your roof turned around fast. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust.
Don't let sinus problems, snoring, and allergies hold you back. I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, snoring, facial pain are just a few sinus symptoms we can help you out with. From allergy workups and treatment to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced outpatient balloon sinuplasty, we can diagnose and treat your problems. Let us help you get the relief you need easily, quickly, and permanently. Come see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Have your electrical checked today. A licensed electrician from Beacon Electrical will come to your home and perform a whole home inspection for just $99. Go with Beacon Electrical for all your electrical needs. Stop freaking. Call Beacon. 1-800-FREAKIN or online at beaconplumbing.net.
This is Seattle Sports.
Throws, back shoulder throw. Ball is caught. Bobo. Touchdown! Seahawks!
The home of the Seahawks.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Old windows can be a drain on your energy bills and on your peace of mind. Isn't it time for an upgrade? Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Our energy-efficient replacement windows work smarter, keeping your home comfortable while saving you money year-round. It's an investment in your home and your security. Call State Roofing and Exteriors at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today for a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Dave Wyman with an important message for those recently diagnosed with prostate cancer. Several treatment options are available, and gaining an understanding of each of them can help you make an informed treatment decision. When searching for the most advanced treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. CyberKnife is a non-surgical treatment utilizing a robotic radiosurgery system to deliver radiation beams with sub-millimeter accuracy. The targeted radiation adjusts robotically in real time to tumor and patient movement. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the goal was to win 10 games. That was the goal heading into this weekend, and the Seahawks accomplished exactly that. And, Brock, for a little change, it was really the strength of their offense more so than their defense. 30 points, 126 yards on the ground. I thought they were physical offensively. 4 touchdowns for Geno Smith, including this one that turned out to be the game winner.
Smith from the shotgun takes the snap. Blitz is coming. Throw to the middle. Ball is caught, upended. Fant, is he into the end zone? He is! Touchdown! Seahawks! Fant lying flat on his back, hangs on to the football, helped up by his teammates. He said, "What happened?" They said, "You scored," from 16 out, and the Seahawks go back on top, 30-25.
Best play of Noah Fant's Seahawks career?
Noah Fant kind of cranked it up at the end of the year, didn't he?
Last couple games, he looked like a different player.
He sure did, man.
Yeah.
He played fast.
About to be a free agent again. Better let people know that I'm still capable of doing some stuff. Geno had a pretty good game. Mike Macdonald afterwards cut 3, impressed with his guy.
Yeah, I mean, talk about one of the guys that fought all the way to the very end for us, and putting a drive. I mean, par for the course for Gino coming another fourth quarter comeback. I'm not sure what number that is, but great drive they strung together at the end. Great throw to Noah. Thought he played a great game.
Yeah, super efficient, right? 20-27. They threw it 27 times. They ran it 24 times. Great balance. You love to see that. You know, and that little, I call that a car wash ball, the one to Noah, right? He threw that through a car wash without it getting wet. But it also reminded me, like, you know, when you go to the Puyallup Fair, and I know you love the fair, you, Lyle, and Maura, love the Puyallup Fair in September, and you got to try to throw something into a target, right? If you took the average human being and said, you're going to stand right here, and you've got to throw it to this spot, some, I don't know, 28 to 32 yards down the field to Noah right there from where you release it. And he had like a dinner plate to hit. He had to throw it over the linebacker in front of the safeties with velocity. It had to be put in that one spot for Noah to go up and get it. He did. I loved his touchdown to DK earlier in the game. I thought that one was equally or even more impressive, stepping up into the fire and keeping his eyes downfield. And, yep, he hit all three escalators. We talked about that on Thursday. Thought he was going to do it. The win was, you know, down to the final play. They took some other people contributing to get that done. But his play, his yards, his completion percentage, and ultimately a $6 million escalator. Pretty good deal for Geno Smith.
Yep. So a little surprising news over the weekend when Ian Rappaport was reporting that Ernest Jones and the Seahawks had put their contract negotiations on hold, and he speculated that could lead to a journey into free agency. It still might, but it was interesting certainly to see Ernest Jones after the game say that he did believe he would be a Seahawk next year. We'll see how that goes down, and probably a question we can ask Mike Macdonald when we talk to him today at 9:30.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Playoff matchups are all set. The Rams are going to host Minnesota after the Vikings showed they were not really on the same plane as the Lions last night. Detroit's just more physical.
Yep.
They're more physical than almost anybody, and even with all of the injuries they're dealing with, they still look pretty darn impressive. Hard to see anyone in the NFC beating them. Green Bay will go to Philly, and Philly's probably the team with the best chance to do so. Washington, I think, is going to be favored in Tampa. We'll find out. Rookie quarterback on the road in the playoffs. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that could be a little bit challenging, but they find a way to win.
Yep.
Every single game just comes down to the wire with Washington, and that dude is calm and cool and collected. And yeah, Detroit was a hornet's nest. I mean, that place was rocking.
Did you see the whole Eminem thing?
I did, and kudos to Minnesota to buy up some tickets and try to stem some of that noise and tide, and that did not work. And Sam Darnold looked really normal last night.
Yeah,
that was the first time, just kind of overthrowing guys, and I think he was a little amped up, and looked pretty normal in that setting.
In the AFC, pretty simple. Broncos destroyed a Chiefs team that really didn't play anybody, so they take the 7 seed and they will face the Bills. Pittsburgh will go to Baltimore in a divisional showdown that should be fun, except that the Steelers have now lost 4 straight and are really limping in. Chargers are going to be at Houston. They are going to be favorites despite being on the road, while Kansas City just waits and watches.
Did you see Russ's late scramble Saturday?
Yeah, I saw the drop, though, on the final play of the game, and that wasn't Russ's fault.
Nope, it was Freiermuth right in the hands. I think the play before that took like 20 seconds that tried to run, and I think he thought he was Mr. Unlimited. They could get to the sidelines.
He's a little limited now.
Yeah,
he's a little more limited. A couple of coaching changes. Pats have fired Gerard Mayo after just 1 season. That we think will pave the way for Mike Vrabel to take that job. We'll see. Doug Peterson out in Jacksonville. So I'll ask you quickly, Brock, any interest in Doug Peterson if Ryan Grubb isn't back?
No, I think Doug likes to throw it more than he does run it as well.
Right,
I think if there's a move, you're going to land in somebody in that run community first.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, the Mariner thing, this offseason of inaction is now continuing into January. The Orioles signed Charlie Morton. That potentially takes them off the list of contending teams that desperately need starting pitching, although I'll play you some Morosi here in a minute. If the Mariners are going to trade a pitcher, the market is virtually gone, Brock. Their leverage is certainly greatly diminished, as everybody who needed a pitcher now at least has a pitcher. Morosi, though, cut 12. Does say there have been some ongoing conversations in the last few days with the Orioles.
The Baltimore Orioles and Seattle Mariners have talked before and in recent days about a potential Castillo trade to Baltimore where a younger bat would go to Seattle. That is completely accurate. Now, we don't know if necessarily if the willingness of Baltimore to take on Castillo's money has dropped a little bit because they've now added both Morton and Sugano, but Harold was spot on, and I also believe, Lauren, that Nolan Arenado, as the options for him start to dwindle, especially if Boston signs Alex Bregman, Seattle might be the last best option if he's going to get traded to a contender and not start the season in St. Louis.
Contender right now is looking like a pretty iffy word to describe this Mariner roster that doesn't have an infield.
And remember, Arenado's got that no trade clause, so you can just say, yep, Seattle, that's a long ways away from everywhere and anything I know, and a tough place to hit on top of it.
We'll see where it all goes. But
yeah, so are you looking at maybe you're going to have to eat some of that Castillo money?
Oh, my God. Well, then why would you trade him?
Correct.
Do not trade Luis Castillo and eat money. That is the craziest thing I've heard. Please don't do that. Please, please, please. Kraken lose 4-2. They play again tonight against the Devils. And Brock, just quickly, awesome time yesterday going to the Pro Women's Hockey League game at Climate Pledge. The Boston Fleet beating the Montreal Victoire in a shootout. More than 12,000 fans there, including the Salk family. We had a blast. And seems to be some sense that a franchise could be coming to Seattle.
How is it that Cecily gets her on the Jumbo Cam no matter what game, what venue,
unbelievable.
What time, what place?
She's a Jumbotron machine. Everywhere, every time we go to a Kraken game, Cecily is on the Jumbotron. Every time.
Yeah.
She's a force.
She's like a bug delight. I mean,
gotta quickly say also, she did have a hat trick in her game on Saturday.
Hey!
Not a kid. She did have a little hat trick.
News.
A hat trick for Cecily to go with 2 assists in an 11-2 victory for the Navy team, the 10 and under junior Kraken. That is everything you need to know.
I like it.
Pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun. She had a good game. More because of where she started the year compared to where she's at now. Like points and goals are great, but she started the year at a much lower level than a lot of the kids on her team, and to get to that point was
awesome.
Proud dad moment. Pretty cool. All right, Brock, you missed it on Friday. We had quite the debate.
I heard it.
Everybody was involved. Callers, Brady, G,
You and G got a
Mora,
little hot? You and G got a
Lyle.
little hot?
It got a little hot.
Got a little hot, huh?
We'll dig in next on Brock and Salk.
The Mike Macdonald Show. The first word from the Seahawks head coach this morning at 9:30.
Gino played really well. He played smart. He's got a really great command about what we're trying to do on offense on a play-in, play-out basis, and we got a lot of trust in him. And he's just playing at a high level right now. So we're excited about him, and he's leading the charge for the rest of the team of the urgency that we need going into this week and finishing out the season.
Hear exclusive reaction to yesterday's game only on Seattle Sports. It's the Mike Macdonald Show coming up at 9:30.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. If you're noticing that those utility bills are going skyrocketing here this winter, maybe your home feels cold and drafty, it might just be because your attic or crawl space aren't properly insulated. So that's why I had Crawl Pros come out to my house. They did an awesome job of just looking through the crawl space and attic and figuring out what was going on. Well, right now, utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. If you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you might qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. That's right, 95% of the cost. How about that? Don't wait. Call Crawl Pros and figure out what's going on back there for free. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Bonneville, Seattle, and Seattle Sports are looking for organizations that regularly distribute information about employment opportunities to job applicants or have job applicants to refer. If your organization would like to receive notifications of job vacancies, please notify Human Resources at 1820 Eastlake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest or payments for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales event, going on right now through January 19th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event, going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Well, it's that time of year. Our homes are being pounded by so many rain and windstorms this winter. You've got to take care of it. It's Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing. If you've noticed damage or maybe you're curious about how your roof is holding up, the smart thing is to have Asset Roofing do a quick inspection. They recently did one for me, and as always, I was glad to know exactly what was happening up there. There was a little bit of moss growth, especially since I'm surrounded by trees, so it's a pretty common thing, but it's something that should get taken care of right away, and Asset Roofing explained it's an easy fix that will prevent expensive damage down the line. In between storms, have Asset Roofing inspect your roof just to make sure everything is okay up there. It's a quick appointment that will most likely give you peace of mind and save you thousands later. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, we spent all Friday, Brock, arguing and discussing the future of the quarterback position in Seattle. I laid out 3 possibilities of directions the team could go. You and I had started some of that conversation on Thursday, but essentially saying, look, there's a couple different ways you could do this. You can bring back Geno, at whatever that number is going to be. Brady said 35. I still feel like it might be a little north of that, but okay. Let's say somewhere in that 35, 37, 38, 40 range, somewhere in there. You can bring back Geno and, try this again next year. You can be very, very, very risky and look for one of these reclamation project type quarterbacks that are already in the league. Justin Fields, Zach Wilson, Daniel Jones. After yesterday, I might have to put Joe Milton on that list because that guy looked freaking awesome. I'm like 100% in on Joe Milton. Maybe not 100, but some percentage in on Joe Milton. And look, the advantages there are either you're able to reclaim one of those quarterbacks and it works like it did in Minnesota on cheap money, or it doesn't work and you find yourself in the top 5 or 10 in a draft that should have better quarterback options than this year's does. Mm-hmm. The third option, Colin Cowherd had brought it up, is you go trade whatever you need to do to go get J.J. McCarthy, who would be the number 1 pick in all likelihood in this draft if he was in it. Man, they showed him yesterday. Does he ever look like a hockey player?
Yes.
I know you said he used to play hockey, but man, when you see him with he looks like a hockey player.
He does. All the way through 7th grade, he was a hockey player. Good.
He looks like Sidney Crosby.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of has a Sidney Crosby look to him. Anyway, those are sort of the 3 options we discussed last week. And it got heated, and G was saying, oh, my God, Salk. Like, he asked me straight up, if you bring back someone other than Geno next year, do you think you have a better chance of winning a Super Bowl?
Right.
And I said, next year? No, I don't. But that's not the goal. The goal is, how do I get to win a Super Bowl the fastest? And, Geno gives you the best chance to win more games next year, but I'm really not interested in another 9-10 win season. I'm just not.
Do you believe, because I think this is the closest comp, and I believe this for 3 years, and I think Geno even has more arm strength. I think Jared Goff has got more pocket presence. But do you believe that Geno and Jared Goff can be largely one and the same? That if Jared Goff were a Seattle Seahawk for the last 3 seasons, you'd be looking at 9 wins and 9 wins and 10 wins and maybe or maybe even not? Or do you think Jared Goff is one that would have elevated the Seahawk program to the heights that he's done in Detroit the last couple seasons?
I don't necessarily think that about Jared Goff. No,
Right.
I think you're right that he and Geno were somewhat similar.
So if you can do that in Detroit, and they're paying him a lot more money than that, I think he's one of these $50 million guys and has been one of these $50 million guys. So if you can do that in Detroit, why can't you do it here? Especially if that number is $40 million or less with a salary cap that has grown significantly.
Because you got to get everything right. Because you got to get everything else right. And oh, by the way, Jared Goff is 5 years younger.
Oh, no, I know he's a lot younger, and he's played a lot more now. He's been probably hit in his life more than Geno Smith has by a fair amount through his years in L.A. And man,
but he's 5 years younger, Brock.
Dude,
I mean, the body is what the body is.
He is one tough hombre. I'll
He
tell you
is.
that about Jared Goff. He stands in there and stares down the barrel.
He's 5 years younger.
I understand. I'm not
relevant.
talking about that for the next 5 years for Geno. I'm talking about the next couple of years. Jared Goff or Geno Smith. You want to get to a Super Bowl. If the conversation is to get to a Super Bowl next year or the next 2 years, can you do that with Geno Smith making, let's just even call it $40 million?
I mean, look, if you shoot the moon and get everything else right, sure.
But you've done a lot of the other things right.
But you got to get everything else right.
I'm going to get to this in takeaways. I went back and looked at this rookie class, and I'm like, man, it feels like this rookie class this year was a home run. I mean, you got Byron Murphy as a significant contributor. You got Tyrese Knight, the 4th leading tackler with 87 tackles in the 4th round. You have A.J. Barner with 30 receptions and 4 touchdowns, who looks like a guy. You got Laumea starting multiple games at the end of the year. And I was like, ooh, this has to be the best draft class that John has had in a long time. And then I looked at last year's class, and I was like, wow. Okay, Spoon, Pro Bowler. JSN, going to be a Pro Bowler. Hall took a huge step. Charbonnet is a stud. Olu started. Even Kenny McIntosh in the 7th round. Looks like a viable number 2 NFL running back. And then I go to the 22 class, and there's Charles Cross and Mafe and K9 and Abe Lucas and Kobe Bryant. And like these last 3 draft classes, I would argue, have given you an opportunity, and you win 10 games really on the shoulders of a bunch of these guys.
Yeah, I don't think that I see it that way. And I'm going to go back 425 here with a really good text that says you're forgetting how the Rams paid for Stafford by dealing Goff and 2 first-round picks to Detroit. So they have 2 extra first-round picks in there that were able to help them, bring in all of the pieces that they needed, other guys that weren't making any money because they were on rookie contracts, and you were able to build it that way. I think there's a lot of importance in that conversation there as well. Look, Brock, the drafts the last few years have definitely and definitively been better. Are there guys in there that are stars that are going to win Super Bowls? Just because you say their name when you're listing the guys they got doesn't mean. You said Laumea started. Okay. Mm-hmm. He had a 1.6 pass blocking grade in one of those games. Did he get better, and do I see some encouragement? Yes. I'm not trying to rip the guy.
I mean, for a 6th-round pick
but just saying his name,
Sure.
You got to then also say Christian Haynes, who was an utter and complete disaster, drafted in the 3rd round.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, did Laumea make up for that? Yeah, a little bit. And credit to him for doing so. But, neither guy was particularly effective. Neither guy is now like, okay, now you got your dude.
I don't know. I mean, doesn't this feel, honestly, these two are two organizations in town in some ways mirror each other. We've talked about this, of being consistent winners and giving yourself with their personnel and the way they operate and their continuity and everything else. They give yourself a really high floor. Now, like the Mariners, let's take that next step. Let's add some impact, right? The Mariners, if you add 2 impact bats, what are we talking about here from an 84, 85 win projected team to maybe a 90, 91 win team if you can add a couple of those? For the Seattle Seahawks, if you've got a bunch of these pieces and your defense played at a really high level, not for a game or two, but the whole entire second half of the season, gives you a chance. I mean, are we not talking about finding an impact offensive guard and find an impact center and find just some pieces in the middle of your offensive line to stabilize this team? So you give the rest of these pieces that opportunity to flourish. I think you're closer to that than you are hitting Control-Alt-Delete.
I don't think it's hitting Control-Alt-Delete to try to change your quarterback and improve and look for a guy that you think is going to, get you out of the 9-10 win range.
Well, no, it'd be Control-Alt-Delete next year if you went with Zach Wilson or Anthony Richardson and you took that kind of risk. You were taking a Control-Alt-Delete to try to then reboot the following year and have a young guy that you hope can play that's going to take his bumps and take his lumps so that by the year 3, I mean, just the NFL time-wise, do you have 2 or 3 years to do that thing? Or are you closer, as you heard many of these players from Geno Smith to Ernest Jones, a bunch of them say yesterday, like Tyler Lockett, like, nope, this thing's got a lot of the right vibes, a lot of the right feel.
It does have a lot of the right vibes. It doesn't have a quarterback that's going to take them to the Super Bowl, in my opinion. Could everything go right? Sure, of course. Is it possible? Yes. But if you're looking to play the odds, I'd bet against it. I would bet against a 35-year-old quarterback who's kind of been in this same range the last few years, not getting to a 12, 13, 14 win season before I bet on someone else trying to come in and get that done in his stead. None of these situations are great. None of them are perfect. It's not like I'm sitting here being like, oh, you go to J.J. McCarthy and everything works out. It's not like I'm sitting here saying, oh, you trade for Joe Milton and all of a sudden you're going to be great. Heck, I watched Michael Penix yesterday make a couple of terrible throws. I mean, awful. I mean, nowhere near the person that he was trying to throw the ball to. But I just remain convinced that staying in the middle is not a good recipe for doing anything other than staying in the middle.
Well, again, just kind of compare and contrast, and this probably sides a little bit on your side of the ledger. Is you were 7-9, 7-9, as the great Colin Cowherd loves to say, 7-9, and then Pete, landed on Russell Wilson in the 3rd round.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, the challenge is 12, 13, 14 years ago, Russell Wilson's in the 3rd round. I don't know if he's in the 3rd round. I don't know if that is Jackson Dart, right? I certainly don't think it's Joe Milton or some of these other guys in this draft, and there's very, very, very few in this year.
How about Jalen Milroe? Jalen Milroe and Jackson Dart are the 2 guys whose names have come up.
Milroe, I just don't think sees the game at all. I mean, in watching that bowl game as well, it's like, oh my gosh. I mean, he just cannot have a sense. Like, he is a great athlete, but just seeing and doing the things that you have got to do between the tackles, right? That the 60-some games showed that Bo Nix is capable of doing, that showed that Jaden Daniels was capable of doing, that showed, like, you just didn't see that with Jalen for any extended stretch over these couple years. So that would be and who knows, he may be making $6 million and going up to Notre Dame, or Quinn Ewers might be making $10 million and going up to who knows, right? In this college football world as well. So, Yeah, I mean, I understand being stuck in the middle, and it's why it's a little bit of a bummer that you just couldn't have been better in the middle of your offensive line this season to give you even more of a data point to say, wow, look at, Geno did have a little bit more time, and all of a sudden it wasn't 21-15, it was 25 touchdowns to 10, and we really are that much closer. Maybe that would have been the difference in just one of these games to get to 11-6. But even then, Salk, I mean, I think I hear you saying this is more of a Geno, regardless of him being 35. If Geno were 31, would you feel any differently?
Yes.
You would feel differently if he was 31.
A little bit, yeah.
You would say, let's ride with him for the next.
I would be a
couple
whole
years.
lot more inclined.
Okay.
It's just real hard for me to think about paying more money to a 35-year-old quarterback who hasn't gotten there.
Yep.
It's real hard for me to imagine doing that. Like, how rare would it be for somebody at that age to all of a sudden get your team so much farther than he ever had before? I mean, I guess Matt Stafford did it. He would be the best example, but Matt Stafford's a number 1 overall pick who for years everybody thought was God in Detroit, even though he wasn't able to get his team to win any playoff games. I mean, I don't know whether people think of Geno in the same breath as they think of Matt Stafford and have for the last while. Maybe he's that guy who in his mid-30s all of a sudden, elevates a team farther than he ever has before. I'll also go to what you said, Brock, about that whole element of fooling the locker room and all of it. Do I think the locker room doesn't like Geno? No, of course not. But you said yourself, it's not in that same category of the guys that just truly seem to inspire everyone around them.
Yeah, I think to me that is the bigger one because so much of the other stuff on the field, and you certainly heard Vilma yesterday time after time as they're talking about the escalators and everything else, and just like, I don't get it. I don't understand how you could even think about, replacing Geno. And many of the analysts over the course of the season that do watch a bevy of tape and do see the rest of the product around the league and do see how many teams don't have any facsimile to a Geno Smith and would be kind of dying to get him. And oh, by the way, that will play a role in this too, Salk. Right? I know that what did Goff go for? 2 firsts? And obviously Geno's not going to do that, but where does this market go? With a depleted draft class, with 3, 4, 5 teams that are in desperate need for a quarterback, I think that becomes an interesting tentacle to this conversation over the course of the offseason.
What would be funny? If Pittsburgh traded for him.
Yeah.
That would be humorous. that would be a pretty amazing cap to this whole conversation. This isn't going anywhere. We still got a lot of time to discuss it. Let's first do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Man, every time anybody went in a power play yesterday, Brock, they played that exact music. Man, I'm just sitting there with Heather like, all right, time for 3 good football questions. Brock Ewart, let's get it done. 16 years of hearing that music. Brock, when the Seahawks won, it was because of what?
Charbonnet got 14 carries. And that's exactly what he got yesterday. The Seahawks were 5-0 when Zach Charbonnet got 14 or more carries this season. And so I went back and looked at just kind of the commitment to the run game, and this is always a fuzzy number, man. And one of those that you can squish and move around, and when do you get the number of rushing attempts, and do you take a lead and then run the game out, and yada, yada, yada. But it was pretty clear. In their 7 losses this season, right, you go back and look at the 7 losses to the Giants, the Lions, the Niners, the Bills, the Rams, Green Bay, Minnesota. Only one of those games, only one, did you have more rushing attempts than your opponent. And that was actually the Rams the first time around. And unfortunately, 3 critical turnovers and a ton of penalties and everything else sabotaged a real opportunity to win that game because they owned more of the running game line of scrimmage. Those other 6 losses, by the way, -13, -17, -18, -9, -23, -11 when it comes to your opponent's rushing attempts versus yours. So, it was a pretty clear line this year when you had a semblance of balance. When that run pass was a whole lot closer to 50-50, you gave yourself a really good shot to win. When it wasn't, you lost 6 of those 7 games to your opponents, who certainly did control the line of scrimmage.
Good answer. We're going to have a little bit more on Mr. Charbonnet later in the show. He's definitely one of my big takeaways from yesterday. Let's do question number 2. Let's see. 9 of the playoff teams all had one thing in common, Brock.
Yep.
What was it?
Yeah, the top 10 in rush defense, 9 of them. 9 of the top 10 in rush defense are playing this upcoming weekend. We can talk about Baltimore's defense this season, right? And maybe early on it was like, what a sieve. And wow, did they ever miss Mike Macdonald? You look up at the end of the year, you know how many rushing yards a game they allowed? 80.1 yards a game. Why you win 13 games, why you win the AFC North yet again. Right behind them is Minnesota at 88, Detroit at 97, Kansas City, Pittsburgh, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, Denver at 100 yards a game. Miami, the only outlier, and they were right there playing on the final weekend to get a spot, Philadelphia at 104. That ability to still stop the run. What every D coordinator says in every production meeting in college and the NFL, what are some of your priorities? I got to stop the run first. Make him throw it, good things happen. We can earn the right to rush the passer. And yes, Baltimore gave up passing yards, but number 1 with a bullet by quite a bit over everybody else in the league. They still stopped the run at the point of the attack. Where were the Seahawks this year? A lot better than last year. Coming off of the 2023 season, Salk, once again, 2022, 2023, what sabotaged, what destroyed it? Why was there not enough momentum to keep Pete and staff around? Because you couldn't fix your mistakes. And say about a young quarterback, don't be a mistake repeater. You know, when you look at the NFL, don't be a mistake repeater, Gerard Mayo. You better fix these things over the course of the season. Pete and Clint hurt, you better stop the run. After 2022, where you were dead last in the league in yards per carry and near the bottom in total rush yards, you weren't much better in 2023. I think you were 30th. This year, you ended up 16th in the league. You cut that in half. And over the second half of the season, you were a whole lot closer to these top 5 teams. So that was a big, big step forward in 2024.
Give you one more. You know what 8 of the playoff teams had in common?
What's that?
Top 10 in paying coaches. Only
Top
2
10
of the
in
top
paying?
10. Yep, 2 of the top 10 highest paid head coaches didn't make the playoffs. It was Kyle Shanahan, who was like 6 or 4, something like that, and Mike Macdonald, who was number 10. That was it. Every other top 10 paid head coach ended up making the playoffs this year. So obviously that's something
those
correlates
veterans
as well.
Did pretty good. Sean Payton and Jim Harbaugh can open the door for, I think, some more veterans in this cycle finding homes yet again.
I think you may see Mike Vrabel in New England, that's for sure. Question number 3. Speaking of coaches, will we see any coaching changes for the Seahawks today or this week?
Well, one of my buddies down there in Birmingham, one of the more connected radio shows down there, put out a little video, I believe, on Friday saying there is a lot of momentum for Mr. Grubb to head back to Tuscaloosa. And felt like it was going to be a thing and kind of reached out to him. And, yeah, he was hearing from his birdies down there in Birmingham, and he kind of asked me, and I said, well, good luck on that one in Seattle, because you will get nothing out of that airtight organization until either Schefter or Glazer let the world be known. Because leaks and rumors and those things just do not come out of that building you're sitting in. Salt, man, it is a button-up organization and has been in that way for a lot of years. So there was some significant smoke out of Alabama, some of their people at least talking. I think that will be worth keeping an eye on. I think that would be the one. I don't know if Dirty's going to get some interviews for head coaching jobs. Do not know about that. I don't think Ryan Grubb's going to get interviews for head coaching jobs. But remember, when he was in Seattle, he was one of the top 5 paid assistants in all of college football. That was at the University of Washington. He was making $2 million a year as a coordinator. I think that was second or third most of any coordinator in all of college football at the University of Washington. If Alabama wants somebody and Alabama's boosters want somebody, $2 million, $2.5 million, the highest paid assistant in all of college football, I think those things can be on the table. So that will be something to be worth watching, I think, over the days ahead.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. Couple of texts that I thought I would respond to. One says, Salk, I think I saw more Jack O'Callahan than Crosby and McCarthy. Great call. Jack O'Callahan, especially the actor who played him in Miracle.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay, let me look up old Jack O'Callahan.
Well, you got to look up the guy who played him in the movie more than the actual guy.
Oh, is that what you want? Okay.
Yeah, the kid who played him in the movie, right? Where the guy who's yelling at him, "I want a hockey player."
Uh-huh.
You remember him.
Well, no, I'm a hockey player was Rob McClanahan, not O'Callahan.
Oh, you're right. That was McClanahan. Yeah,
O'Callahan says, why'd you play college hockey, right?
It's really hard to keep those guys straight.
Yeah, because O'Callahan, I'm looking at a miracle. I don't see it. So who do I need to look up, Lyle? What was the guy's name?
McClanahan?
McClanahan.
No, I think you're talking about O'Callahan, right?
That's what I think, with the long hair.
Yeah, you just got the one line a little off.
Oh, yeah. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, definitely with like the smile. Yeah, I could see some of that.
Definitely looked a little bit like him. The hair,
guy.
the whole thing.
Good looking guy.
The other text said, I don't think I'm ready for an off season of Salk for thinking that he's smarter than everybody else in this quarterback thing.
Yeah.
And I'll answer that question now.
I'm not ready either.
I don't think I'm smarter than everybody else. I do think I might be more open-minded than other people. I'm not smarter than anybody else. I enjoy this. I don't think I'm smarter than anybody else doing this job or looking at these things. I do think that I'm more open-minded to ideas of change than other people are. I am less stuck on what you're doing now and generally more willing to take on risk in order to get to the top.
And generally, Mike, so was John Schneider, man, is a risk taker over a lot of years, right? And you could point back to Russell Wilson just some years ago, right? That everybody said, you can't do it, you won't do it, you don't ever move on from a franchise, you don't ever, right? And obviously, there was some stuff off the field that played a significant role.
And I don't think that's happening here. So, I mean, what do I think is going to happen? I think Geno Smith is going to be back next year for $37 million. That's what I think is going to happen. But I think that the conversation should absolutely be open, and I hope people in this building are open to other ideas if they come along, because the goal is to win a Super Bowl as quickly as possible, and sometimes you got to take risks in order to get there. All right, on Friday, Brock, we talked about what we could learn in the season finale yesterday. I think we did learn a few things, and we'll discuss them next.
This is Seattle Sports.
Low throw, hits the ground. The Seahawks are going to win this game.
Everybody on this team wanted to play for each other. They wanted to go out there and they wanted to win.
It wasn't just any old hook and ladder. It was a throw to JSN, who then threw from midfield all the way to Charbonnet.
There's so many lessons learned from the season, and we're going to grow from this. I really believe this is the beginning of something really special.
Back shoulder throw. Ball is caught. Bobo. Touchdown, Seahawks.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. Yeah, the end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. Justin believes everything about doing the right thing begins and ends with Lee Johnson's company culture. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681. Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. For your best shot at a new roof, trust Techline. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Trust the team I trust. Trust Techline Roofing.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together.
jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back, I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Allshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
We are
Subaru of Puyallup.
We're stress-free.
Stress-free. Estamos libre de estrés.
We're almost 100 employees strong. We make sure the sales process is smooth.
We have video car walkthroughs.
We have stress-free pricing.
We value our customers and we value their experience.
We're like a family here.
We love our community
And support local charities. We are
Subaru
of Puyallup, your
stress-free
dealership.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Your favorite Seattle sports show is available anywhere you go through the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Full shows and interviews, exclusive video and articles from the home of the Seahawks and Mariners. This is Seattle Sports.
Low throw, hits the ground, incomplete. The Seahawks are going to win this game.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Seahawks.
Get the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of management.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, we roll along here. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710. Mike Macdonald will join us for our final day after game interview at 9:30 this morning. We'll look forward to that. Need to Know's got some cool stuff. We've got some Mariner conversation in there as well. We'll do that in 15 minutes. On Friday, Brock, I was wondering what we could learn in the season finale. A lot of today's conversation has been pretty big picture about the season, where they're going, but also, look, they did play a game yesterday, and as I said, I think it's a meaningful win for them. If they had lost a game where the Rams weren't playing their starters, I think that would have been a really brutal loss. I really think you don't want to lose a game like that. Would it have been more meaningful if the Rams had something to play for and Stafford and everybody else was playing? Yes, of course. But I think making sure you didn't lose to that group was important yesterday. And I give them some credit, and they played hard, and all of that to me is real positive on Mike Macdonald, who I think has this team, has them, has command, and has built a new culture that seems to be working in the right direction. Huge props. What could we learn in that game yesterday? First one on my list was Ryan Grubb. I wanted to put him on the top of the list. I wasn't sure if there was anything really left to learn in that one final game. And as you said, maybe he's got a foot out the door on his way to Alabama. But 30 points, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
And doing that without Abe Lucas at right tackle, a little bonus. I don't know if it was enough, but it sure seemed like a much better plan than we've seen.
Yeah, again, this is I hate to be that guy that's like, oh, I like this plan when they win, and I hate this plan when they lose. But it just feels like in these games where they have had just some tremendous balance, the Arizona games and coming back in the San Francisco game, and kudos to them once again. Like, what can you accomplish or do? Well, you go 4-2 in the division and 7-1 on the road. I mean, 7-1 on the road in the NFL is a very real deal. No matter who you're playing, right? You could be playing all of the 3-win teams, which was not the case, right? They went on the road to Atlanta, they went on the road to Arizona, they went on the road to LA Rams, they went on the road, and you could pile a 7-1 record. And when you had that rematch versus that team you lost, you beat them the second time around. And I thought the plan yesterday, man, that I love play action.
Mm-hmm.
You know that I love getting under center. Did you see the flip 9? Did you see the toss sweep out of the I formation? Did you see a dead sprint out by Geno? Like, you move the pocket a little bit, and you just were not a sitting duck. You were initiating a bunch of that action. And, oh, by the way, they were playing a lot of their defensive starters, not all of them, but certainly a bunch of them on third downs and in different situations. And yeah, that was a balanced, well-oiled machine. Geno's most efficient and best rating of the season with 4 touchdowns and no picks.
Yeah, pretty good.
And spraying it all over the place again.
I was hoping yesterday that maybe we get to see what that defense looked like against McVay now that, they had the right linebackers and the right safety and sort of had the control of the system. But it's really hard to say without Stafford how much we were really learning. Unfortunately, they didn't look a whole lot better against the backups. They really struggled defensively yesterday.
Yeah, you lose your second corner, and it shows you. Oof, man. I think you could absorb a loss on your D-line. I think you could absorb – you did. Byron Murphy was kind of questionable with the back. He was active, but ultimately couldn't really crank it up and get it going. I think you could survive maybe, if Knight or Cool Hand Luke went down, Ernest went down. I think you got some depth there. You lose Woolen, and then Trey Brown, after getting beat on 3 consecutive plays, is out of the game with another injury. You see the difference really quickly of Nehemiah Pritchett. Like, bro, you got one job, right? They're running the clock down, right? You didn't take a timeout there at the end of the first half, try to get the ball back. You kind of played chicken with the Rams. They were pretty content to just run the thing down. What's your job? Stay over the top. What's the only thing you cannot do is get beat on a go route. And you get beat on a go route?
Yeah, it's not good.
And you get beat on a double move. And now we got to put Artie Burns outside, bless his heart, who's been beat up and banged up and got a game ball for his efforts late in the game, as they've got to put him outside there.
Good for Artie.
But yeah, I mean, you talk about the Rams playing backups. You were playing backups to backups to backups there at the corner position, and that was really detrimental.
But, again, teams have to go to backups often. It's one thing when you're doing it because of injury. It's another when you're doing it because you're not interested in playing.
Jimmy G, by the way, pretty good. Jimmy G knew that offense inside and out.
God, he made 3 or 4 just horrendous throws.
He did. He had a couple check downs and things that got away from him.
He had a couple throws he makes a couple throws, they win the game.
Yeah, but you kind of pressured him and you sped him up and you moved him around enough. But by and large, for a backup who hadn't played 1 snap all year,
funny, I did
compare
not see
that
that
to
the
Sam
same
Howell.
as you.
Compare that and contrast that to Sam
Well,
Howell.
sure,
when he came in the
okay,
game.
but I don't know that you and I saw that the same. I thought he had some pretty brutal plays in that game. Third one, saying goodbye to Tyler Lockett, and I assume that's what we're going to be doing. I think it's sad that came on the road. Great person, great player, Seattle legend in the community, on the field, what he did, what he accomplished, tremendous. 2 catches, 20 yards. He spoke after the game about what was going on and kind of where he was at and the possibility of maybe coming back on some sort of a cheaper deal. Here he is, cut 11, discussing his future.
That's an agent question. I think it's going to be a lot of conversations, and I don't really know what's going to be said or what's going to, it's easy to say that we want you back, but I mean, you still got to be able to have those conversations and figure out, what's going to work, what's not going to work, what's the role going to be, all that different type of stuff. All I can really do is enjoy the fact that I'm about to have a girl and, learn how to take care of her and 2 dogs. And from there, I'll just let my agent kind of talk to them and kind of see what it is that they want to do.
Yeah, when Burt Cold is sitting in the second row of that press conference, I don't want to say de facto owner by no means. Jody Allen is the owner, but he is right there in that contingent and kind of a right-hand man for her. When he's in that press conference for Tyler, that's a pretty good indicator that this is more than likely the end. Now, is there no market for Tyler Lockett? You know, does he then have to decide, like, do I want to keep doing this thing and keep putting my body in play here for a really small deal when he's made a lot of money for a decade? Those will be questions down the road, and we'll see what the market will be willing to tell him. But, yeah, I think the odds kind of tell you, and the way this has worked in Seattle with a lot of their former great players that kind of reached this stage of it, it's probably more than likely that final game for Tyler.
This fourth one will come up in takeaways also, but my last question on Friday was, you know, what does the running back of the future look like? What does that position look like heading into next year, and what can the combination of Charbonnet and McIntosh do against a Rams defense that's obviously frustrated them before? And I come away with the same feeling I've had really since before this year started. First of all, I would not invest 1 cent in the running back position this offseason. Right? You do not need to go outside the organization for any more running backs.
Oof, there's a
I think you got the guys.
Rounder. Yeah, if there's a 4th or 5th rounder in this draft class.
Man, I think you got the guys. It's just a matter of in what order you're putting them in. In my view, Zach Charbonnet and Kenny McIntosh, a perfectly fine running back combo. And if you put the right offensive line in front of them, I think both those guys can be successful.
Yeah, man, Charbonnet runs hard.
Ooh.
Gosh, he runs so hard. And so did Kenny McIntosh. Kudos to him. Coughed the ball up. Was fortunate that there was an offsides penalty there. But, yeah, you really didn't miss K9 this season like you did in the past. Right? When he went out in the past, last couple years, there was a pretty steep delta. Charbonnet just being a young guy and he being beat up himself played a role in that last year. But no delta. No delta this year. When he went down, the other guys stepped up and then some.
In fact, you might argue there was a delta in the other direction, and we'll dig into that a little bit more at 8:30 in takeaways. But, yeah, a good win for the Seahawks yesterday, and I'm glad they won it. Again, losing it, I think, would have been problematic. If they'd lost that game and we're coming in here today being like, sheesh, Rams backups beat you when you're giving it your all and they're not, that would have been a really lousy feeling. Today, it's a good thing. And Mike Macdonald gets the 10 wins, and as I think we've talked about quite a bit, really solidifying his grasp on being the head coach of this team now and moving forward. Take a quick break. Come back with everything you need to know. We got takeaways coming up. We got Mike Macdonald as well. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! DK Metcalf!
It's hard to get 10 wins just in the NFL in general. The fact that we was able to get it on his first year, I think that's incredible.
Throw far side is intercepted. Far side of the field. Turning upfield is Julian Love.
Proud of the guys. Proud of everybody. The way they fought. Proud of our coaching staff.
Throw to the middle. Ball is caught, upended. Fant, is he into the end zone? He is. Touchdown, Seahawks.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
All right, hey, it's Mike Salk here. I want to give you homeowners a little bit of advice or some help, I guess I would say. Save a little money and get your roof replaced right now during what is generally a slower season. Riverside Roofing is open. They're available. They're working quickly to take advantage of whatever dry days we have to get your roof replaced real fast. All the storms that we've had, they do damage to homes. So if you've got a leak or you've noticed some shingles that have blown off, save a little money and replace your roof right now. And use the roofing company you can trust. That's Riverside Roofing, constantly evolving to provide value for their customers. First, GAF Master Elite certification. That's how they can offer the best warranty on the market. Then, implementing the catch-all system, which assures your yard is clear of any harmful debris like nails or shingles. And now, RiversideRoofingLLC.com has Quick Quote, which is offering a roof replacement cost in just 60 seconds online. Go to RiversideRoofingLLC.com, constantly improving, never satisfied. They are the roofing company you can trust.
Do we really need to know what a plumber does? Or can we focus on the fact that at O'Neill Plumbing, we're a fourth-generation plumbing company with over 100 years of service. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers, all rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Cressy Garage Doors. If you're in the market for new garage doors, Cressy Door has been offering quality service since 1952. Best selection, best price. Cressy Door.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage? Changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Seattle Sports.
Now he throws to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Seahawks. DK Metcalf.
The home of the Seahawks.
Start the year fresh with Washington Energy's New Year, New Home Sales event. Upgrade and save 15% on energy-efficient Bryant heating systems for your home. Keep cozy and safe this winter storm season with 15% off Honeywell whole home generators. Prepare for spring with 15% off beautiful Anderson windows and reliable Simonton doors. All on sale now for a limited time. It's the New Year, New Home Sales event with Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Dave Wyman with an important message for those recently diagnosed with prostate cancer. Several treatment options are available, and gaining an understanding of each of them can help you make an informed treatment decision. When searching for the most advanced treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. CyberKnife is a non-surgical treatment utilizing a robotic radiosurgery system to deliver radiation beams with sub-millimeter accuracy. The targeted radiation adjusts robotically in real time to tumor and patient movement. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Storms can be overwhelming, but you're not alone. We're here 24/7 to secure your home and give you peace of mind. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. From your roof to your siding, windows, and deck, we'll handle it with care and get your home back to better, quickly and safely. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. We're here for you when it matters most. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, obviously the first thing is that the Seahawks found a way to win yesterday and get to 10 wins on the season. That was their goal. Mike Macdonald had talked about it, and really their offense had a lot to do with it. They score 30 points. They run for 126 yards. Impressive. Geno Smith with 4 touchdowns. That was obviously a big deal as well. And so a nice win for the Seahawks. Mike Macdonald pleased with the way it came together.
We talked about throughout the week that our goals changed, coming out of the weekend, and I thought our guys did a tremendous job of staying focused on what our new goal was, finishing the year the right way, and it was a great team win. I mean, it wasn't necessarily pretty, but I'll tell you what, we fought through some injuries and some guys that we didn't necessarily plan on playing a big role. I mean, we can rattle those guys off, but guys stepping in and playing good football for us and ultimately winning the game, guys like Artie Burns and Kenny McIntosh, Mike Jarrell at right tackle. I mean, there's a lot of guys in there that stepped up and did a great job for us. So
They did. I thought Jarrell started a little bit slow, was way overwhelmed. I thought they gave him a little bit of help. Both adjustments in game, Salk, were positive. And then, as I said to you earlier, I love the plan. 24 rushes, 126 yards, over 5 yards a carry, great balance. You ran it nearly as much as you threw it. You were 6 of 11 on third down because you had some favorable third down situations where you weren't looking at 3rd and 7, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 12, obvious situations. Nice movement, nice play action, nice screen game, everybody getting involved. And, yeah, man, Geno was really sharp. 4 touchdowns, no picks, goes a long way in helping his overall season stat line, too.
Well, and he was happy with the way the season turned out. In fact, he says things are going in the right direction, whether he's going to be here or not.
I'm telling you, man, this team is heading in the right direction, man. This team is on its way, and that's with or without me. These guys in this locker room, these coaches, this organization, outstanding organization. And I believe in it. I believe the best of the best is going to happen for this team. And, I just want to continue to fight with these guys.
With or without me?
Yeah, I don't know that I read that much into that. Did you?
I can't live with or without me. Is that how it goes?
Did you find that to be an important thing he said?
You don't even react? I get nothing?
Well, your singing is horrendous. But what did you think that was important?
I thought it was the start of the negotiation. Yeah, I think that was the very first little foray into a little off-season negotiation. I don't think it was like just a huge shot or any flaming arrow. But to say that in the press conference at the end of the year is just a little reminder, like, yep, we talked about this before the season, and we're going to have to do something because that final year of my deal is there. I've earned the right, I think, over 3 seasons here and winning a whole bunch of games and playing at a pretty high level to rethink and reimagine what that contract looks like.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Playoff matchups.
Can you imagine if I could sing? Could you imagine how problematic
you'd just be a triple threat? Yeah,
huh?
You'd be a triple threat.
Wow, that'd be a bad deal. It'd be a really, really bad deal. I think it's kind of a thorn in my side, like the Apostle Paul had his thorn.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think my inability to smell, my inability to see, my inability to sing.
Yeah, thank God. Otherwise, you would just be too powerful. You'd be too powerful a force for the rest of us to deal with.
I'd just be a pompous, arrogant sucker, I'll tell you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what it would take. Playoff matchups are set. Rams go to Minnesota. Hosting Minnesota. The Vikings, we're not on the same level as the Lions last night. Physically, it just really wasn't all that close. Green Bay goes to Philly. Washington will be favored, I think, in Tampa Bay. And that is your NFC. Brock, what do you think? Anybody going to beat Detroit?
Well, let me take a look at some of these odds. Actually, the Chargers are underdogs. Are you looking at the NFC side first?
I was just looking at the NFC to start.
NFC side first. So the Buccaneers are 3-point favorites in that one. So the Buccaneers are favored. Philly's a 5.5-point favorite. Minnesota's a 2-point favorite going out on the road. So, yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. Minnesota goes 14-2, and it just feels like all the air went out of the balloon last night. Like Sam Darnold plays like that, LA can absolutely beat him. They beat him earlier this year when Sam Darnold was in a little bit more rhythm. Just shows you what we say all the time. This is a week-to-week league. It is in week 1, 8, week 17, and certainly now as we push into wild card weekend.
So I'll ask you again, anybody going to beat Detroit?
In that building, going to be hard to imagine, especially as they get healthier over the next few weeks as well.
In the AFC, Broncos destroy the Chiefs because they didn't play any of their starters, so they get the 7th seed. They'll face the Bills. Pittsburgh to Baltimore in a division showdown. It's always fun when those two teams play, but man, Baltimore's playing a lot better than they are.
4 in a row, too.
And then you got the Chargers at Houston. They'll be favorites because Houston's limping in, not too impressive.
Yep.
Can anybody beat the Chiefs?
Yeah, I think the Chiefs are more vulnerable this year than the Lions are in their building at home, which is crazy to say, is the Chiefs look to three-peat and do something never done before, and the Lions have the Lions ever been to a Super Bowl? I don't think the Lions have ever been to a Super Bowl, but
nope.
Yeah, that Detroit is some kind of fierce physical animal that just puts a beat down on you, even on a 14-2 team.
Buffalo or Baltimore? Who gets the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I think Baltimore is more than equipped. Zay Flowers' injury is a big deal. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But the way Lamar is playing, the way they're stopping the run, the way that you're just kind of waiting for them to finally get over the hump and take this step, I could see Baltimore doing it this season.
Real quick, couple of coaching changes. Patriots fired Gerard Mayo, and Doug Peterson is out in Jacksonville.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, the options are drying up for the Mariners. Orioles signed Charlie Morton, so that could take them off the list of contending
What was
teams.
that, about $15 million too, I saw? 1 year,
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't
$15
huge money, but it was, 1 year deal. And, if your hope was to leverage them into needing to trade something important for Luis Castillo, I think they showed you don't have that kind of leverage. Sounds like, well, not just sounds like, Korean second baseman Haesung Kim ends up going to the Dodgers. So there's another road the Mariners tried to go down that turned out to be a dead end. Ultimately, cut 7, John Morosi, with what is, I think, a very depressing thought that he gave to Wyman and Bob on Friday.
We're now rapidly, with only 1 month to go before spring training starts, we're almost entering that time where the Mariners might just say, we're going to see what we have internally, unless and this is their best case scenario perhaps, unless the market for someone like a Santander or an Alonso comes down to the point that they can actually afford them. But I really believe that for that to happen, they're going to have to find a way to move Castillo's money to then be able to afford the free agent bat that they want.
Yeah. Right? That's from Mr. Happy, John Morosi. That's not what you want to hear. There were some rumors over the weekend they could be interested in Gavin Lux, which is intriguing, and Yoan Moncada, who is not. Kraken lose 4-2 to Edmonton on Saturday. Yanni Gourde, Joey Decord both go to IR. There'll be a climate pledge tonight against the Devils. And I had an awesome time at Climate Pledge yesterday watching the Pro Women's Hockey League take over there as the Boston Fleet beat the Montreal Victoire in a shootout. Brock, 12,000 fans in attendance.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Really good environment. Lots of teams like Cecily's that were there together and cheering and all that stuff. It was a really cool scene over there, and it sounds like there's a good chance Seattle ends up getting a franchise in that league.
Very cool.
So, there you go. That's everything you need to know.
Hey, Lyle, question for you. Your podcast with TJ is the marine layer. Is with the Mariners offseason, what is the marine layer? Is it like heavy, like loaded in, like nothing's lightening up? Or is the marine layer dissipated and all of a sudden there's just, clear skies and nothing happening? Where is the marine layer when it comes to the Mariners offseason?
I think there's a lot of cloudy skies, I got to be honest. How can it not be at this point?
Yeah, kind of a milk bowl, huh? You're using your tools on your radar on the boat because it is a milky, heavy, cloudy marine layer, and yet, Salk, there are still a bunch of names out there.
There's some names.
It doesn't feel like the NFL free agency where the first wave goes and you're like, oh, well, there's no impact. There's a lot of impactful names. There are some impactful bullpen arms, by the way, as well. That is an area that this team, I think, could also strongly consider. Some of the very best relievers are still out there. That lefty that was in Miami that went to San Diego, 10 or something. I like that dude. Is
Scott,
just,
yeah,
I like him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you got to make some sort of impact at some point, right?
Brock, if the season starts today, which it doesn't,
right?
Your infield is Tyler Locklear and Luke Raley splitting time at first.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Moore, I guess, at third full-time. J.P. Crawford at short. And
Bliss.
Rivas and Bliss at second.
Okay, push. Here we go.
I don't really know what to say about that, other than let's do some Seahawks takeaways next.
The Mike Macdonald Show. The first word from the Seahawks head coach this morning at 9:30.
Gino played really well. He played smart. He's got a really great command about what we're trying to do on offense on a play-in, play-out basis, and we got a lot of trust in him. And he's just playing at a high level right now. So we're excited about him, and he's leading the charge for the rest of the team of the urgency that we need going into this week and finishing out the season.
Hear exclusive reaction to yesterday's game only on Seattle Sports. It's the Mike Macdonald Show coming up at 9:30.
Well, it's a new year, and if you're a little bit like me, maybe you got a legal pad, maybe you got a fine point Sharpie, you write down your things to do. I got a bunch of them, and if one of the things on your list to do is to figure out your insurance because you've watched your premiums just explode and you don't even know what is covered, it is time for you to write down on that legal pad First Mark Insurance Challenge. Exactly what Molly and I did some years ago. We took the challenge, and boy, am I glad we did. It has saved us a ton on our premiums the last couple years. Here's how they go to work for you. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. And then, well, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they work with to find you the best fit. That is it. No stress, no confusion. They're your teammate. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families, including mine, successfully manage the complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a day longer in the new year. Take the First Mark Challenge. Did I mention it's totally free? And you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there for you. Firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark, your teammate that goes to work for you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. I'm proud to let you know that nationwide, our clinics have a 4.7 out of 5-star rating on Google. This tells you that our patients are really seeing results. Here's what some of them are saying. The results are close to phenomenal. On top of that, the staff and the scheduling are top-notch, and my technician is a consummate professional. Another patient said, I called numerous clinics, and West Coast was by far the best. The other places wouldn't give me any information over the phone, but West Coast answered all of my questions. My wife and I were skeptical, but we've already noticed the difference. This was a game changer for us. West Coast Men's Health has helped thousands of men reverse their ED using acoustic wave therapy. No pills or shots necessary. Give us a call today so we can help you too.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
This is Seattle Sports.
It wasn't just any old hook and ladder. It was a throw to JSN, who then threw all the way to Charbonnet.
The home of the Seahawks.
Do you leave your car running unoccupied to warm up or stay warm during the winter? Don't do it. Car thieves call those steamers. They're watching for you and they'll steal your car before you know it. Every winter, Washington sees an uptick in auto theft, and a major reason is steamers. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. Don't get caught with your car running. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority. Spring is here, and now is a great time to visit the incredible new showroom at Toyota of Kirkland. Right now, Toyota of Kirkland has over 400 new Toyotas in stock and on the way, including Camrys, RAV4s, Tacomas, Highlanders, 4Runners, and Tundras. Test drive one today and drive it home immediately. Let the team at Toyota of Kirkland take the hassle out of the car buying experience. Toyota of Kirkland will exceed your expectations in every way. Visit them today or shop online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
When searching for the most advanced prostate cancer treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a fifth-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law. Battle-tested.
Eddie's! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Mike Macdonald joins us an hour from now for our final conversation of this season. That's been fun, by the way. I've been enjoying getting to know Mike Macdonald. It's been very, very different from our experiences the last decade or so, talking to Pete Carroll. Obviously, totally different personality, different kind of conversation, but I've enjoyed getting to know him over the course of this season.
Yeah, it is interesting just watching him post-game yesterday in the locker room, handing out balls, listening to his final kind of post-game presser. He'll sit with us today. He'll meet with the big press for the final time tomorrow, and then we know how it works. They're going to button up things really tight around there, and they're going to have a lot of different decisions to make before they go, about the rest of their business, scouting and developing and free agent and everything else. But it feels like he's, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he's enjoyed the challenge that comes with all of this. Right? It's not just the X's and O's. It's not just putting plans together. It's not just calling plays. It's how you do interact with the media and your fans. Yeah, I think over the course of the year, I think he has enjoyed the challenge of it. I had a coach like that, by the way. Jim Lambright was a little bit like that in college. He was such a long tenured defensive coordinator for decades, Salk, and then got thrown into the head coaching, and now I got to present to the team every day in team meetings and to the press, and there were even a speech pattern that was a little bit challenging, and he went to work on it, and he went and fixed it and spent an off season doing that because he knew, like, that presentation matters. How you handle the press matters. Like, you're the face of it. And you have these press conferences and you have these radio shows, and that's kind of your conduit to your fan base and everybody else. And, yeah, I think he's tackled the challenge from the very beginning to the end of it.
I would agree with that.
Even in a self-deprecating way, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, boy, here we go. Here's the way, my linear mind works, or, that's not great radio, or, even in that way, like, yeah, attacking
some of that humor started to come out, and it's been cool. I'm looking forward to it. We'll do that one more time here at 9:30. And for the final time this year, here are Seahawks takeaways.
Takeaways.
Now, that's not to say there won't be any takeaways. Often there are playoff takeaways on Mondays moving forward.
Yeah,
so I don't want to say there's no takeaways.
Bonus playoff takeaways.
But these are the last Seahawks takeaways.
Yes. Well, the final Seahawk takeaway to start it out for me here is Geno was really good yesterday. And, it's kind of, I'm sure Brady Henderson, well, he was at the game doing his work, so he wasn't probably listening to the broadcast. But if you watched the NBC game, even they commented on all of Geno's incentives. They were not incentives. He didn't make $6 million into his bank account. They were escalators. Journalistic integrity. Know the difference between an incentive and an escalator.
It wasn't just on the broadcast. I saw it on the Fox and post-game show.
The Fox post-game, the NBC game last night at halftime. No, they all just, big difference between that money being wired in today and that being a part of escalating your contract for next year if you're under the same contract. So very big difference regardless. To go out and get a 10th win, regardless, to complete the season with over 70% passing, regardless, to be in the top 5 in passing yards, and most importantly, yesterday, to not really have a turnover-worthy play the entire 60 snaps. No, the sprint out to Tyler, come back to the ball. That one was close on the third down. That one was as much on Tyler as it was anything else. You got to come back to the football and not allow that DB to collision the football there. So that one, when he let go of it, I thought, ugh. But then watching it multiple times, like, nope, you got to come back to the football on that third down. And outside of that, I don't think there was a turnover-worthy play. And there were 4 touchdowns, and there was tremendous accuracy. and even, gritting out whatever happened at the end of the game with his back or hip or whatever to finish it out.
Well, the most
Pretty cool
impressive
deal for
part I
Geno.
thought yesterday for Geno was he was good in the red zone. I mean, that's been the biggest conversation and question over the course of this season is, can he perform in the red zone? And he did. He was really good in the red zone. Didn't have a turnover-worthy play in the red zone. I don't know whether that was Locke's fault. Whoa,
Lyle.
But regardless, it's hard to disagree. Geno had himself a pretty darn good game yesterday to finish things up.
Bush.
Takeaways.
You awake back there, Lyle? What's going on?
Lyle, you all right? Mariner news happened? What happened?
That was me. Sorry.
What? I wasn't going to say anything because I know it's just a default to blame me for those type of things. But
Well, you are
yeah,
the board
Morris said it.
operator. I think that's a fairly safe thing to do.
Yeah, you need to make sure Morris' computer's off, Lyle. That's on you, Lyle. Don't point his finger, bro. Be a thumb guy.
Lyle's working hard. We're good.
Second takeaway.
Brock, you started by throwing around some credit. I will as well. You know who the best player on the field was for either team yesterday? Julian Love. That's the best game I think I've ever seen him play.
He was good.
He was remarkable. I don't know if he was just energized, feeling snubbed from the Pro Bowl, whatever, but he was everywhere. He had the pick. He had big hits. He had a couple of pass breakups. Look, I don't know what the safety situation looks like next year. Jenkins is going to be, I think, a question mark. He didn't have a very good day yesterday again. Kobe Bryant has stepped into the role and played pretty well at free safety this year. I would assume he'll
Next
be back.
level numbers, by the way, for Kobe.
Good.
Off the charts.
Yeah, I believe it. He's played pretty well at that position. But I got to imagine Julian Love is definitely back. He sure looks like a big part of what
They
this team
resigned
is.
him, right? Before this offseason, they figured
But
that
that
one out
doesn't
pretty
always
quickly.
mean anything, right?
Well, no, but you got a 3-year deal before this season or whatever it was, extension. Like, that was a priority. That was Mike Macdonald looking at the tape, sitting down with Julian Love and through the OTA. Yep, this is going to be my kind of guy right here.
He really
sees
played well
the
yesterday.
game. Yes, he processes the game. He was all over the ball yesterday. He was physical. Felt like this season took maybe a physical step from last year. He was a Pro Bowler last year. He found his way in there. I think he's going to find his way, hopefully, as an alternate into it this season again. I felt like the physical element, the tackling was so
especially considering, wasn't he one of those guys that started as a corner and then moved to
did.
safety?
He did.
Man, I watch him play. I don't see that at all. I see a guy who really has developed into a pretty good, strong safety.
Takeaways.
Well, I hit on this in our 7:30 conversation, but just to kind of take it a little step further here. Your 2024 Seahawks draft class: Byron Murphy, Christian Haynes, Tyrese Knight, A.J. Barner, Nehemiah Pritchett, Satoa Lamea, D.J. James, didn't make it, Mike Jarrell. To get starts and contributions from just about everybody on that list, and then to see, like, hey, man, it can't just be your first and second round pick. Right? Just it can't be. Like the great teams in this league, I think if you go through these rosters of a lot of these playoff teams, Salk, and you look at, where they found great value, it wasn't just their first and second rounders. When you can stretch into the 4th, 5th, 6th, even to the 7th round and find contributions at that pay grade, your return on investment is enormous. And we saw it the first time around. Really, I mean, if you want to go back in the Wayback Machine 15, 16 years ago, it was Richard, it was Cam, it was KJ, it was those difference makers in the 4th and the 5th round, that made an impact. Tyrese Knight ending this year as your 4th leading tackler after not starting this season. 87 tackles, bunch of tackles for loss, a sack. He just looks the part, man. There was no part in the second half of this season when he was in there where you're like, whoa, this dude's overwhelmed. And if anything, that stopping power and that toughness really came to light. A.J. Barner, 30 receptions, 240 yards, 4 touchdowns. Got his 4th touchdown yesterday. Bobo got his first of the season yesterday. Duke got 4 and just made plays after the catch. It wasn't catch, tackle, go down. It was catch, break that tackle, carry that tackler, yards after catch as he gained confidence over the second half of the season. Yeah, Laumea gets starts. Jarrell gets a couple spot starts out of a guy that, many didn't even have as draft eligible. So, yeah, pretty positive season building on the heels of 23 and 22, where you could say the same thing with Spoon and JSN and Hall and Charbonnet. Tremendous contributions. Olu late, right? Cross and Mafe and K9, Abe Lucas 3rd rounder, Kobe Bryant 4th rounder, Reek Woolen 5th rounder. Starting significant return on investment in those mid to late rounds become a theme here over the last 3 years.
Yeah, that's a really positive view of it. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with it because all the things you just said are true.
But you couldn't say that in 21, 20, 19, 18.
You're absolutely right.
A lot of lean years.
A lot of lean years. But there is a flip side to that one, right? I mean, you recognize you drafted Byron Murphy. Should you have drafted Jared Verse? I think there's a conversation there. I like what Murphy did, but Jared Verse might have been the best defensive player drafted
Different positions,
this past year.
though, unfortunately.
I know, but
when you've got Mafe and Hall.
But you're not supposed to draft for position. You're supposed to draft for player.
Impact.
That's a conversation.
Yep.
Obviously, the third round and what you did with
Christian Haynes.
Christian Haynes, thank you. When you could have gone Dominic Pooney, there's got to be a conversation. And you mentioned guys like Lamea and Gerald and Pritchett. I mean, they played. I don't know whether that was necessarily a plan or the right thing. So, all in all, I think you're right. I'm not trying to just take the negative side of this, but I do think it's a little bit more mixed than maybe just all positive.
Takeaways.
How much does the secondary change next year? I think that'll be a conversation we end up having this offseason, especially at cornerback. We just kind of talked through the safety position, but Reek had a real up and down year. Once again, he gets injured, hurts his shoulder, it looked like, tackling again yesterday, which is something that I worry about continuing into the future.
Did Blake Corum break his forearm on the same play that basically Reek broke his body? I think it was that collision.
Maybe.
I think it was. Honestly, I think that
Corum
collision.
runs hard. There's no doubt.
He runs real hard.
He runs real hard.
And I think he broke his forearm. He's done for the year. I know that happened. I think it was on that same play.
But this, unfortunately, for Reek is just becoming kind of a pattern where when he does put his nose in there, and good for him for doing it, unfortunately, it leads to, injuries. I don't know if he's too slight or whatever the case may be. Trey Brown had a really tough day again yesterday after losing his job earlier this year. Hard to imagine he's going to be back. Josh Jobe, they missed him clearly, but again, kind of just a guy. The rookies, who you just said, they didn't really show a whole lot. Artie Burns, always hurt, and unfortunately for him.
Sorry, Brady.
I mean, you could look at this secondary, and in theory, the only cornerbacks back next year would be Devin Witherspoon and Josh Jobe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Reek will definitely be back. You'll be able to give
unless
him...
unless you trade him.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, that's a possibility. But, just from, again, a late-round pick, so you tender him, it's a very cheap number for a guy that's played and started a lot of games. And you're right, you've always come back at me, maybe rightfully so on that, when I've questioned Reek's ability to stick his nose in there, right, to be physical and to come up and support and play that edge. And you're like, are you sure he can? Because every time he does, it's a shoulder, it's a labrum, it's this time they said ribs. I think his whole body, honestly, just... can't imagine the force of that too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a physical game, and he is not built like a lot of other corners are.
And by the way, Travis Hunter, I know, is he the first pick, the second pick? Travis Hunter is built like Reek. He's 180 pounds, and he is lean, and he has stuck his face in there a lot, and is a very violent player.
But some guys can do it. I mean, some guys are Devin Witherspoon, and when they hit, it works out.
Yep.
Reek just seems to be a guy who, when he tries to hit, ends up absorbing the contact more than dishing it out, and it leads to yet another injury.
What was the word that Mike used with us a week ago or 2 weeks ago on Jobe? Intent or purposeful?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Trey and Nehemiah and those guys just are not. I mean, Pritchett yesterday, holy smokes, that was really, really rough, to the point you can't play. We got to move things around even more on the back end. And Artie, you got to suck it up there, buddy, and you got to try to play outside. And he did. Came up with the stop there at the end, and it's pretty tight coverage. Got a game ball for it. Yep, nearly had a pick as well. So, I think you're going to see. I think that will be a position with a lot of new faces in that room next year.
Takeaways.
What would you grade the special teams on the season?
Funny, that's one of mine here as well. If I'm including the kicker?
Because usually when you ask that question, and when I do on the road, it's usually the first places you go are your specialists. Mm-hmm. Your snapper, your holder, your kicker, and your punter.
Those guys are great.
Those guys got an A.
They got an A.
This year, let's see, Jason Myers was 27 of 31.
He was awesome.
10 of 13 on 50-plus, including a 60-yarder on a cold day. That was So really, he was 10 of 12. Multiple times, he saved Geno's bacon. When Geno took a sack in that range, like instead of it being a 48, it's going to be a 56.
Totally
Time after time after time. Michael Dixon averaged 49.4 yards a punt this season. Yesterday, he flipped the field a couple times. He punted from his 15, and the ball landed on the 15. That's a 70 yards in the air, like just with ease. So he had another one, should have been pinned down at the 1-yard line yesterday. So usually, you snap it well, you hold it well, you kick it well, you punt it well. Yes, your special teams are an A.
But you didn't cover well.
No,
and you didn't return it well.
And you had no return threat. Whew. You got to find a return threat. I mean, and that is, and we'll ask Daniel Jeremiah about it on Wednesday, but I'm going to guess that's a little bit like the interior O-line. If you want to invest, that doesn't take a first-round pick. That doesn't take, $15 million a year. But, you can't just have a placeholder. You can't just be like net negative in the return game. And I'm watching Mike Morris try to cover kicks yesterday. I mean, didn't have to run, but I'm like, really? Is a 295-pound guy trying to shed a block and then move with quick change of direction? Is that a good thing on the return coverage?
It doesn't seem like one.
No. So, yeah, I think overall, because your specialists were so good, I think it was still like a B. But, yeah, the other phases of that special team have got to make more of an impact.
Takeaways.
Well, we brought this up a little bit earlier, and I'll go in a little bit more depth now. The two running backs who played yesterday, I think they fit this team better. And that's not a shot at Ken Walker, who might even be more talented than either of those two guys. But the run game looks better when he is out. Charbonnet averaged more than a half yard more per carry this year, Brock. Yep. McIntosh was better than a yard and a half per carry. I mean, the numbers can be deceiving, I know that, but in this case, the numbers absolutely match up with the eye test. I don't know what this means for next year. As you said, I think they can tender Ken Walker, so it's not like they got to pay him big money next year.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know whether he's gone. And that's not really the point of this conversation. But at the very least, I hope that, like I wanted at the beginning of this year, there's much more of an open competition for that running back spot, because I think Zach Charbonnet was the better back this year.
Yeah, he could be a 1,000-yard back in this league. Charbonnet can.
He sure looked like it.
Yep, he catches it well. He pass protects well. He runs really hard. Right, durability and availability is always the thing, and that's been the big challenge for K9 as well for 3 years.
And Kenny McIntosh looks like a backup running back in this league. That's what second running backs look like.
Yes, they do.
They come in, little change of pace.
I get 5 carries, I'm going to run 100 miles an hour.
Absolutely, and he does it, and he hits the hole hard, and he falls forward, and he sneaks through little spots. Like, I don't know, that looks like a 1-2 punch to me. And as much as Ken Walker's a great player, he doesn't seem to fit with the style. I don't know, maybe they change the offense and all of that stuff changes next year, but just watching the difference between the way they hit the hole looks like night and day.
Well, I would think, like, going into the last couple off seasons, it's been K9's job, right? He's kind of been the bell cow, and Charbonnet is going to spell him. I would think now, going into this off season, no matter where kind of the tender goes or whatever with K9, like that is that is an open competition. If not anything, it might be healthier to put Zach on the number 1 line, and K9, you got to now chase him down, because just the consistency and hitting where you want, that hole to be hit and carrying guys, and Charbonnet he's a monster to deal with.
Takeaways.
Well, we have one of those guys this year, and now that the hay's in the barn, how did it feel? We clamored for impact players at this position for how many years? Envious of so many others around the league. Watching Fletcher Cox eat little Joey Hunt for lunch, right? Watching guys in the middle of defensive lines just decimate you and destroy you. How'd it feel?
Great.
How'd it feel to have one of your own be the most dominant with Vita Vea in different ways? And obviously he gets totally snubbed for the Pro Bowl, which is an absolute joke again. And I think he took it out on the Rams and their poor backup center yesterday. 2 more sacks to get to 11 on the season. More tackles and tackles for loss and impact plays. We had clamored to have a home run hitter, Salk, a 50 home run guy in the middle of our lineup. And Seahawks fans, you got that in Leonard Williams, the big cat, yesterday. He gets a game ball. He's dominant. He's unblockable at times. Took over games. Took over a big second half of this season statistically. Pretty nice.
Brock, if I'm giving out a credit pie for why the Seahawks finished with 10 wins, the number one player on my list would be Leonard Williams.
Ooh, biggest slice of pie.
Yep. Now, that doesn't include coaching staff and everybody else that played a role. But if you're asking me for players, what player contributed the most to this team winning more than they did last year? Leonard Williams would be number one on my list. I was the best player on the team.
Ooh, that's a good question. We may have to. You may have to let me chew on that one overnight. You may have to let that pecan pie just kind of sit and coagulate and get even nicer for tomorrow.
I'll let you think about it, but I feel pretty comfortable in saying that. Like, you wanted a war daddy on the defensive line, you got one, and it mattered. It didn't get them all the way to a Super Bowl, but it absolutely, I think, is a huge part of the reason that this team won 10 games this year. Yeah, Leonard was awesome, man. What a dude.
Stud. And just a great guy. Like, you just see, again, how his teammates respond to him, and you watch those post-game, and you just listen to stuff. Like, they love that dude. Best free agent signing in Seahawk, certainly in this tenure, right, with John and Pete running the show over the last 15, 16 years.
Yep.
Bang for the buck. Everything else, best free agent signing and maybe in this town in a long
and really came to life, obviously, in Mike Macdonald's system. We wondered who that Madubuike figure would end up being, and it turned out to be Leonard Williams, who was awesome.
Takeaways.
We don't have a lot of time, but I got a really, really, really quick takeaway, Brock. More hook and ladder. Now, do you call it a hook and ladder or hook and lateral? I've heard it both ways.
Yeah.
Regardless of what you call it, the world needs more of them. It's the best trick play.
What did I see yesterday, Bo? I saw Bo Nix yesterday, into your eye, and I saw it in a college game as well. Like, oh, that's not a lateral. Because he pitches at 5 yards because of inertia and gravity and speed and where guys catch it. It actually defies your eye in real time. And
Russ was really the first one to show us that, right? When we all wondered, and it turned out on replay that Russ actually had done it right, and everyone was shocked.
Yes.
We need more hook and ladders, Brock. We need more of that play.
That was so awesome.
So Kyle and Howdy used to have a whole theory. I think it was Howdy's theory, but I don't want to short Kyle on this. It might have been both of them together. That was going to be the next evolution of NFL offense. Is that we would see more downfield laterals.
Interesting.
I mean, I doubt it happens because at the end of the day, NFL teams are so concerned with turnovers.
You only get 10 possessions a game. Yep.
But man, it's super tempting because it's so effective.
Yeah, and you see the attention to detail that takes, Salk, and the margin. Like, because in real time, you're like, oh, that's way behind, right? I mean, it looked like he was 3 yards behind.
Yeah.
And then you go back and replay, and like, oof, that was pretty close.
Very close.
It was really close. It was the right call, but it was a millisecond away.
They're fun, though, and they're really hard to defend.
Yes, they are.
Very hard to defend. I'm here for more of that. All right. Those are today's takeaways. Our last Seahawks takeaways of the season, unfortunately, Brock.
It stings.
I know it does. Kind of feels like, this team should be gearing up for a playoff game next week. Hosting one, too. I mean, how would you feel about hosting Minnesota again next week, which is what you'd be doing if the Cardinals had just found a way to finish that game against the Rams?
Mm-hmm. You take it right to the wire. It would go back and forth.
Yeah.
You'd have to figure out some things for Jordan Jefferson and be really curious how significant Josh Job's knee injury would be, and that would be pretty big part of that rematch. But, yeah, I mean, you would go toe-to-toe. You wouldn't be overwhelmed by him by any stretch. Like, that game was one of so many this season that is you looked at, why you're at home and your home record. You were 7-1 out on the road. I don't think you'll ever be 7-1 again out on the road. I mean, that's really, really, that's the best in the franchise's history.
Incredible.
That's even with Super Bowl winning team. So,
well, coming up next, the year was a success. If I'm asked the specific question, yes or no, I would say yes. I'll tell you why next on Brock and Salk.
Coach Macdonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run! 10, 5, Gino! Touchdown! Seahawks!
The This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
How is your job to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then, someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? It seems impossible to find them. Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. For your best shot at a new roof, trust Techline. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Trust the team I trust. Trust Techline Roofing.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings, plus free home delivery with an adjustable base. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily. This is Seattle Sports.
Throw to the middle. Ball is caught, upended. Fant, is he into the end zone? He is. Touchdown, Seahawks.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Seahawks.
Get him freaking out!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour of the Brock and Salk show today. Half of that will be taken up with the interview with Mike Macdonald, which we'll do coming up in 30 minutes as our final sit-down of the year with the head coach. Obviously, a little bit about yesterday's game, but probably more about the season as a whole and maybe looking forward a little bit as well. So that'll come up today at 9:30. He is the number one reason for me, Brock, that this was a successful season. When we did our top 25 most intriguing Seahawks countdown at the beginning of the year, he was number one, right? He was the first time we'd had a non-player at number one, because he was the guy coming in to replace Pete Carroll. And there were a lot of questions about that. Not about his defense. I think we all knew that that would help and that would improve, and obviously it did that. Mm-hmm. But could he change the culture and mold it to his own? And, what would he do with the basketball hoop and some of those other questions that we asked last offseason? And I think the answer to that a year in, he absolutely molded his own culture.
We have a little bit of breaking news
here.
Oh,
we do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
The Seahawks have fired offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb.
Oh.
Per Adam Schefter.
Well, that is big breaking news, and that will change our conversation here for the next few minutes significantly. There it is. I see it. Seahawks fire offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb after one season, according to Adam Schefter. Obviously, that's a conversation we can have with Mike Macdonald when he comes and joins us in 30 minutes. Brock, why?
Yeah. As I said in Blue 88, heard rumblings about this in Birmingham, and don't mess with Birmingham, man. When those football people start to hear some things, it can come to fruition. Why? I think the biggest word that comes to my mind is identity. What are you? What are you? And I think when we look at a lot of these playoff teams, as hard as this league is, Salk, as much turnover as there is in this league at the head coaching position, the coordinating position, and Brady hit on this last week. We're talking about Ben Johnson. You know that Ben Johnson's the longest tenured offensive coordinator in the NFL? He came in with Dan just a couple years ago. And when you're an OC, you either get elevated to a head coaching job or this happens. You get fired. And it happens all over the league. It happened in season in a bunch of different spots this year. It's really hard to do. And if you don't cultivate an identity to hang your hat on, then you run the risk of this happening. So I think identity, number one. I think number two as well, a lifer in the college game dealing with grown professional men is a big step. A bigger step than Mike Macdonald had to take. Mike Macdonald been in this business. He's been on the NFL side. He stepped away for a year and did the college side. But he knows how to relate, how to communicate, personality-wise, how to love and get the most out of these dudes. Ryan Grubb can be a gruff guy. He can be a hard personality. He can be a tough sucker because he is self-made by the bootstraps from the very bottom of the profession all the way up to nearly the very top of it. But, personality-wise, I think at times can be a little bit challenging, and it was a work in progress to work with the guys. I think, personality and relationship-wise, to cultivate those connective tissues too. So I would say that was secondary to the biggest reason why, identity. I can't say after 17 games, what was the identity that Ryan Grubb wanted with his NFL Seahawk offense?
Yeah.
I can't say that. I think it was a mixed bag. And I think he loves to throw the football. And that's probably the subtext to identity. I think he loves to throw the football. Wasn't that always the
conversation and the debate and the fear that we had heading into this season? is can this guy be the type of balanced offensive coordinator that fits with Mike Macdonald's vision of the way a team should be run, and that complementary ball that seems really important to a defensive coach. It always felt like a bit of an awkward fit. It felt like, they had run out of time. There was nobody left really on the board for them to go get, and this is who they end up with. And yeah, it obviously did not work nearly as well as they wanted it to, and he disappears after a year, and that will change. I would think then some of those conversations about the offensive line, about the running backs, and who's the best fit for the style that they're trying to play, I think all of that will now sort of come back up for debate. There was one other part, Brock, that I wanted to ask you about, and I wanted to ask you Friday, but then you weren't in. Brady and I talked about this a little bit. In his last press conference, Grubb was asked about what he'd learned this year.
Yep.
And one of the things he talked about was the difference between attacking scheme and attacking players. Here was what Grubb said last Thursday.
I would say the biggest thing is just understanding some of the things that you got to do to tailor your system to your guys, and which we've always been able to do really well. And so I think continue to grow that process and, be able to attack different defenses and, defensive families the right way. And I think that's been probably as big of a process as anything, is just understanding that part of it, is that, there's different families defensively that show up in the NFL, and schematically where their things come from and how to attack those things. I think, Mike does a great job of talking those things through, attacking scheme and structure, not just people, and certainly if there's people that we can attack, we want to go after them too, but understanding, why are we doing things? And I think offensively, those are some things that we've had some really, really high moments this season, and obviously some low moments with that too. So
a couple of things in there. First of all, what does that say to you? Attacking scheme, not personnel.
Yeah, it's a difference in the NFL and college game. Right. College game, you got a lot of weak species that you can go attack. Right there are going to be just personnel issues and weaknesses on a bunch of teams that you can go exploit. NFL, you don't have much of that. I mean, everybody is pretty darn good at this level. So it becomes much more about the matchup game of attacking that schematic matchup versus in college, you can go attack the people, the personnel, a whole lot more.
Did you read anything? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just think that there was a big learning curve to grow in that way this season for Grubb.
Did you read anything into him saying it was something that Mike preached? It to me, and I don't know what happened. I said this to Brady last week. I am guessing based on the sound, but it was not hard for me to imagine a scenario where at some point Mike went to him and said, hey, man, you can't keep attacking personnel. You've got to attack scheme. You've got to go after the weaknesses because of exactly what you just said. The difference between the good and bad players in the NFL is marginal at best compared to in college when you may be attacking some, nobody that's never going to play another snap again.
Yeah. Yep. And then I think ultimately as well, just that run game, as hard as it is, two things, right? As hard as it is to run the ball in the NFL, number one, and number two, as hard as it is on these offensive lines in this league, right, to try to minimize their mismatches.
Well, there you have it. Breaking news just a few minutes ago, according to Adam Schefter and many others, the Seahawks, according to sources, have parted ways, firing Ryan Grubb as their offensive coordinator. We will talk to Mike Macdonald in 20 minutes. One question I know I want to ask him, what are you looking for in the next offensive coordinator? That's coming up in 20 after everything you need to know next.
This is Seattle Sports.
Low throw, hits the ground. The Seahawks are going to win this game.
Everybody on this team wanted to play for each other. They wanted to go out there and they wanted to win.
It wasn't just any old hook and ladder. It was a throw to JSN, who then threw from midfield all the way to Charbonnet.
There's so many lessons learned from the season, and we're going to grow from this. I really believe this is the beginning of something really special.
Back shoulder throw. Ball is caught. Bobo. Touchdown, Seahawks.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
All right, guys, good time to talk about things that you don't normally think about. I'm talking about your crawl space. I'm talking about your attic. This is the time of year you may have been noticing your utility bill skyrocketing this winter, or maybe your home feels cold and drafty. That could just be because your attic or crawl space aren't properly insulated. Now, that's why Crawl Pros can come out. They'll do a corner-to-corner inspection of the whole area and then tell you what's going wrong. If you need to get something fixed, how about this? Utility companies have special incentives right now to help with that cost. PSE, if you're a PSE customer, Puget Sound Energy, your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. That's huge. Don't wait. Take advantage of these incredible rebates today. Call Crow Pros and learn what's going on back there, and then also learn what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
Well, that seems to be a genetic thing. All the men on my dad's side of the family have bad backs. Since my mid-20s, it would swell up and I would lose range of motion, and it was very, very painful to stand or walk, and so I had to miss work. So he went in there and gave me the stem cell injection, and it's great now. I get to keep all my original equipment, if you will. No permanent loss of range of motion, in and out in a day. That's totally worth it. I couldn't recommend Dan Nelson more highly.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000, or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases. I've found that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client, and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Well, this is pretty fun for me. Normally, Shannon O'Kelly and I are talking physical therapy, but today we are talking First Mark Insurance. You made the call to First Mark. You took the challenge. Why?
Brock, I was looking for a local agency that I could align with similar values, and they've helped us here at IRG. They shop different plans. They find the best plan for you, the best price, the best coverage, great customer service, and great connectivity.
Did they save you any money along the way?
Absolutely, they saved us money. Obviously, here at IRG, I have several needs in the insurance industry, and they look at those needs A to Z, and they find out what kind of coverage you need, what is the best coverage, at what cost, and they're always looking to save money. And again, it's all about providing my company, IRG, great customer service.
Well, Shannon and IRG, they took the challenge. Molly and I, we took the challenge. Are you confident that your business is getting the very best when it comes to your insurance needs? If not, take the First Mark Challenge today, and it's totally free. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you. firstmarkinsurance.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But if you can't afford treatment, can't work, or can't feed your family, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, and I am proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. Over the last 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed nearly $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference in our community. Join us on February the 1st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, inspiration, and community support at the historic Hollywood Schoolhouse in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, breaking news coming out about 10 minutes ago that the Seahawks are parting ways with offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb after just 1 year in the position. They have fired their offensive coordinator and will look to make a change this offseason. Brock, you said it was pretty simple. You got to establish an identity.
Yeah, I think it's two things. I think it's number one, and the biggest one of them all is just an identity that can play complementary football with your head coach, an identity that has balance, right? You just can't throw it and throw it and throw it in this league. Not in this division and not in the NFC. You've got to, and the Detroit Lions are a perfect picture of that. You've got to be a team that starts at the line of scrimmage. Number two, I think there was a significant adjustment in making the leap from the college ranks to the NFL ranks, from just a communication and a relationship business and working with grown men, and there was a learning curve to climb on that. I don't think that climbed fast enough, but ultimately the identity of this thing was all over the place over the course of the season, and obviously Mike Macdonald and John Schneider and those in charge felt like there was not enough there to push into the 2025 season with confidence of what it could look like, and thus both he and I would imagine Scott Huff, his O-line coach, as those two came over together, are both going to be relieved of their duties.
Well, you also heard Geno yesterday really speak up for Grubb. This was Geno Smith in his post-game press conference.
I think Grubb is an excellent coordinator. You know, even better man. And our first year, obviously, there were some ups and downs. There were some things that we can improve on, and we'll work hard to get those things fixed. But I believe in this system. You know, I believe this is a really good system, and it's going to be really good for a long time. I think Grubb has exactly what it takes to be a great coordinator in this league. And, you know, it's his first year, man. Got to give the guy some grace. You know, he's figuring things out, too. And I thought he did an outstanding job leading the group. I love the passion that he brings to the game, and he made me a better quarterback.
Well, it doesn't sound like his head coach necessarily agreed with all of that. And as Brock mentioned earlier, some rumblings he may be headed back to Tuscaloosa to be the coordinator at Alabama, as he was supposed to last year before eventually coming back to Seattle. It was a nice win for the Seahawks yesterday, and it caps off a 10-win season. Ultimately, the biggest part for me is that Mike Macdonald really established something. He established a culture, and I think you hear that definitively from Tyler Lockett, Cut 5, as he talks through why the Seahawks played so hard together this year.
Yeah, man, even besides all of that, man, it's just the fact that everybody on this team wanted to play for each other. They wanted to go out there, and they wanted to win. And it makes football so much easier when you know the next man cares just as much as you care. It's hard to be able to get that because in the league you get paid so much money, and so many people could have tapped out and said, you know what, I'm ready for free agency, or I'm ready for the offseason so I could get away from all of this stuff. And the biggest thing that you always hope is to have a team that could be able to buy in, not just when camp starts because everybody's ready to prove themselves, right? But when you get to this part of the season, when it's November, December, beginning of January, you'll be surprised with how many people usually are no longer bought in. And this team was bought in from the very jump. Even when we were on that losing game streak and fans were going crazy, people were going crazy, it didn't matter. People still bought in, and I think it showed who we were as a team and who we're going to continue to be.
Push.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Playoffs, they're all set. You guys know by now. I'm not going to run through all the playoff matchups. There have been other coaching moves and interviews and everything else that are dominating the news today. Patriots decided to part ways with Gerard Mayo after just one season. It looks like Doug Peterson is out in Jacksonville. I don't know whether either of those are that surprising. What seems to be more surprising is some of the guys that are staying. Trent Baalke's going to remain the GM in Jacksonville even longer. He seems to be some sort of a Svengali with convincing owners that he knows what he's doing. Both Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard are going to stay in Indianapolis. I think that's a bit of a surprise. The Giants are going to keep both Joe Shane and Brian Dable. That's a bit of a surprise. So why do you think so many are staying the course?
Yeah, I think that's a good, fair question. I mean, I think once you begin that turnover machine, right, and those dominoes fall, we know what happens. That cycle typically does not slow down. Dable was coach of the year just a couple seasons ago, right? It reformed Daniel Jones and everything else. So probably trying to give him a quarterback, give Joe Shane the opportunity to draft his quarterback and go in that direction. But I will say this too, Salky, back to Grubb, as breaking news. You and I, it's not always our favorite thing. We joke around with that we never get it, but then when it happens, right, you kind of need some time to absorb it. I think the other thing too, just statistically speaking, 50 sacks, just untenable. I mean, again, back to that balance and being able to protect your most vulnerable in your offensive line and being able to play complementary ball. And when you get sacked 50 times, as Geno did this season, that just and you contrast that to rookie Bo Nix, who took 24 sacks in Denver. That's just a number that's got to change.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, nothing's changed with the Mariners this offseason. They've still yet to really do much of anything, and their options seem to be dwindling. The Orioles signed Charlie Morton, so that's going to probably take them off the list of contending teams, desperately needing starting pitching. However, I will say, John Morosi over the weekend said the dream is not quite dead there between the Mariners and Orioles.
The Baltimore Orioles and Seattle Mariners have talked before and in recent days about a potential Castillo trade to Baltimore where a younger bat would go to Seattle. That is completely accurate. Now, we don't know if necessarily if the willingness of Baltimore to take on Castillo's money has dropped a little bit because they've now added both Morton and Sugano, but Harold was spot on, and I also believe, Lauren, that Nolan Arenado, as the options for him start to dwindle, especially if Boston signs Alex Bregman, Seattle might be the last best option if he's going to get traded to a contender and not start the season in St. Louis.
Well, we'll see. Again, I would certainly not be interested in trading Luis Castillo and eating money. I mean, you don't need to trade Castillo.
Right.
There are still options out there, and Santander is still my favorite of them. Alex Bregman, I don't think either is going to happen, but this is an ugly situation right now for your Mariners. That's everything you need to know, Brock. There's more, but that's all we got time for right now. I want to make sure we get out here on time so that we can talk to the head coach. They just made a big decision, firing Ryan Grubb as the offensive coordinator after just one season. Why did they do it, and what would they like to look for next at that position? We'll ask those questions and a whole lot more of Mike Macdonald next on Brock and Salk.
The Mike Macdonald Show. The first word from the Seahawks head coach this morning at 9:30.
Geno played really well. He played smart. He's got a really great command about what we're trying to do on offense on a play-in, play-out basis, and we got a lot of trust in him. And he's just playing at a high level right now. So we're excited about him, and he's leading the charge for the rest of the team of the urgency that we need going into this week and finishing out the season.
Hear exclusive reaction to yesterday's game only on Seattle Sports. It's the Mike Macdonald Show coming up at 9:30.
All right, guys, we are now past the new year, and everyone's making their resolutions, and now you're going to try to keep them. And if yours is like so many others, to lose weight this offseason and get yourself back into shape, well, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help because it's really hard to do it by yourself. Try a 15-minute phone call. That part's free, and it's all it takes to get started, or at least just see if you're interested in a program that can really, really help. I did it. I immediately lost 10 pounds in just the first week. I lost 35 pounds after 8 weeks, and it worked really well for me because it's a great plan, good recipes, good food, all real food that you're buying at the grocery store, but the support and especially the accountability, that is so enormous so you don't quit your resolution early. And what I didn't have to do fight for space in a crowded gym with all the New Year's resolutioners that are right now driving Maura crazy as she's trying to go to the gym. I didn't have to take any pills. I didn't have to take any injections. This thing really does work. It's Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. You can call them at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Cougar basketball is back.
These guys want to get better at basketball. They want to go as far as they can in the game. They want to get their education. They want to be around each other and build a real family.
Coach Riley and the Cougs are ready.
We put in so much work all of our lives for this exact moment.
We are Wazoo. It's only on your home for Cougar basketball.
Catch the Cougs all season long on AM 770 KTTH.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
This is Seattle Sports.
It wasn't just any old hook and ladder. It was a throw to JSN, who then threw all the way to Charbonnet.
The home of the Seahawks.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
We are Subaru of Puyallup.
We're stress-free.
Stress-free. Estamos libre de estrés.
We're almost 100 employees strong. We make sure the sales process is smooth.
We have video car walkthroughs.
We have stress-free pricing.
We value our customers and we value their experience.
We're like a family here. We love our community.
And support local charities. We are
Subaru
of Puyallup.
Your
Stress-free.
stress-free dealership.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk
weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Mike Macdonald show going to start here in just a moment. As a matter of fact, the coach is on his way in and sitting down right now. So let's talk to the coach.
All right, let's go now. Let's go. The Mike Macdonald show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
This one's the biggest one right now because it's obviously the next one.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
That's a terrible take.
Yes, sir!
Coach, good morning. Season, unfortunately, comes to an end yesterday, but you get to 10 wins. First of all, congratulations. I know that was the goal over this last few days, and you did it. Why was that important?
Well, it's a rhetorical question to a certain extent.
A little bit, yeah. Why was it important to you, I guess is what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, you want to go out on a strong note. 10-7 is way better than 9-8. And, yeah, I mean, it's just, you want it for the players. You want it for the guys to validate a lot of the work that they're doing and feel like you're taking the next step towards the next season and put an exclamation point on this one. And when your goal, you don't want your goals to shift, but when they do, you want to achieve your goal. And so that was our goal for that week. And we accomplished it. And, wasn't exactly how we drew it up, throughout the game, but the guys fought and played to the very end and got a red zone stop, and it was great, and I really respect our guys' mentality and the toughness, and then, we really relied on a lot of depth throughout the game, and the guys coming in and stepping up and playing for us and doing what we need to do to go win the game.
News coming out just a few minutes ago as Adam Schefter tweeted it, and so we'll ask you about it. According to him, you guys made the decision to part ways with Ryan Grubb. First of all, is that true?
Yeah, that's true. So we made that decision this morning.
What was the primary thinking behind it?
Well, I mean, I understand people are going to want, everyone wants reasons, and when things happen, it's like, well, you want a laundry list of hey, this happened and this happened. It's like, that's not, as much as you want those, it's just, it doesn't work like that. That's not the thinking behind it. It's really as simple as just, I felt like the direction of our offense was going was different than the vision that I had for our team, and felt like it was a necessary decision at this point. Ryan's a heck of a football coach. We did some really great things on offense this year. I mean, Gino, I think, had a bunch of career highs throwing the ball, and we did some really cool situation stuff. I know Jax had a great year. So we did a lot of great things. It's just my vision for our offense, I think, is just ultimately was different than where I thought Ryan thought it was going. And so we respect the heck out of him. We wish him the best. These are tough decisions to make. These are really tough decisions to make, but the team comes first, and just felt like it was the best for the team.
Mike, if you were to try to quantify what your vision or identity is for an offense, what does that look like?
Well, that's a tough answer. That's a tough question to answer without. I think what I'd like to do is just kind of keep those the conversations really between Ryan and I. I think I owe that to him on all the the nuts and bolts behind what we're doing. But I think it's fair to kind of keep it at that. I think we just needed to go in a different direction, and that's why we ultimately made the move.
It's interesting. Can I just pop in real quick, Sulky? One thing that's interesting is he was asked last week, Coach, about kind of what he learned over the course of this season, and he talked about as a play caller and as a coordinator the difference of the college game and the NFL game. And in college, you can attack personnel a whole lot more. In this NFL game, you really have to attack scheme and the different defensive families that are out there. And even mentioned you in kind of working through that process and how to attack scheme. How do you, you lived in both worlds a little bit, right? Mostly the NFL, but you went to the college game. Can you kind of speak to maybe some of that this year of just the learning curve to attack an NFL game versus his college experience?
Well, I mean, I don't want to put words in Ryan's mouth, but from my experience, I think he's right. I think it's also personnel driven as well. Definitely a matchup league to a certain extent in the NFL. but schemes and structures, like, you do need an understanding of how everything is built, and that's not something that, like, we were putting on Ryan or expected him to know coming in. That's why I answered this question last week, but to expound on it, like, that's how we built the staff that we did. That's how we built our offseason. I mean, there's a lot of things we did to get everybody up to speed on what we're going against and things like that. I'm sure that's probably why Ryan brought that up when answering that question. And then, going back to college, man, it was, you needed help from guys that have been in it and gone against these coordinators that understood, like, kind of what their goals were, what they were trying to achieve on a situational basis. The hashes in college make a tremendous difference now. I mean, the game is just way more spread out, and the field is a real deal. I mean, that is a significantly different than into the boundary. I'd say, the college game, from my experience, is a little bit more numbers and angles and space than the NFL game is. So, I mean, we can talk about that all day if you want, but that was just, so point being is, like, of course, when you're going to be moving back and forth between different, just not even levels, but different leagues, and you're going to go against a whole completely different, like, set of people, you need help to kind of get up to speed so you hit the ground running.
Just for contrast purposes, if the college game is about angles and space, what is the NFL game then more about?
Well, I think Ryan was right. I mean, he's right in what he said. It's probably more about it is matchups, because now you're talking about everyone has kind of the same pot, and then you've got to allocate resources accordingly. So, and if you believe that it's somewhat efficient, then, like, numbers will kind of correlate to how good players are. It doesn't always work that way, but anyway, so people allocate resources differently, but they have the same pot. So now matchups become a part of it, and then just understanding structures and how people react to formations and personnel groups and things like that. I think that's important.
So as you look forward now to make a really important hire, your next offensive coordinator, what qualities will you be looking for?
Well, I mean, we're gonna open it up, and we're gonna do our research and be thorough with it. And we want to be efficient. We want to move quickly, but we want to be smart as well. And we're just looking for the right fit on the type of person that's going to come in and lead our offense. And I mean, not that we weren't aligned with Ryan, but definitely looking for alignment and a shared vision about how we want to operate.
Fair to say that Coach Huff was kind of tied to Ryan as well, or everything kind of still in consideration around?
Yeah, it's still in consideration, and I would say it's fair that he's a line coming in, but now he's a Seahawk.
And the last thing for me on this end of it, why the timing this morning?
Just felt like it was best to do it now and move forward. It's never an easy time to do it, but I felt like that was the best decision in the timing, and it gives everybody involved the most opportunity to move forward.
Do you expect this would be the only move, or could there be other coaches that are let go?
I wouldn't call it like getting let go. Right now, we're working through this, and then we'll move forward. And we're always going to be looking to make our team the best possible team we can make. But right now, we're working through this decision.
All right. So now you move into an off season. Your first full off season now as a Seahawks head coach. Other than the offensive coordinator hire, what do you plan to spend this offseason working on?
Everything's on the table. It's having. I was just telling the staff, like, we were trying to get as much feedback as we possibly can, but how we structure the offseason, how we build our systems, how we practice, all those things we want to do a deep dive into and evolve. We talk about chasing edges. You got to go live it, and that's going to be the mentality. And look, I mean, it's not time yet to do it, but I mean, we're going to have a heck of an off season. It's going to be a heck of a plan. We're going to spend a lot of time. It's going to be thorough, and we'll get into the goals and stuff as we get throughout the off season. But I am looking forward to moving, to taking this thing to the next level.
Kind of big picture in that way, Mike, and I know it's not even been 24 hours since that game ended yesterday, but if you were kind of in your analytical mind, in linear mind at times, to the way you organize things and look at why you all won 10 games, the fact that you guys got to that 10-win threshold, which usually gets teams to the playoffs, kind of rare that it's not. But if you were to kind of look at some of the key factors that went into you guys winning 10 games this season, the most, by the way, of any first-time head coach in that franchise's organization, what were the components that went into the 10 wins?
Well, I think it starts with the players. We have really good players. So great players help you win games. And I think we got a lot of great players. And I felt like as a team, we stayed together. We evolved. We made some tough decisions to move forward, but we kind of stayed the course. We played some really tough football. I'm proud of like what shows up on tape in all three phases on how we played the game. And then, you know, I mean, there's all sorts of things, like good situational football here, especially at the end of the half. But I think the biggest thing is like the great players. I think we got a heck of a core group of guys that we're excited to work with moving forward, and then just sticking the course, man. I mean, like John Gordon was right about the season being a roller coaster, and you got to stay on it. And you know, with a lot of guys like doubling down on your principles, things like that, and guys really buying in to the process. I just really appreciate everybody involved, because if you start to splinter and you start to kind of go wayward throughout the way the season works, then man, it's really hard to finish the season on a strong note.
It's always interesting talking about head coaches from our perspective, from a media perspective. You're talking about scheme and the way players are put in position on the field. You're talking about in-game decision-making, going for it on fourth down, kicking, punting, that type of stuff. And then you're talking about building culture and sort of running this building as its main character. That was, you know, one of Pete's real strengths was this was his building. And we spent a lot of time talking and wondering what it would be like for you. I don't know if you heard this from Tyler Lockett yesterday, more if I could play cut 5 one more time. It sure seemed to speak to a level of buy-in that came from the players in general. This was Tyler after the game yesterday. I think.
Yeah, man, even besides all of that, man, it's just the fact that everybody on this team wanted to play for each other. They wanted to go out there and they wanted to win. And it makes football so much easier when you know the next man cares just as much as you care. It's hard to be able to get that because in the league you get paid so much money, and so many people could have tapped out and said, you know what, I'm ready for free agency, or I'm ready for the offseason so I could get away from all of this stuff. And the biggest thing that you always hope is to have a team that could be able to buy in, not just when camp starts, because everybody's ready to prove themselves, right? But when you get to this part of the season, when it's November, December, beginning of January, you'll be surprised with how many people usually are no longer bought in. And this team was bought in from the very jump. Even when we were on that losing game streak and fans were going crazy, people were going crazy, it didn't matter. People still bought in, and I think it showed who we were as a team and who we're going to continue to be.
How important is that to you to hear?
Oh, it's incredibly important. I mean, first of all, coming from Tyler means the world, to hear. That means a lot. That means a lot. And as I'm listening to him talk, I'm thinking about the journey that we had. And we've talked about this on this show, but the amount of faith and that it takes for everyone in the building, Pete did a tremendous job of building this place. And so the goal was to take it and keep building off of what the foundation was here. And but it was we're different people, so it's going to kind of look differently and sound differently, everyone, as we start to grow. And so for the people there in the building, to players included, staff, all the people that make it go, EK and his crew, Mo Kelly, all those guys, saying hey, you know what? Let's do it. I'm hearing what you're asking for, and I don't know you from Adam, but I'm gonna lock arms and let's roll. Let's make this thing happen. And then players too, the guys that have been here, the guys that, Pete helped brought in and develop and all that stuff. I think it's really cool. And our coaches coming from all across from different worlds and life experiences and getting our players to play for one another, play together, understand the meaning of really what 12 is 1 is about, a connected group, and backing it up every day with consistency. And that's how you build trust. All those things we've talked about. You're proud that happens. And to me, it's telling me, hey, there's some things that we didn't do well enough, obviously, because we're having this conversation right now. but there are some things that that we can hang our hat on, and we feel like we are going in the right direction.
11 months later, what do you feel like you learned as a head coach the most?
Man, I haven't had a fantasy draft of what I've learned yet, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
Honestly, so this, Brock, what I would say is, like, I came in with kind of like, these are all the things that I believe that it's going to take to win. And what I've realized is it's a way less number of things, but they're more important, like connectedness, toughness, situational football, development, fundamentals, things like that.
Were there things that means things must have fallen off that list. What sorts of things did you think mattered maybe more than they ended up?
I think that some of those, I think you got to get those things right first, and then the other stuff kind of falls into play. But like, you think about it, every detail does matter. How you do anything is how you do everything. So, like, trying to make stuff taken to the next level. That, again, the chasing edges idea of, like, we call it making it sweet. Whatever your area of responsibility is, like that. If you can handle that type of stuff, that'll manifest itself kind of in those core things. So. But yeah, just the daily experiences, how to handle stuff, Brock, conversations, things that there's a laundry list of stuff that I know that I want to grow and I want to get better at, and my plan is to do that.
You know what I find interesting, in a few of my peers that went from the media into the NFL world, and then listening to Belichick, who went from the NFL world into the media, and he used a word, he was on with McAfee last week and really hammered on the word that you said earlier, alignment. Mm-hmm. Alignment. Owner, GM, head coach, quarterback, players, equipment room, staff, everybody has to be aligned. How big of a challenge is that in the NFL with so many different moving parts in that way?
Well, you hear it from the probably best to ever do it, so he's right. But you have to. It's a must. It's a prerequisite. If you want to be a championship team, then you have to have it.
Looking forward again this year to this offseason, are there position groups that you would like to see improve?
All of the above.
Everyone.
That was the biggest softball of the year. Yeah, we all have to take it to the next level. Like, everywhere from me to Gino to Leo to our rookies, practice squad guys. Like, it's about leveling up, man. That's what the name of the game is. So if we can get a whole host of 90 guys doing that plus coaches, we'll be cooking.
Well, then let me ask you about the two guys you just mentioned, starting with Leo. Brock asked how you got to 10 wins this year. How important was Leo in that?
Well, when I talk about
number?
great players, he's one of the first guys that you say. He's incredibly important. Just the flexibility, how he lets us play. A lot of our coverage structures that we've been able to play later in the season is a function of how well the guys up front played. And so, again, it's all connected. And just been him able to move different spots, his football intelligence, and then, like, his leadership in the building. The stuff Tyler's talking about, keeping us connected, keeping us together, playing for one another. That's driven by our leaders, and Leo's one of our leaders.
You also mentioned Gino. Does that mean you expect Gino to be back next year as a quarterback?
I got no reason to say no. So I guess, yeah.
What are the next steps?
Dave liked that answer.
He's giggling.
If Salky threw you a softball, at least I get a fastball here maybe. What are, when this ends today and you'll meet with the press, I think tomorrow, what then are the very next most tangible steps?
Well, first of all, we're going to start our search for ops coordinator. So that's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
And so I expect that to start immediately. And then, John and I will meet and we'll be on the same page with Jody and with Chuck and let's kind of set a course of direction and plan of attack, and let's go get it. But there's time to take a deep breath, and you can't, all the thoughts don't just come to you while you're just sitting at your desk. So you got to get out and spend time with your family, and then come back and go attack it. But all the cadences throughout the offseason, those are being consistent with how we handle stuff. But just whatever makes us better, we're going to be chasing it.
This past offseason, with your coaching staff, you didn't have a ton of guys that you had previous relationships with, had coached with, etc. How did that go in terms of the year learning to, meet each other, learn from each other? How was that process this year?
Well, I think we made the best of it, and I thought it was the right decision. I mean, you're trying to find the best people, and I've always believed that. People that you know and you trust, of course, that matters, and that matters tremendously. Like building trust because you've already built that. But if you can build that with people and go find the kind of the best people that are for your organization and the role that you want, it's hard to believe that it's always going to be like the guy that you used to hang out with like 5 years ago. It's like that happens to be the best candidate. Like, man, what a coincidence! It's incredible. So that was the philosophy behind it. But I think we tried our best. Now you do have to spend time and build trust, and it's going to take some time to get connection. And we gave it 1,000%. We fell short in some areas, but I can tell you every person up there gave it their absolute best every day, and I'm proud of that.
How much different is that process, though, getting to start at January 6th rather than mid-February?
Well, I mean, the question kind of answers it. I mean, it makes a huge difference, I think.
Mm-hmm. Another guy that we've chatted about recently has been Ernest Jones, who came over here mid-year. How important was he to the defensive success, especially in the second half of this season?
Very, very important. I'm sure the reason behind that is his contract situation, and we understand what's going on with it. And I think you just got to trust the process at this point. And I definitely trust that. Trust all the people involved, Ernest and his agent, and our people here, and confident that we're going to see a lot of Ernest for years to come.
With a position like middle linebacker, there's a lot of guys that are capable of doing that. Is it a level of needing the right fit, the right style of good middle linebacker versus just one of the good ones, if that makes sense?
I think that's fair. It's a combination of skill set, just communication skills, how much you're going to put on their plate, leadership styles. What you're expecting from them, kind of on a daily basis, in and out of the building. All those things kind of go into play. But I think it's fair to say it's different, kind of like different styles for different types of defenses and what they need. But definitely, man, I think up the middle of the defense. Now I'm thinking corner, but up the middle defense, I think that's definitely true. Like safety, interior linemen, things like that.
Did you feel like you found that this year by the end of the year that you had the right style of guy
with
up
Ernest?
The middle? Well, really, just all those guys up the middle. But Ernest in particular.
I mean, I think Jonathan Hankins deserves a massive shout out. The guy played great football for us, in kind of an unheralded role, but he really let things fall into place too up the middle, and obviously, everyone knows how we feel about Ernest, and then at safety position, Julian kind of proven to be the guy that we thought he was, and then take his game to the next level, I thought. And then, the emergence of Kobe and the way that he's really grabbed that position and taking control and done a great job with it. I think we're in a great spot.
Hey, last thing for me here, Mike, and I think we did this just about every year for a lot of years with Coach Carroll. Just a chance for you on our show here to say something to the fans, to the 12s out there that were on this roller coaster and ride that was a step forward, that was 10 wins, that was 7-1 on the road.
Thanks for giving us the opportunity. It's they make the thing. I mean, I know we talk about but this is why we do what we do. It's for the 12s, man. We want to put out a football team that this city and our fans are proud of, and we did that 10 times this year, and 7 times we fell short. And we're determined to deliver the city a winner and a champion, and we wouldn't be sitting here with the optimism that we have without our fans. I'll tell you what, just interactions that I have with people, person to person, it's it's the best, man. Like, it gives you so much energy and so much inspiration to go do a great job. So we really appreciate it. We love them, and our mission's to put a championship product out there.
Well, we'll just say thank you for coming in here 17 times over the course of this season.
It's only 17?
Well, maybe it felt like more. I don't know. I don't know if this was your favorite part of every week, but, for me and Brock, when we were, doing one show like this for a really long time, it was a really nice change to meet somebody new and have some very different conversations and learn about the game in a different way. So I'll speak on behalf of Brock and just say thank you to you for coming in and doing this with us every week. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. I'll speak for myself. I appreciate you guys.
Oh, my gosh.
This is a blast.
Wow.
You guys do a great job.
Wow. Brock, do you hear that? Unbelievable.
You do a great, I mean, like, it's, I do appreciate it. Like, it's,
we're chasing edges.
I love that.
We're just doing our best.
We got a growth mentality.
We got to turn things over, though, to Bump and Stacy.
When's the next? When do we do this next?
Ask Dave. We do it next week if you want. We'll be here. Maybe we'll wait a little while. We do have to get out of here. Thank you again for everything this season, and better luck next year. Hopefully, we're doing this all the way through January and into February as well. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Until then, Brock, you know where the hay is.
It's in the barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Breaking news.
Adam Schefter tweeted it, and so we'll ask you about it. According to him, you guys made the decision to part ways with Ryan Grubb. First of all, is that true?
Yeah, that's true. So we made that decision this morning.
What was the primary thinking behind it?
I felt like the direction of our offense was going was different the vision than I had for our team. Felt like it was a necessary decision at this point.
Stay with Seattle Sports for updates and analysis. Read more at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports app.
Coming to the Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Thursday night, March 13th. It's Keith Sweat. The legendary R&B artist Keith Sweat. Get your tickets while they last at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Keith Sweat, March 13th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings, plus free home delivery with an adjustable base. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. Every day, ZipRecruiter helps people who are actively looking for jobs like yours, so it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
He's going to be dragged down by Leonard Williams, and that makes an even 10 on the season.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Seahawks have fired Ryan Grubb as offensive coordinator after 1 year. That was reported this morning by Adam Schefter, later confirmed by Mike Macdonald in an exclusive interview with Seattle Sports. We're going to talk about that coming up in 30 seconds.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Happy Monday. We're going to jump right into breaking Seahawks news, reported by Adam Schefter and later confirmed by the Seahawks head coach himself, Mike Macdonald. The Seahawks are firing offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb. This is after 1 season for the former Washington OC. He's now out. We're going to talk about what went wrong and what went right in some ways, what Geno Smith had to say about him, what Daniel Jeremiah had to say from earlier in December about how he would characterize Grubb's offense. But first, let's get to the latest sound. This was, Bump, an exclusive interview with Brock and Salk of Mike Macdonald talking about, and then this is like 20 minutes after the news broke, Ryan Grubb's firing.
Well, I mean, I understand people are going to want, everyone wants reasons, and like when things happen, it's like, well, you want a laundry list of like, hey, this happened and this happened. It's like, that's not, as much as you want those, it's just, it doesn't work like that. That's not the thinking behind it. It's really as simple as just, I felt like the direction of our offense was going was different than the vision that I had for our team, and felt like it was a necessary decision at this point.
One more quick cut, 20 seconds. Macdonald was asked, okay, well, you wanted the offense to be one way. Grubb wanted it to be another way. What's your offensive identity? Like, what do you want it to look like?
Well, that's a tough answer. That's a tough question to answer without. I think what I'd like to do is just kind of keep those like the conversations really between Ryan and I. I think I owe that to him on all the the nuts and bolts behind what we're doing. But I think it's fair to kind of keep it at that. Like I think we just needed to go in a different direction, and that's why we ultimately made the move.
See, I'm not happy with that answer. So, Bump, I'm going to lean on you, as I'm sure listeners are, to figure out what you think might be the philosophical differences here. I'll start with your reaction. You heard the news. We were show prepping, so I know your reaction because I was there. But how do you feel when you got the news of Ryan Grubb being fired?
We knew everything was on the table, but I thought that Mike Macdonald and John Schneider would give Grubb another year to try and get the personnel that he needs and maybe learn from his mistakes. But it sounds like philosophically, they just weren't on the same page. So to figure out what Mike Macdonald wants, we got to understand who Grubb was. What did he put out there? What did we see? We saw a team that spent a lot of time in shotgun. We saw a team that didn't play action under center. We saw a team that threw the ball the second or third most in the NFL. We saw a team that couldn't get the run game going. So going off of what I know that Mike Macdonald has been around, where has he been? He's been in Baltimore. He's been with Michigan. What do? Pack it in, run the dang ball. So I think that Mike Macdonald wanted a more physical type of game. And going off, this is, again, speculation. Going off of what I heard from Grubb when he first got the job, what did he say? We're going to run the dang ball. We're going to run the dang ball. So I would assume that when they sat down for the interview process, and Mike Macdonald was talking to Grubb, and he says, I love your pass game at UW. It's beautiful. You got receivers down the field. You're getting them open. You're challenging the secondary, but I want to be able to run the football. Guarantee you, Grubb said, look, man, I got a 1,000-yard rusher over there. We can run the rock. This was our strength. I had a quarterback, so that's what we're going to do. He gets into this situation, and I think Grubb slowly realizes, I don't have the hogs to run that dang football the way that I wanted to. For the third straight week, the Seahawks, well, this is before the Week 18 rankings come out. We'll see that in a day or two. But for 2 or 3 weeks in a row, this offensive line was ranked the worst offensive line in the game. You got Laumea, who's a rookie, not expecting much out of him. He was ranked the worst guard in the game right now. He gave up a QB hit, a sack, or a knockdown on 3.2% of snaps. That's the worst in the game. So that just paints a picture of how bad the interior offensive linemen were. On the outside, when Abe Lucas played against the Chicago Bears, he was ranked the second best tackle in the game. There are things that we know to be true. Tackles are good to go. Interior offensive linemen have been a struggle. When you cannot protect in the middle, you're less likely to get under center and play action. You're less likely to try to run the football. But I think as the season went along, the last 3 or 4 weeks, we saw that Zach Charbonnet and Kenny McIntosh have the style that could fit more downhill running. So it makes me ask more questions. Was the evaluation jacked up? Were they giving Ken Walker too many opportunities and now realizing that his style doesn't match the way that they want to play the football game? And then because of injury, they're forced to put Zach Charbonnet and Kenny McIntosh in, and it's starting to work. Is Mike Macdonald sitting back there like, I've been telling you this all year, man. Like, let's get these guys in. So there's so many questions with this, but there's clearly not a connect when it comes to how they want to play the game. Grubb was known, spread them out, throw the football, mesh concepts, and we showed that. Geno has numbers. He's a franchise record holder in completion percentage, franchise record holder in yards in a season. He did that, but I think that he wanted a more physical type of game, and that's just going off of what I've seen because he was in Baltimore and he was with Michigan.
Knowing the Seahawks' strengths and weaknesses, as you just laid out, with those strengths being obviously their wide receivers, at least a capable veteran quarterback, the weaknesses being the offensive line, I can understand why someone like Grubb, who already, had a really elite pass game at Washington, and even though he had a good running back and a good offensive line, like, when he was hired, all of us collectively were like, well, that's interesting. Are you going to be like some high-flying offense? Like, how's this going to translate also coming from college to the pros? I can see how someone from his background, with what he clearly liked to do with the Dogs, would look at Jackson Smith and Jigba, Geno Smith, Tyler and DK, and go, this is more interesting to me. I feel like I can do more here. I feel like this can be a safety net for me. I get why Mike Macdonald wants to run the ball more. I would have liked to see them run the ball more.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see them be stubborn with it, even if it leads to, 3 attempts, 2 yards. I would have liked to see them be a bit more stubborn to just kind of see what they could do. That being said, I don't even know that Mike Macdonald's philosophy, which he didn't really lay out here, matches up with their personnel. It all comes back to what you said, Bump. You need to fix that offensive line. It doesn't matter if you want to play like Grubb did or play like Macdonald wants, or whether there are philosophical differences between these two men offensively. You don't get anywhere until you fix your offensive personnel.
Yeah, and that's the part that where I feel for Grubb, because you're handcuffed by your personnel. You can have all the ideas in the world, but if you don't have the players to execute that, you have to morph your play calling. And essentially, that's what I think happened. But I also think that they found something late in Zach Charbonnet and Kenny McIntosh. And it wasn't like these guys were blowing up the stat sheet. Even their last game, I think collectively they both rushed for over 100 yards together. But it's the way they're doing it. They're getting downhill. And then once you have the running game going, the homie Big Ray uses this phrase all the time, you have to marry that to the pass. That's why I like the Vikings offense despite how they got beat up last night, and the Lions offense, and the Niners when they're healthy, and the Rams, because there's a direct connection to the pass to the run. And you can see that. I think at times with Grubb, that was missing. But I think that's because of circumstances too. And it's crazy because this offense, against playoff teams, they were put in some positions that were tough. Okay? So this offense against playoff teams, we'll start with the defense. All right? We'll actually start with the offense. All right? Against playoff teams, the Vikings, the Packers, the Bills, the Lions, the Broncos, and the Rams, they averaged 21 points per game. On the season, they averaged 22 points per game. So they're pretty consistent. All right? And then you look at the defense. Excuse me, the defense. All right? Against playoff teams, they gave up 28 points per game. They averaged 21 points per game on the year. So they've been a bit more. They gave up 42 against the Lions, 31 against the Bills, 30 against the Packers, 27 against the Vikings. And a lot of those times, the offense is behind, right? You don't score on your first drive. Didn't do it once all year, so we can't forget that. The offense did not do a great job of going out there and establishing themselves. And then the defense didn't do a good job against these playoff teams of establishing themselves. So the offense ain't hitting, the defense ain't hitting, and now he really has to lean into throwing the football because of personnel and because they're down. So, I'm not making excuses for Grubb. I'm just saying these are the situations that happen. And then when you're not able to make the necessary corrections throughout the week in a fashion that the head coach agrees with, and maybe Mike Macdonald thought, look, we're capable of running the football. I want to see us packed in more. There are some things that we can fundamentally do. I've been around the Ravens. I've been around Michigan. And maybe he felt they had the personnel to do it. They just weren't being creative enough in the run game. So many questions that I have, but it's just trying to connect the dots, right? What was Grubb doing that Macdonald didn't like? What's Mike Macdonald's philosophy, which we didn't get much of because, he
didn't offer
tight-lipped. He ain't going to tell us too much. So now we're
it's
forced.
A good follow-up question by Brock.
We're forced to assume what's going on. So it's just the style. I think that the style wasn't there. The progression wasn't there. And maybe how they taught things throughout the week wasn't there for Mike Macdonald.
So baseline when I heard this, Mike Macdonald says, you know what? Why don't I play that sound again for you guys if you're just now joining us? It's breaking news. We have an exclusive interview from this morning with Brock and Salk, so might as well. Mike Macdonald was asked, hey, why was Grubb fired?
Well, I mean, I understand people are going to want, everyone wants reasons. And, like, when things happen, it's like, well, you want a laundry list of, like, hey, this happened and this happened. It's like, that's not, as much as you want those, it's just, it doesn't work like that. That's not the thinking behind it. It's really as simple as just, I felt like the direction of our offense was going was different than the vision that I had for our team, and felt like it was a necessary decision at this point.
I don't know that this is as simple as I'd like to run the ball more. He loves to pass the ball. I don't, because if he was drawing up a really explosive, incredibly creative passing offense, and the Seahawks were finding ways to take advantage of their downfield threat with DK Metcalf, finding ways to take advantage of their pass game overall, incorporating running backs as pass catchers, whatever it is, I think Grubb would still be here. I think if there was enough that Macdonald saw where he said, that's incredibly innovative. He's a smart guy. He's worked with innovative play callers before. He's in a division, with two really, really innovative play callers. I think he has respect for that side of the ball. It's not like, because I'm a defensive guy, I just want to pound the rock. I think there was something else here.
I think Mike Macdonald has been in the playoffs. He's been in conference championships. He's been in national championships. And I think he understands that once you get into these situations, there's a style of football that is conducive to winning tight games. I'm going to look at, and you said it's not as simple as the rush attempts, and I think sometimes it can be, but there's also like branches to that. Like rush attempts is the big circle in the middle, and we're branching off.
But then there's a straw that broke the camel's back type thing.
Right? So let's just look at the teams who run the heck out of the football. All right? The top 10 teams, I'm going to start at number 10. Tampa Bay, 28 attempts, playoff team. Buffalo, 28 attempts, playoff team. Atlanta, Indianapolis, no, not playoff teams at 29. Washington, playoff team. Green Bay, playoff team. Pittsburgh, playoff team. Detroit, playoff team. Baltimore, playoff team. Philly, playoff team. There's a correlation there. You have to be able to run the football because when you get deep into these games, when you got to go to Philly, when you got to go to Baltimore and it's cold and you have to control the game, running the game sets the tempo and it helps that defense out. So him as a defensive guy, again, all speculation, Mike can give us a lot to work with, right? all speculation. He's a defensive guy. He understands the style of play that's needed, that's going to help his defense to shrink this game, to make it a 21-24 game and not have to go into these blowouts. But on Grubb's side, the personnel, I don't think he had the personnel to do it. Farrell Brown was brought over here to be a dominant blocker. I love Farrell. Didn't really do that this year. Noah Fant is not a blocker. That's not what he does. What he does is what he did this past game, right? Being explosive in the past game. A.J. Barnes, a baby. He's learning. I think he can be a good blocker, but I think right now the easiest thing for him is to catch the football.
4 touchdowns.
So when you add the lack of just strength and blocking at the tight end spot, with the interior offensive lineman not being able to execute, what the heck do you expect Grubb to do?
Yeah.
But clearly Mike Macdonald felt there were things that he can do, and maybe throughout the week he didn't like the way things were being taught and progressed. Again, I'm not in the building, so I don't know.
I'm going to get to 2 more things quickly. One of them involves a little more sound, and I want to know what you hear with it. First, one listener, and then we'll get to headline rewrites. One listener in the 253 says, why is no one talking about Mike being 0 for 1 hiring an OC? He hired the guy. What gives anyone the expectation that he gets it right next time? I think that Mike Macdonald was brought on relatively late in the head coach hiring cycle. I don't know that Grubb, who, as Bump pointed out, does not resemble an offensive coordinator from Mike Macdonald's time with other teams. I don't know that Grubb would have been his very first head coach. I also don't know that as a 37-year-old head coach, your Rolodex is that deep. Like, I think that it was, this guy is here, he's innovative, his team was just in a national championship. Let's see what this is about. There aren't a lot of options right now. So I think that changes and that approach changes. And I think you let someone learn, frankly. I think you let someone learn and then see what happens. Secondly, someone said, what about Scott Huff? Great question. This was Mike Macdonald's answer.
Yeah, it's still in consideration. And I would say it's fair that he was a line coming in, but now he's a Seahawk.
So that was on Scott Huff's status following Grubb's firing. He said, still under consideration. Would you expect Huff to be here, and what do you think that means?
I would expect, and we were having this conversation in the sports pit.
Yeah.
I would expect that Mike Macdonald is going to give Huff the option to follow Grubb if Grubb ends up going up somewhere. And we all are thinking the same thing when it comes to Grubb's next destination. He might be going down south to Bama to help out his boy, DeBoer, and get the group back together. There's nothing like when the boys get back together after a long time. So that's what I think. I think they're going to give him some time to figure out what he wants to do.
Well, what options does he have here at OC? We're going to talk about some potential hires coming up in less than 15 minutes. Right now, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, some other Seahawks news from the weekend per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. Seattle and Ernest Jones have amicably paused contract negotiations, and the linebacker is expected to hit the open market. What's the real headline?
Look, I could have accepted a loss to the Rams, but please don't mess this one up. This is hugely important.
Ain't no way they messed this up. There's no way they don't feel, see, respect what Ernest Jones brought to this team. This defense was instantly different. Even before he had the green dot, when he was just learning the defense, I remember being in the press box zooming in, I got my binoculars, zooming in on Ernest, and he's checking with dots in every play, like making sure we're good to go. By that 3rd week, he had complete control over that thing. He knew exactly what was going on.
Which is impressive.
Ernest Jones should be here until we don't think he can get 100 tackles anymore and he can't be a Pro Bowler. Sign this man. I think they know this. They're not going to mess this up.
This is what Ernest Jones had to say in the locker room after that win over the Rams.
No, we're going to get it done. I'm going to be a Seahawk. I firmly believe that. I believe in the guys that, my agents and in the front office. We're going to get it figured out.
I felt more optimistic yesterday after hearing that sound than I did on Friday or Saturday when the initial report came out that talks had been kind of paused. I thought, oh, God, what's going on?
Yeah, and I like the tone in his voice.
Yeah.
It wasn't some, I'm just going to say the right thing right now type of tone. It was, I don't know, man.
Confident.
We good. We're going to get this done, man. And, I love going down to Bellevue Square, man. My family likes it. That's the feel that I got from Ernest Jones, so I'm with you. I feel a lot better after hearing that.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Gerard Mayo is out after 1 season as head coach of the Patriots. What's the real headline?
New England has chosen to hold the mayo on their turd sandwich of a season.
Hold the mayo. That's a bar right there.
Do you think that this was a little premature? Because I don't know, man. When New England started their season, I saw them as very much in a rebuild, very much starting from the ground up. No expectations of mine at all that they would make the playoffs. This feels like either a way too premature decision by Robert Kraft or that Gerard Mayo wasn't liked by people in the locker room.
Yeah, there's some things going on here because when he got the job, people called Mayo like Kraft's stepson. Like, that's how much they loved him. He was a linebacker there, linebacker coach, and then just got straight up to the head coach position. I think that there had to be some procedures or processes that Kraft didn't agree with. There had to be some decision-making that he didn't agree with. And this is the thing, too. When you have a young rookie quarterback, and let me give Drake May some love because I didn't think he was going to be as good as he was this year. I didn't see what other people saw. Big ups to Drake May. And when you have a young quarterback, you have to make sure he is in great hands. And Mayo's a defensive guy. You can't have a good offensive coordinator, a good quarterback coach, but there's nothing like when the guy running the show is aligned with your potential franchise quarterback. I think that has something to do with it too. You're looking at Drake May the last few games of the year and you see the potential. And then you're looking at Mayo and you're asking, how is this guy going to nurture that? And then you compound all the other things. It could have been something simple like, man, I went to his office and his desk was sloppy. He ain't organized. You know, there's so many things that I think can influence a decision like this. But when he comes in with all this hype and how that relationship is so tight, and you hear Teddy Bruschi, and you hear Gronk and Edelman, and they're confused about why this went down.
Yeah.
You gotta ask some questions.
Gronk on was it the halftime show or post game? He was ready to be pretty critical of the Crafts before they threw to break.
They cut him off.
Yeah, they're we gotta go to break. We gotta go to break, buddy. We're wrapping this up. And he was about to be like, I don't know why you would do this. What's the expectation that he take them to a Super Bowl? Like, this guy is a rookie. You gotta let him grow. I was shocked.
This is where I tell Gronk, just put some notes in front of you because he was struggling to get it out. Just write a couple of bullet points in front of you so you know exactly where to go. If he would have got it off quicker, man, it would have been hot, but he took too long.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, another coach given a pink slip today. Doug Peterson fired as head coach of the Jags, but miraculously, their GM Trent Baalke will be retained. What's the real headline?
Yeah, Baalke has blackmail on someone. That's the real headline. What photos does he have of whom? What's going on here?
I think there are 5 positions open now for head coach spots, and this is what happens every single year. We felt this was coming, though. Right, the Doug Peterson era was going to be done over there.
Certainly.
And it was unfortunate because there was a year where they went to the playoffs. I believe they got out the first round and it looked good.
Yeah.
But again, it comes down to culture. The head coach, he coaches the team, right? He's the leader, but he is like the disciplinarian. He is the tone setter. He is the motivator. He's not always the X's and the O's guys. So you can be great with X's and O's and understand how to beat teams, but if you can't get your players to play, if your culture is all jacked up in the locker room, you're not going to stand a chance, and people are going to feel that. You can walk, when I walk into VMAC, right? And you know, your boy gets backstage access, you know, boop, Nas beeps me in, I'm walking through the VMAC. You feel the culture over there. It feels like a winning culture. I've been there before where it didn't feel like guys wanted to be there.
Yeah.
So I would assume that played into Doug Peterson's deal.
I do think that GMs, I wouldn't say are given a longer leash than head coaches, but typically have more power. I know that wasn't always the case here in Seattle when John and Pete were here, but typically a GM is going to have more power. So I'm never like shocked if a head coach is fired and a GM is retained and then he gets to hire the next one. I do think it's a little surprising when that happens through like 3 head coaches. And after a while you go, why is your GM still here? Why? Like, at a certain point you got to move on from him too and get someone else in here.
New York.
Yeah.
The Giants kept their GM and their head coach. What's going on over there?
Then owner John Mara said something about them and about the work they've done where I thought, why even keep them? If you believe this, then why are these 2 men here? We'll talk about that coming up in NFL headlines. Coming up next, we'll talk about some potential replacements for Ryan Grubb at OC.
Breaking news.
Adam Schefter tweeted it, and so we'll ask you about it. According to him, you guys made the decision to part ways with Ryan Grubb. First of all, is that true?
Yeah, that's true. So we made that decision this morning.
What was the primary thinking behind it?
I felt like the direction of our offense was going was different division than I had. for our team. Felt like it was a necessary decision at this point.
Stay with Seattle Sports for updates and analysis. Read more at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports app.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Brandy Cruz. Hey, Brandy, why? Why First Mark Insurance?
Service. I wondered for a second whether I was getting the VIP treatment, and I kind of asked, hey, is this what you do for everyone? And they're like, of course. The whole First Mark Challenge is meant to be personal, right? So it really is tailored and meant to be a personal experience for every single person. I will say I've just done whatever is the quickest and cheapest type of insurance, and I realized while I was doing it, wow, this is what it feels like to get insurance as a real adult. We had a million questions, and they walked us through every step of the process, and then they're working for you. So they're not working for insurance companies, they're working for you. To experience that level of service really shows you what the difference is with First Mark.
Brandy did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
This is Seattle Sports.
Throws, back shoulder throw. Ball is caught. Bobo. Touchdown, Seahawks.
The home of the Seahawks.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Are you still dealing with a runny nose, congestion, or sinus drip this holiday season? Always having to clear your throat or cough? Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Ryanair is a simple, non-invasive procedure that significantly reduces your postnasal drip and stuffiness. A recent clinical study shows almost 9 out of 10 Ryanair patients get significant improvement in their symptoms. We're proud the Stern Sinus Center was named a nationwide center of excellence. Schedule your appointment in Federal Way, Auburn, or at sternsinus.com.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain pain in regenerative medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
Well, it seems to be a genetic thing. All the men on my dad's side of the family have bad backs. Since my mid-20s, it would swell up and I would lose range of motion, and it was very, very painful to stand or walk, and so I had to miss work. So he went in there and gave me the stem cell injection, and it's great now. I get to keep all my original equipment, if you will. No permanent loss of range of motion, in and out in a day. That's totally worth it. I couldn't recommend Dan Nelson more highly.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000, or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Who could replace Ryan Grubb at OC? I've seen a couple people on the Mac and Jacks text line say, Doug Peterson's out of a job. In Jacksonville, maybe he comes here. We're going to look at least one in-house name, though. This name was already mentioned by Mike Macdonald, obviously not to replace Ryan Grubb at OC. This was from a New Year's Day interview. Mike Macdonald was highly complimentary of passing game coordinator Jake Peetz.
Well, he has a lot of experience. I've known Jake for a long time, and just he's been around the block. He's seen a lot of things, and people that offer their opinions and that's well thought out and detailed and built around the principles that we want to do. That's a lot of stuff that Jake does, both as a program and with our offense. Definitely respect his opinion and made the best idea win. So, but he's been doing that since I've known him. So we appreciate Jake.
If Mike Macdonald was a 55 or 65-year-old coach who had been around the block, he'd been on a number of teams, he'd built up networks, maybe his son was a coach and his son's friend's coach, then I'd be casting a wide net and thinking well, it really could be anyone. I would not be very surprised to see a young head coach with a limited network, because he's still growing and developing that, hire someone in-house.
Yeah. Jake Peetz is a guy that he trusts, obviously. You hear the way he talked about him, right? It's familiar.
Respects.
There's respect there. He spent some time in L.A., and I would assume that the challenges that the Rams presented defense, Mike Macdonald respects, because it's difficult trying to slow these guys down, even though you've slowed it down at times. Their concepts are tough. They expand you. They condense you. They still run the football. They have one of the better running games in the NFL. And Peetz has been around that, and he's been around coach. So, no, I completely understand it. And that's what you do as a head coach, is that you develop these relationships. A young head coach, you develop relationships. You gain depth in that Rolodex, and you rock with people that are like you, that work as hard as you, that sees the game the way that you do. So if he were to hire in-house, I'd be completely fine with that. And Jake Peetz is a name that we've heard for a year or two now.
Someone said, what about Eric Bieniemy?
Eric Bieniemy. Here's the thing that I think Eric Bieniemy will bring to this, that I think Mike would rock with, is that I've heard Eric Bieniemy is tough. He's tough on his players.
Yeah,
he demands a lot from them. He did at UCLA. I know Deshaun Foster personally, the head coach over there. It wasn't like he fired Eric Bieniemy. The deal was just, let me get my hands back on the game on the college level, then I'm going to move on. I could see that, but it has to be a good fit, because Eric Bieniemy, he was a running back at Colorado, I believe. He understands how to run the football. He comes from the Andy Reid tree, obviously, with all the success they've had over there. But there's a name that I'm looking at right now. Obviously, I go to the teams who are having success, right? And I go, all right, well, who's on your squad, and who can we take from
Ben
those
Johnson.
guys?
I'm just kidding.
Nah, because it can't be a lateral move. It can't be a lateral move.
No, he's going to be a head coach.
So the name that popped up for me is Wes Phillips. No one knows who Wes Phillips is. He is the offensive coordinator for the Vikings. Kevin O'Connell calls the plays. 18 years of experience. He's been a passing coordinator and a tight ends coach as well. He understands the box. The reason why I like that name is obviously what they're doing in Minnesota, but he's also been a tight ends coach. And when you're a tight ends coach, you understand the box. You understand leverage. You understand how to make plays. Another name.
I immediately thought, son of Wade Phillips? Yes.
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 Another name that I'm looking at is Old school. Mark Brunell, he's over there with the Lions. He's a quarterback coach with the Lions, okay? You got to look for guys who are going to take a step up. Mark Brunell's been over there for 3 years. He's been part of the development of that culture over there with Dan Campbell. He understands what it looks like for a team to have a whole bunch of young guys. No one's counting on them. Develop them and let's go. And quarterbacks got to understand the box are good. Other guy I'm looking at is Kevin Patullo. Kevin Patullo, he is currently with the Eagles. He is their passing game coordinator and associate head coach, right? That would be another move for him. Again, a team that knows how to run the football, clearly with Saquon Barkley, that's going to help you, but also understands how to get receivers the ball on the outside. And then you have yourself a quarterback in Jalen Hurts that he's helped develop. So those are some random names. Who knows what's going to stick or not? I would lean towards Mike Macdonald hiring in-house because he understands who Jake Peetz is and what he brings to the table. But if we're not going to go in-house, those are a couple names for you to look at.
Let's find out what Mike Macdonald is looking for in a new OC.
Well, I mean, we're gonna open it up, and we're gonna do our research and be thorough with it. And we want to be efficient. You know, we want to move quickly, but we want to be smart as well. And we're just looking for the right fit on the type of person that's going to come in and lead our offense. And I mean, not that we weren't aligned with Ryan, but definitely looking for alignment and a shared vision about how we want to operate.
Alignment and a shared vision about how we want to operate. How do you think Mike Macdonald wants to operate offensively?
There are a couple theories that I've heard going around about Grubb and Macdonald and where, you know, they didn't connect.
Yeah.
When you're in college, you can attack players because there are 120-something D1 schools out there. You're not going to play against the best of the best every single week. In the NFL, you could be playing against the worst team in the NFL. They still got some ballers over there. You're not really going to be able to attack players unless you got Justin Jefferson or somebody on your squad. You got to attack the scheme. And one of the things that I heard is that that's where they kind of where they're on different pages. So where Grubb was just attacking players and Mike Macdonald wanted him to attack scheme. I don't know if that's completely true.
Interesting.
I would assume Grubb understands the scheme and where the weaknesses are in a scheme.
I kind of believe that.
Yeah, but I mean, but that's part of the learning process. That's why I thought Grubb should get another year because there's a transition coming from the college game to the NFL game. It's the talent pool is so small. You're in a pond. Whereas when you're in the college game, you're in a big ocean, and there's so much space and room to do stuff. The hash marks are different. The talent gaps are different. In NFL, it just ain't that. So that's why I thought that he deserved another year because I wanted to see what adjustment he will make. But it comes down to clearly what Mike Macdonald said, just the philosophies were different. So, yeah.
Someone said, why weren't they thorough and aligned last time? What's last time?
Yeah.
This was their first year together.
First time.
And again, you're not going to fire an offensive coordinator 5 weeks into a season. Also, don't forget that this year started with the Seahawks winning 3 in a row, the Rams quickly falling to 1-4, the 49ers dealing with an injury, not getting Christian McCaffrey to start the year. By the midway point in the season, you were in first place in the NFC West, and it was you and the Arizona Cardinals going back and forth. You beat the Cardinals. I mean, why would you move on from an offensive coordinator? I think it probably became clear to Mike Macdonald, if not relatively early, then certainly by the midway point of the season, going into the bye week, leaving the bye week of like, I'd love to run the ball more. Like, I would love certain things that the offense just isn't seeing, but we're in playoff contention. What am I going to do? What do you want me to do? We are fighting for a playoff spot right now. We have home field advantage in the playoffs. And then obviously they went on to lose it. But
you know what's crazy about this situation? If they pull off that game against the Giants, if they win that overtime game against the Rams, they're a 12-win team. They're in the playoffs. Grubb is here for sure. Grubb is here. And also, is Mike Macdonald connecting Geno's red zone issues to him? Like, what's the teaching? Like, was he not able to get into Geno's mind and get him to understand where to go with the football, how to throw it away, when to not take those risks or not? So quarterback play is obviously going to be connected to the offensive coordinator as well. When you toss, 15 interceptions this year, you're going to look at the OC and ask him the question, why aren't we getting him to understand that you have to take care of the football?
I got a couple questions I'm going to throw your way in our last minute here. Guys, for those of us who are not totally in depth with football, does the offensive coordinator call every play, and does the head coach have have to approve them each time.
Head coach shouldn't approve. I don't think they're approving. I think you have to let your coordinator do what he does. And the coordinator does call every play. He calls every play. He's leaning on a few other coaches that are in the box with him to verify looks, shades, coverages. In these situations, these are the 5 plays that we like. But when it's all said and done, you got to call the play. Grubb calls the plays.
I have a couple more questions. I'm going to hang on to them because it's not the last time we're going to talk about Ryan Grubb today. We're going to get back to Mike Macdonald's show reaction coming up at 11. Before then, one last thing on Grubb for this hour at least. What are the expectations for a new offensive coordinator? And were they too high in the first place for Ryan Grubb? That's next.
Breaking news.
The Seahawks, according to sources, have parted ways, firing Ryan Grubb as their offensive coordinator. Well, Brock, why?
So I think identity number one. I can't say after 17 games, what was the identity that Ryan Grubb wanted with his NFL Seahawk offense?
Yeah.
I can't say that. And I think he loves to throw the football. I think number two as well, a lifer in the college game dealing with grown professional men is a big step. A bigger step than Mike Macdonald had to take.
Stay with Seattle Sports for updates and analysis.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's bombas.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage? You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage? You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
This is Seattle Sports.
Now he throws to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown! Seahawks! DK Metcalf!
The home of the Seahawks.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Want to get rid of clutter and reclaim your space? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling for the greater Seattle area. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We prioritize donating and recycling, so we'll look for opportunities to do just that instead of going to the landfill. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
We are
Subaru of Puyallup.
We're stress-free.
Stress-free. Estamos libre de estrés.
We're almost 100 employees strong. We make sure the sales process is smooth.
We have video car walkthroughs.
We have stress-free pricing.
We value our customers and we value their experience.
We're like a family here.
We love our community
And support local charities. We are
Subaru
of Puyallup, your
stress-free
dealership.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in 15 minutes, an exclusive interview with Mike Macdonald from earlier this morning on Brock and Salk. We've got stuff on Ryan Grubb, and then he was asked about Geno Smith's future, whether or not Geno's coming back in 2025. He is under contract. We'll play you what Mike Macdonald had to say, again, coming up in less than 15 minutes. Before we get to that, we're going to stick with our reaction to that breaking news this morning of Ryan Grubb being fired. That was confirmed by Mike Macdonald. I'll start with this. Were the expectations for Ryan Grubb too high? Like, when you look at the tools, the weapons the offense had, when I was starting the season, I remember us talking about how this could be one of the better wide receiver groups in football. Jackson Smith-Njigba is the only one who really took off. Did he not do as much with the weapons he had, or are we grading him unfairly?
No, I think expectations were to have a top 10 offense, I think. And they just, overall, they didn't have that. They didn't have a top 10 offense. I think expectations were you were going to be able to improve the run game. On paper, he did by 3 yards, right? Last year, 92 yards per game. This year, 95 yards per game.
He really stuck it to him.
You wanted a bigger improvement, right? You wanted to be around at least $110 a game. Sure. And he wasn't able to do that. So I think that when you look at it from a distance, the broad picture, you say, no, he didn't do enough. If they did more, then they would be in the playoffs. If they did more, then you would have beat the Rams. You did more, you would have competed more against the Bills. You would have beat the Vikings in a clutch situation. And I think that when it came down to winning time, when it came down to the teams you had to beat to prove yourself as one of the big dogs, you weren't able to do it. On the defensive side, I don't think they did it either, though. But I think that we saw the progress, right? The defense started in a place to where we felt like the offense, you guys got to carry this thing and run with it. And then eventually the defense got better and better and better. And the offense took a step back in the pass game. They were top 5 at one point. I believe they finished the season like 7 or 8, something in the pass game. The run game started off hot. We saw K9 have a 100-yard game. And then as the season progressed, you got worse. So it just started to teeter a bit. And I think that's what it is. The overall numbers are going to tell you against non-playoffs teams, this defense held them to 16 points per game, which is great. You hold them 16 points per game, you're going to win. And guess what? You won most of those games against non-playoff teams. It's about the big dogs. And when it was time to win against the big dogs, there were either costly mistakes on both sides of the football. I remember there's this one DB who lined up in the neutral zone, and you got to stop on third down. You're supposed to be off the field, and you give them another chance. And I remember you're on offense, you're down in the red zone, going to score 2, go up, and you throw an interception. So I think that this team offensively got better in some areas because you can't deny the emergence of JSN.
Mm-hmm.
You can't deny the numbers that Geno put up. He did turn the football over. You can't deny that Zach Charbonnet and Kenny McIntosh became a nice little 1-2 combo as the season ended. But it just wasn't enough to match what the defense was doing, and he didn't do it in the style that Mike Macdonald agreed with. I bet you there's a team out there with personnel that would work beautifully for Grubb. Like, take Atlanta. I can see Ryan Grubb in Atlanta with that offense or those offensive weapons and being just fine. You're indoor. You got 2 running backs in Algier. Your offensive line is decent. You got receivers on the outside. It's just that for this situation, for this personnel, for this head coach, it didn't work out for him. But man, oh man, whoever you bring in here, equip them with the offensive line, or you're going to have some of these same issues that you're having. Here's a question. Maybe he thought he could do more with that offensive line. So that's why you look at Huff and you're questioning, okay, what's going to happen there? Because he's a guy in the room with them every single day.
Yeah, I think so. I'll start with what you said last, which is the way I feel about any position, right? If you have Geno at quarterback or if you have a rookie at quarterback, they're not going to have their best game, their best careers until you have a better offensive line. If you have Ken Walker, maybe he's competing to back up Charbonnet. Maybe you roll with Ken Walker as your starter and Charbonnet's still competing. It doesn't matter. They're not going to have their best seasons until you fix that offensive line. It is the most fundamental part of football. It is baseline football 101. It starts up front. It is boring. It is hard to evaluate. It's hard to analyze. It's not a sexy position group, but it is the most important thing. Mm-hmm. And when you look at the commonality between most playoff teams and certainly good playoff teams and Super Bowl teams, you're going to find good offensive lines. I mean, heck, if you want to look at what Baker Mayfield's doing in Tampa Bay, it's not just Baker. It's not just great coaching or great whatever. They have one of the better offensive lines in football right now.
See,
so,
and that's why it's deeper than just personnel. You think Mike Macdonald ain't looking at this offensive line and saying, yeah, we probably, with those group of guys, we're probably not going to be able to get it done. Yeah, we had a rookie at the guard position for a part of the season. Yeah, we had a rotation at tackle for a little bit. There's no way Mike Macdonald is looking at that offensive line and saying, you should be able to win with this. I don't think. No. I'm watching the film. I'm seeing him get beat. I'm seeing him not be consistent. So it has to be just a philosophy type of thing. It has to be the presentation. It has to be taking advantage of what a defense is giving you. And in 4 down territory, I'm going to kind of break down, like, what's the difference between attacking a player and attacking a scheme? And I'm going to go to a game or two and give you my thoughts on what I saw and how Grubb could have attacked them a bit better. But it's the support. We also can't deny that there were a lot of young coaches on this staff. Young is good at times, but you also need some OGs, some guys who've been in the game for 10 years, 15 years. That's why Leslie is there. So Mike Macdonald has learned a lot this year, and I'm excited to see what changes he's going to make. It started with the offensive coordinator. I thought Grubb should get another year because I think that you live and you learn. But it's deeper than what we're seeing because when you you lose a guy or you fire a guy after 1 year, it's not just what you're seeing on Sundays. It's throughout the week too.
I think my only expectation for a new offensive coordinator is that he run the ball more. It seems to more philosophically align with Mike Macdonald. I don't know how successful that's going to be. As you pointed out, until you improve your offensive line, you can't attach a win number to whatever offensive. You know what I mean? You can't attach, like, make them a top 5 offense if you don't have a good offensive line. Mm-hmm. You simply can't. It's unfair. For Grubb, maybe the expectation for Mike Macdonald is that we be more aligned. And that if you are going to pass, that your concepts be more innovative. That, you know what I mean? Like, maybe he just wanted to see more plays develop differently. I have no idea.
I think the pass game was fine.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to being creative with the run game.
Sure.
And
or a willingness.
And teaching your guys. Maybe the teaching wasn't where he needed it to be.
Yeah.
Because there's no way he's looking at this offensive line and saying we're good. It's the teaching, it's the prep, it's the creativity in the run, it's the physicalness, it's the message. It's more than just Sundays and how many times you run the ball. Because we know that the pass game was decent. And they finished, 6th or 7th or whatever.
Mike Macdonald isn't speaking until tomorrow, and there was breaking Seahawks news this morning. Seahawks moving on from offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb. So there's only one place, Seattle Sports, 7:10 a.m., that you're going to find the latest from Mike Macdonald. It was in an exclusive interview this morning with Brock and Salk. We've got everything he had to say about the team moving on from Ryan Grubb, plus him being asked about the future of Geno Smith. That's next.
Breaking news.
The Seahawks, according to sources, have parted ways, firing Ryan Grubb as their offensive coordinator. Well, Brock, why?
I think identity, number one. I can't say after 17 games, what was the identity that Ryan Grubb wanted with his NFL Seahawk offense?
Yeah.
I can't say that. And I think he loves to throw the football. I think number two as well, a lifer in the college game dealing with grown professional men is a big step. A bigger step than Mike Macdonald had to take.
Stay with Seattle Sports for updates and analysis.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. Yeah, the end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. Justin believes everything about doing the right thing begins and ends with Lee Johnson's company culture. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Do you leave your car running unoccupied to warm up or stay warm during the winter? Don't do it. Car thieves call those steamers. They're watching for you and they'll steal your car before you know it. Every winter, Washington sees an uptick in auto theft, and a major reason is steamers. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. Don't get caught with your car running. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Dave Wyman with an important message for those recently diagnosed with prostate cancer. Several treatment options are available, and gaining an understanding of each of them can help you make an informed treatment decision. When searching for the most advanced treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. CyberKnife is a non-surgical treatment utilizing a robotic radiosurgery system to deliver radiation beams with sub-millimeter accuracy. The targeted radiation adjusts robotically in real time to tumor and patient movement. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Allshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone. Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Rain, it is like our regional calling card here in the Northwest. And when we get a lot of rain, eventually the earth that our homes are built on, that becomes saturated. And that leads to groundwater intrusion in your crawl space. That's no good. Mike Salk here. And if rain or groundwater is making its way into your crawl space, it can create big problems, including structural damage or toxic mold that ventilates into your home. You don't want any part of it. That's why Crawl Pros can keep your crawl space dry by installing a crawl space drainage system that reroutes all that water back out and away from your home. They'll also inspect the crawl for mold and properly address if there are any signs of danger. Don't take a risk. Do what I did. Have Crawl Pros come out and do a free corner-to-corner inspection and learn if you have any water issues at all. They will go where you don't want to. Certainly where I don't want to. If you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation, critters, issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection. That's crawlpros.com.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
This is Seattle Sports.
Throw far side, it's intercepted. Far side of the field. Turning upfield is Julian Love.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Seahawks have fired offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb after 1 year with the team. We have some more sound about this. Exclusive sound from Mike Macdonald coming your way in 30 seconds.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. The latest from Mike Macdonald, an exclusive interview this morning with Brock and Salk. We're going to start with his comments on the firing of Ryan Grubb. Earlier today, to begin our show, I already played his reaction to the firing. So now we've just got some cuts on kind of what he wants in a new OC, also what he learned in his first year as head coach. We're going to kind of transition a little bit from the Grubb stuff to where he wants to move forward in 2025. I'll start with Mike Macdonald on what he's going to focus on this offseason.
Everything's on the table. I was just telling the staff, we were trying to get as much feedback as we possibly can, but how we structure the offseason, how we build our systems, how we practice, all those things we want to do a deep dive into and evolve. We talk about chasing edges. You got to go live it, and that's going to be the mentality. And it's not time yet to do it, but we're going to have a heck of an off season. It's going to be a heck of a plan. We're going to spend a lot of time. It's going to be thorough, and we'll get into the goals and stuff as we get throughout the off season. But I am looking forward to moving, to taking this thing to the next level.
Find a new OC to number one on that list. But Bump, as a new head coach who's leaving your first year as head coach, this must be just months and months of information and film.
Yeah, you're using the experiences of the season to influence every move, every step that you're going to take. You are looking across the league. You've heard this before. It's a copycat league. It sure is. There was one time where 2 running backs was standard. There was one time where 11 personnel was standard, 10 personnel. You got to find something, which he already has an idea what he wants to be, right? But if you're looking across the league and you're seeing teams have success doing this, and as a defensive guy, he understands what stresses out a defense. He understands that. So I think he looked at the Seahawks offense and said, they're not stressing people out enough. I've been there. I'm watching. I'm evaluating my OC every single week, and they're not stressing the defense out enough. Yeah. And I think that's such an advantage if you're an offensive coordinator. And I'm sure Grubb probably did this, or maybe didn't. Who knows? I would every week sit down with Mike Macdonald and pick my game plan apart. I did that in high school when I was a head coach and an OC. I go to my defensive coordinator and say, "How would you play us? What are you attacking? Where are we predictable? How can we get better?" And then I take his notes, and I'm going to use everything, but I'm going to take his notes and try to warp my offense. I also think too that there's a sense of urgency with Mike Macdonald. I think he thinks that this team could win a lot quicker than people are anticipating. So that's why he has to make drastic moves.
I think that's a fair assumption to make. I saw not a lot, but a notable amount of kind of negativity and glass half empty kind of conversation about the Seahawks. And on the one hand, I completely understand. You should hold your teams accountable. You should want to be in the playoffs. You should want to win. You should have a goal be Super Bowl. Like, all of those things should be true as a fan, and as a fan, nothing feels worse than your team falling short of all of those things. On the other hand, I think that this season, following a season in which the Mariners didn't make the playoffs and now an offseason where they're not making moves, has kind of compounded Seattle sports fan frustration. And I see these teams as being in two different places. When I look at the Seattle Seahawks, I think, it feels easier to go from 10 wins to 12 than it does to, if you're the Titans, if you're New England, go from 2, 3, 4 wins to 12.
Yeah.
Like, that jump is not as massive. So if you're Mike Macdonald, you're going, we were the only 10-plus win team to not make the playoffs. If we fix this offensive line, if we make 2 fewer mistakes this year, we're in.
Yeah, he's looking and he realizes that we're not that far off. In reality, you can look at the run game, you can look at the offensive line, you can look at a whole bunch of things that contributed to this team not making the playoffs, and you say, "But what about this? What about that?" For sure, and you'd be absolutely right. There are some things to be concerned about. But even with those concerns, you won 10 games. You probably should have won 12, and you're not that far off. You're looking across the league. You played the Vikings tough. Hey, and a side note, this is how crazy the NFL is. You lose to the Green Bay Packers, you beat Chicago. Chicago beat the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, my God.
And it's not like Green Bay threw out their twos and said, all right, let's just pack it in. They threw their guys out there. So I hope that brings a little bit of perspective of just how crazy the NFL is. Not anybody can get it. But he's looking at the way they finished the season and saying to himself, okay, I'm intrigued. I'm excited. Yeah. I know that we didn't get it done. I know Green Bay gave it to us and we almost beat Minnesota, but we're not too far off. A couple plays here, some discipline things there, some concepts over there, and we're in this thing. So when you have that sense of urgency and you see the light at the end of the tunnel, that's going to make for drastic moves to be made. That's what we saw this morning.
All right, everyone, think about your answer to this question. What did you learn about the Seahawks in their first year under head coach Mike Macdonald? Mike Macdonald was asked what he's learned in his first season as head coach. Here's what he said.
Honestly, so this, Brock, what I would say is, like, I came in with kind of like, these are all the things that I believe that it's going to take to win. And what I've realized is it's a way less number of things, but they're more important, like connectedness, toughness, situational football, development, fundamentals, things like that.
Before we get to our answers about what we learned about the Seahawks in their first year under Mike Macdonald, I loved his answer. I know it sounded kind of weird because he's figuring out how to articulate what he's saying, but he's like, I thought winning was way more complicated. It turns out winning is simple, and it comes down to fewer things than I expected, but that those few things are so much more important than I thought they were.
You know what we call that in football? Call that KISS. KISS.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple, silly. I don't know what I can say or not. I can't call anybody stupid these days because it's 2025. Everyone's soft. But that's what it comes down to sometimes. And it's crazy, right? Because we're saying, okay, he's talking about keeping it simple. But he's also looking at his offense and saying, you ain't doing enough. So there's a balance there. On offense, you can give the illusion that you're doing a lot, but you're not really doing a lot. I can design a run play right now and have 5 or 6 things off of that formation, off of the pre-snap movement, off of the quarterback's action. One concept, 5 ways of doing it. 2 runs, 3 passes. It's keeping it stupid. I mean, keeping it simple, but it's also giving the illusion that it's complex. I think that is probably what was missing. So he's saying, I'm not saying like just line up 2 by 2 every single play and just go straight at them and don't give them things to think about. All I'm saying is maybe cut the playbook down when it comes to concepts, all right? But have your core concepts and just do more off of those concepts, if that makes sense.
Well, and outside of even just the concepts, I wish I could hear off the record Mike Macdonald talk about all the things he learned, because it's just so funny how philosophically we can all ping pong bounce back and forth between different ideas and what works and what doesn't and what's outdated and what's new. I mean, this sounds like someone who could have spent 10 minutes in a room with Pete Carroll and been like, yeah, it's all about the ball. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds, Pete Carroll was someone who took a really simple approach, like 3 rules to his program. And like the number one, all about the ball. And then, always compete. Like, these were things that he said over and over. And now if it was still working for Pete Carroll, he'd still be here. This isn't me saying, look, he was right all along.
Right.
But this is me saying that there is a wisdom that comes with being an older head coach. And I don't know if he's ever going to get another chance in the NFL, but it's so interesting to hear a younger head coach go, oh, no, there is a truth to simplicity. And there is a truth to keeping it simple. And this stuff that we think is coach speak about be tough and always compete, that keeps your program going.
Yeah, there's fundamentals. Like there are things that you know are going to work. You do your teases every day. You have a formula to your teases at this point. You know how I'm going to get in, how I'm going to get out. It's going to sound different because it's a different segment every time.
Sure, and sometimes it's just improv.
But these are some of the things, the cadence,
sure.
The length of it, the flexion in your voice going up and down. Like you understand, okay, this is how I'm going to get in and how I'm going to get out. But the segment is different every single day. That's all football is.
Right.
Like I know what my team is. I know how we're going to run it, but I'm going to dress it up a little different. I'm gonna put some sauce on this motion right here. I'm going to give them a different look, then explode to this look over here. It can be a complicated game, but it can be really, really simple once you have your identity. And I think I heard Brock talk about that in the morning on the Brock and Salk show, is that he couldn't tell exactly what their identity was. And I think I could tell each game what their identity was. It felt a little different. But you want to look at a team, when we think of the Baltimore Ravens, we know what we're going to get.
Yep.
They're going to make you load the box. You're going to hand the football off. You're going to take your shots with Lamar. When you look at the Lions, you know what their identity is going to be. You're going to make you load the box. We're going to roll Goff out. We're going to go some east to west and try to outflank you and get these guys a football. With the Seahawks, it's kind of, they were searching. And they searched on defense and they searched on offense too, though. But the defense, once they found it, they were locked in. Boom, this is us. This is who we are. We got the personnel. We're good. That's another thing. I don't think they addressed anything offensively midseason. It was all about the defense.
Yeah.
So when you're complaining about the offensive line and what they can and what they can't do, they also didn't do nothing to help that offensive line either. They just kept saying, all right, well, mix it up. Throw somebody else out there. Coach them up, which can be a good formula, but it just didn't work out for them.
I told all of us to think about our answer to that question. I really loved what Mike Macdonald had to say, just philosophically. I think it's interesting. As far as what I learned about the Seahawks in their first year under Mike Macdonald, I think that they're willing to make aggressive personnel decisions, and I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What did you learn in their first year under head coach Mike Macdonald?
I learned that Macdonald is going to be really consistent with who he is, and I can appreciate that. I think people got tired of Pete Carroll, Mr. Positive, all the time. So that's who he was. If he came in a different guy every single day, then what do you think the locker room is like? There's no consistency when he's talking to the team or he's talking to his coaches, and I think that's important that you have consistency. And I think with Mike Macdonald, you're going to get that. And if he feels like you cannot do the job, he will move on to someone else. Mm-hmm. He got rid of those backers, just got rid of his offensive coordinator. And I think you have to respect that. Even if you're like me and you thought that Grubb probably deserved another year, I respect the man who's going to make a decision that he feels is best, and he's not going to wait. My man waited till Monday. They played yesterday, okay?
He didn't even wait 24 hours.
He goes, nah, man, we're just going to get this thing going right now because I need to find my guy. Again, I think Grubb should get another year, but I respect that Mike Macdonald thinks that, all right, this isn't a right fit. Doesn't mean Grubb's not a good coach. It just wasn't a right fit.
All right, let's go to one more cut here. Mike Macdonald was asked about Geno coming back in 2025.
You also mentioned Geno. Does that mean you expect Geno to be back next year as a quarterback? I got no reason to say no. So I guess, yeah.
No, it's not like a super vote of confidence. I couldn't tell if this was Mike Macdonald, who I've listened to every single one of these Mike Macdonald shows. There are some questions that he's like, I don't want to comment on this. I don't want the team to lose leverage if Geno wants an extension. I don't want to commit to a quarterback if they end up trading Geno, or if, something happens with Geno and then we have a new guy coming in. I don't want to have already committed to Geno. Like, I need to be careful about what I say. So there is a little bit of that to this. I also think, though, that, Geno is and was never Mike Macdonald's central figure.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't draft him. He didn't campaign for him as a free agent signing this offseason. He was just already here. I think he appreciates Geno, what he does. He can recognize, this guy's a veteran. He can get out there and win. But I think Mike Macdonald knows that, Geno perhaps isn't central to what he's going to do here. I don't know. That's kind of what I got from it.
I think he's also thinking, just like we praised him for making a decision with Grubb fairly quickly, he's also thinking, it's Monday. I don't know, man. Shoot. I gotta go talk to my coaches, evaluate, see what's out there, talk to John and the numbers guy to see what we can and can't do. What are we going to do moving forward? Because it's all a domino effect, right? DK is going to affect this. Locke is going to affect this. Lincoln's going to affect this. Jay Reed, Geno. There's so many things that need to happen, I think, before he can definitively say that Geno's going to be our guy moving forward. I think that it's a real good possibility that Geno's our guy. Mm-hmm. But the last thing he wants to do and say, heck yeah, Geno's our guy, man. We're going to ride with him. And then something happens in a month or two, someone's available or the numbers don't work and you have to make a tough decision.
All right, let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what was something Ryan Grubb did that showed he was trying to save his job in Seattle?
He did some different things, man. I was proud of him. I'm watching the game. And going into the game, I told the guys in the pregame show, I go, why not just do everything you've ever wanted to do? Like, just try everything. You got nothing to lose. So I saw JSN in the backfield in a 2 running back type look. We saw the Vikings hit us with that with Justin Jefferson, and they get him out the backfield. He gets the football. They're motioning him around. They're using him in orbit. I like it. What are you trying to do? You're trying to create matchups with that. That's what the Vikings did to us. My man tried to do it over there. Also, what did I see? More play action under center. He actually stuck with it. I believe it was against the Vikings or the Green Bay Packers where you get under center, you try to boot out of it. Zach Charbonnet steps on Geno's foot, and then you rarely see it after that because then you kind of get scared of running it. I also saw a design QB run. There was a design run where Geno is reading the end. The end bites down. He keeps it. He runs. He picks up 15 or 16 yards. Stacy, if he was doing that all year and connected it and building off of that, Macdonald might feel different about this offense, but because of it just not being consistent and not having like a true identity of what we want to do, that's part of the reason why he's not here. I think in the past game, when it comes to the downfield concepts, that's where he shined the most. He's good there, but it was about connecting the dots, using Geno in certain ways, using your personnel in creative ways, especially when you have a guy like JSN, getting under center, using the play action. I'm watching Geno in his play action, and he's not even comfortable with it because they don't do it a lot. I've watched all these other teams, man. You look at Brock Purdy, man, he holds the football out there, 1-2, tucks that thing, whips it around. You can tell a confident QB in the play action just by his body language. Just like when I can tell a confident golfer when he's swinging his club. I can tell when he's got the yips and he's not confident. Geno looked like a guy, it's like, all right, I'm going to do this, but we ain't really been doing this, so I'm not completely confident. So he tried some things, man. Obviously, it just wasn't enough.
Second down. Already free agency time. What Seahawks free agents do you want to see signed ASAP?
So these are the guys who are free agents now. They're guys who are in their second to last year in their contract who you can decide to extend, but these are the guys who right now are on the street. All right, you got Jay Reed, Farrell Brown, Jonathan Hankins, Kevon Wallace, Travis Gibson, Lincoln Tomlinson, Ernest Jones, Trey Brown, Jalen Darden, Brady Russell, Josh Ross, Stone Forsythe. All right, Jay Reed, get it done. Jay Reed coming back here and being the leader that I've heard that he is in the locker room has been great. 4.5 sacks. You need that big body. Jonathan Hankins, I'm with it. Keep him here. All right, he's 32 years old, so you try to get him on a deal, but keep him here. Ernest Jones, we all know. Sign that man. Hook him up.
Come on.
Make him your captain. He is a guy who needs to be here. And last but not least, Jalen Darden. I know he's just a punt returner, but I was talking to B. Wald, who was a punt returner in the league as well. Watching him field punts was the most confident I've been in a while with the guy back there. And we talked to him during the huddle, and me and him were geeking out over punt return techniques and how hard it is. And he understands it, man. The way he was even talking about it, he was confident. He understands how crucial his role is, but he just looked confident back there. And the one thing that I look at when I'm judging punt returners, how confident they are, watch their arms. If their arms are always tight, they're in, they're good. Right, they're finding the ball. They're not. Their feet are confident. They're good. As soon as those arms get all crazy, those feet get crossed up, he's turning the hips and running. That's when he's not reading the football and he's confused. Every now and then it's gonna happen because the wind catches the football and it moves it. But for the most part, I'm watching Jalen back there and he looked confident. Ain't nothing like a solid returner to get the offense the ball quickly.
What did you think about I heard Brock and Salk talking about special teams earlier, and they were like, if you were to ask me to give a grade, it would be a different grade if you took all the specialists out. So if you removed Myers and Dixon and you know what I mean, like took all those guys out, then I'm just looking at coverage, I'm going to feel disappointed. Did you feel the same way?
Oh, yeah. There were times where that thing looked leaky. Like you're one missed tackle away from this returner breaking one. And we had a kick return on us in New York against the Jets. And that don't happen too often these days.
No.
There's only like 3 or 4 guys who did it this year. So, yeah, I mean, Myers was solid this year. He extended his record for 50-plus touchdowns, field goals in the season. I believe he's at like 8 right now or something like that. Myers was good. Did have a crucial miss against the Rams, but for the most part, he was good.
Third down. What's an example of attacking scheme rather than players?
All right, I think attacking players is simple. You guys know, all right, I got DK on the outside against this rookie corner. He's not very fast. I'm going to go up top because the safety's not really helping over there. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and attack that. And I think that going off of the rumors that I've heard, that was something that it seemed Grubb relied on a little bit, right? So now attacking scheme. And I remember I was disappointed when they played the Vikings, even though they were still in that game. But there are some things that the Vikings, you know you're going to get. You're going to get blitz on early downs. On first and second down, you are going to get blitz from the linebacker. So what do? You attack the space in the middle on intermediate routes, and I just didn't see that a lot, right? That's attacking the scheme, knowing what the defense is and what they like to do. Also, when they do get into those early downs where they're blitzing, they're going to have to run some man. If you're blitzing 1 or 2 linebackers, you're running zone, there's going to be gaps everywhere. You have to get in man. So what do? You run some bunch concepts, some stacks. You layer the receivers during pre-snaps. You can get them off their spot. You motion guys over so Geno can identify that as man, and you snap the ball when they are running. Now you're overlapping. When you're playing against a team that blitz you and that mans you up, you got to layer, you got to cross them out, you got to attack the middle of the field because that's where most of the pressure is going to come from. And then I'm looking at that Green Bay Packers game. This defensive line is taught are going to be coached to and called to slant. They want to slant and get horizontal. What do you do against teams that want to slant and get horizontal? You give them those motions, you give them those boots, you get them going one way, and you pop around the other side. You use your tight ends. You overload one side, which is the side that they're going to slant to most of the time because they're assuming you're overloading this side, you're going to run to that side. So you play action there, you get your tight ends over the top, you attack the slant. So I'm sure he did it at times. There's no way Grubb is not looking at the film and not seeing the stuff that I'm seeing, but it was the consistency. It was not connecting these guys. So, yeah, obviously attacking personnel, me against Stacy, I'm taking her up top.
Yeah.
All right, attacking scheme.
That's incredibly rude.
I know. I mean, you probably lock me down. You got hands. You're aggressive at the line of scrimmage.
My vertical is crazy.
It's crazy.
I can jump. Curtis, how many inches in the air you think I could jump? 4 or 5?
I think 4 or 5.
4 or
yeah.
5.
4 or 5.
That's not bad.
I like it.
Yeah. You could dunk on, like, Will's little Tykes hoop, I think.
I saw a video.
Yeah.
You couldn't even touch the top of the door.
Okay, first of all, that was comedic. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't giving it full up. We're gonna try that during the break. Let's get to whatever the next one. Just do it. Who should we be saying goodbye to?
I ain't talking about a Seahawk. It's a wrap for Aaron Rodgers. You see the way he took in those moments at the end of the game?
He said, I love you, Pam. Bye.
He took his time with it. He was not trying to get off that field. Him and Devontae took their time. It was a slow walk. It was a goodbye. I think at this point of his career, he might be saying goodbye. I think today he feels like he is done. He might wake up in March and April and feel like he's ready to go. He definitely ain't going to be back in New York, I think at least. Mm-hmm. But we might be saying goodbye to Aaron Rodgers. Just the vibe he gave me at the end of that game was like he didn't want to leave the field. It was like my senior year of high school when I knew it was a wrap. I'm like, damn, I don't want to leave. So let's say goodbye to Aaron Rodgers. Might not like him as a person, but over 500 touchdowns, only 5 quarterbacks to ever do that. 4 MVPs, a Super Bowl champion. Hall of Famer for sure.
One of the best moments from yesterday's games coming up next. And then after that, we'll get back to that Mike Macdonald sound, including some Geno Smith sound, talk about Geno's future in Seattle. Don't go anywhere.
This is Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! DK Metcalf!
It's hard to get 10 wins just in the NFL in general. The fact that we was able to get it on his first year, I think that's incredible.
Throw far side is intercepted. Far side of the field. Turning upfield is Julian Love.
Proud of the guys, proud of everybody, the way they fought, proud of our coaching staff.
Throw to the middle. Ball is caught, upended. Fan, is he into the end zone? He is! Touchdown! Seahawks!
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a Colonial with high ceilings, hardwood floors, and a peaceful neighborhood. And you found it. Now, every Saturday at 6 a.m., you get to wake to the sound of your neighbor's leaf blower. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage? You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 206-529-1111 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
It wasn't just any old hook and ladder. It was a throw to JSN, who then threw all the way to Charbonnet.
The home of the Seahawks.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Coming to the Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Thursday night, March 13th. It's Keith Sweat. The legendary R&B artist Keith Sweat. Get your tickets while they last at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Keith Sweat, March 13th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
I don't know about you guys, but one of my favorite moments of the weekend was the Buccaneers getting Mike Evans the 5 yards he needed in their final possession of the game to tie Jerry Rice's record for consecutive 1,000-yard receiving seasons. This is what it sounded like in the moment.
Mayfield throwing. Evans!
Team lost its dang mind when that happened. You can see how much Evan means, not just to the city, but to those players, because it was like benches cleared, like everyone's running over there celebrating with them.
Not only was it their final drive, it was the last play.
That's it.
They threw it to the homie, and he caught that ball, and you can tell how much it meant to him, his teammates. And when you have teammates reacting the way that they did, that just lets you know how nice of a guy Mike Evans is. There are guys who break records and, they get to the sideline, they get some love. But you could have thought they just won a conference championship the way they were celebrating.
It looked like game-winning touchdown type stuff. And instead it's like picks up a first down. Oh, my God. But, I got a little emotional watching it. It's just I really like Mike Evans. I saw someone, and this is not a unique take, so I don't remember who this ex-user was, but I don't think it really matters because I've seen it a million times, who have said, the reason that Mike Evans isn't underrated, that Mike Evans at no point has been the best receiver of his era.
Yeah.
Which I can see the case, but I think that in hindsight, with a few receivers in the Hall of Fame, you could probably say that. Not everyone gets to be Jerry Rice.
He's definitely underrated.
Yes.
I don't think he gets the attention that he deserves. And I think a lot of it is because of his personality. He doesn't seek that attention. He doesn't have these extravagant celebrations. He's just consistent. I think he is underrated for sure. But for him to do something that Jerry Rice did is amazing. He's not going to have the numbers that Jerry Rice had overall in his career. But 11 seasons in a row? I was sad. When I saw that it looked like he probably wasn't going to get it, I'm like, man, I was rooting for it. This is one of the things. And he missed 4 games this year and still got it done. So big ups to Mike Evans. And if you know his story, he's been through a lot in his life, man.
Well, I thought, so again, anyone thinking they forced it to him, it's not the same. I'm glad you mentioned him missing time. He'd already have it.
Mm-hmm.
He would have already had it done. He wouldn't have needed that last pass. So you can be annoyed because you're impossible to please, random NFL fan, that they were feeding it to him a bit in that one.
Give it to him.
But it's because he missed a month of playing time.
Yeah.
That's what he needed to get the record. People are just impossible to please.
You can't please everybody.
You really
I learned
can't.
that at 10.
Right? Mike Evans, though, congratulations. This is what he said about getting that one last shot at 1,000 yards.
I was hoping we'd get this out because I can't pass up history. And Coach Bowles didn't want to let it pass up or Liam. So I'm happy that they had me go out there and get that because it's been hard to do for 11 straight years and to be tied with one of the, if not the greatest receiver of all time, it means a lot to me and my family.
It means a lot to him, his family, I think to a lot of Buccaneers fans who, granted, they saw a Super Bowl with Tom Brady here in 2020, a really good team for a few years on either side of that, and then a lot of struggle at times. And so I think through all of that, to have someone that consistently great, he's got to be a fan favorite out there.
Yeah, most definitely. He could have left, too, for more money.
Yeah.
But he stayed in in Tampa.
Well, someone else is leaving Washington. UW senior linebacker Drew Fowler went viral over the weekend for the statement he released declaring for the job market after he ran out of eligibility. Good one, Drew. He said, when I first committed here in 2019, I talked about taking the road less traveled. Boy, did I have any idea what that would truly mean. He talked about all, the road that he actually went through, thanked everyone, thanked his teammates. He said, with that being said, I am officially declaring for the job market. In other words, I need a job. If you or anyone you know has an employment opportunity, I'm your guy. Gritty, hardworking, sneaky athletic, locker room guy. Will bring my lunch pail. My LinkedIn is updated, and I'm #open to work. I thought that was so clever.
I like this.
I like it too. Touch like a good feel-good, wholesome story.
It's football can be cruel. Football tells you when you're done. You could be a great and play until you're 40 like Jerry Rice, or you can be like myself, get a cup of coffee in the league and go to Canada. Football will tell you when you were done. So when you're able to make light of it, to just embrace it and enjoy it the way this young man has, and to kind of mock what their culture is right now. Everyone releases a statement. I had a great conversation with my mom and grandma. I'm going to enter the portal, and please respect my decision. I like this, man. Well done, sir.
I do agree with that. And when I saw it, I'm so glad you mentioned it. When I saw it, I immediately thought, like, wait, how can he transfer? Like, wait, what do you mean? What's happening? Is he, like, announcing an injury? Like, I don't know what. Oh, no, he's completely leaning into what college football is now to just say, I'm graduating.
Yep, I'm out of here.
If you needed someone to do anything, let me know. Next up
He's going to get a job off of that, too. Watch.
Oh, absolutely. Next up here, Rex Ryan sounds like a guy who thinks he's got the Jets job wrapped up.
You think you're going to get this job, right? You think you're going to be the next head coach of the Jets?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely, I do. And the reason I think I'm going to get it is because I'm the best guy. And it ain't close. The thing that you have to do, you have to connect with a football team. You have to connect with your fan base. And the way they play, that's the most important thing. Not just the X's and O's and all that. Look, this Ben Johnson, I love him. I absolutely love him. But I'm a better candidate for this job than he would be.
That was on DePietro and Rothenberg on ESPN Radio. He sounds like someone who's like, so I'll see you guys back here Monday. I'll be back in the building.
That's the interview process for a head coach, though.
Yeah.
You walk into that building as if you are the head coach. You tell them what your culture is going to be, what we're going to do, what you allow, what you don't. And then when you leave there, you assume you have the job. And I think Rex might be the right guy for this job because it's tough in New York, and Rex can handle that. I didn't like the idea initially of him being the head coach of the Jets. I go, man, going to run it back? Like, what's going on? But then when you look at what's been going on with the Jets and how unstable it's been, I think Rex will bring that. And I don't think that he's gonna have instant success. I think it's gonna be a grind. If you can let him put in 3 to 4 years minimum, we shall see. Even if they don't get to the heights they want to get to, being contenders or whatnot, whoever takes over after that, at least I think there'll be a good foundation now.
These following names from ESPN's Adam Schefter. Interim head coach Jeff Ulbrich is interviewing for the job this week, obviously. He gets his shot. They've also interviewed, in addition to Ron Rivera, Mike Vrabel, and Rex Ryan, Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores, who is making his name a huge topic of conversation this year. I don't mind that one at all. Also, Joe Brady, Josh McCown, Matt Nagy, Arthur Smith, and Vikings quarterback coach Josh McCown. They're all over the board with offensive and defensive backgrounds.
I think I like the defensive hire because of the defensive talent they have over there. The tough part is going to be, I just said this today or yesterday, that I like putting an offensive head coach with a young quarterback. I don't know what pick they have in the draft. They're going to be top 10 for sure. So you're going to be able to get one of these guys out there to get a quarterback. So if Rex is the guy, he needs to bring over an established offensive coordinator, quarterback coach.
They have pick number 7.
There you go.
The CBS mocked a wide receiver to them. Obviously, all quarterbacks would be off the board at this time. They also have Cam Ward going number 1 overall.
All the big time quarterbacks.
All the big time quarterbacks. Excuse me. All big time. So Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders off the board. Travis Hunter they have going to the New York Giants at pick number 3. So
where they got Shedeur going?
They actually are going at number 2 to the Browns.
The Browns.
And they have the Titans going with Cam Ward at number 1 overall.
Okay.
So it'll be the Browns are fast. The Titans obviously are going to take another quarterback and yet another year because that's exactly what they need. No one's going to be shocked there. The Browns do need a quarterback. They obviously will, but they're going to be on the hook for so much money with Deshaun Watson, who has had a setback, by the way. We'll talk about it later in NFL headlines.
He's making TikToks on the side of the road, though.
Yeah,
seemed
he
pretty
is.
good.
I mean,
I wouldn't do nothing that brings attention to me if I were Deshaun Watson. Just chill with your girl.
Just lay low.
Just be in the background.
Lay low. Next and last story. A wild streak involving Texans playoff games continues this weekend. All 8 wildcard games in team history. Granted, that goes back to 2011, have been the first Saturday game on the schedule. From 2011, 12, 15, 16, 18, 19, 23, and 24, Saturday at 3:30.
That's a spot.
It's, as Adam Spillane says, a tradition like no other.
You remember when we didn't have cell phones or whatnot, and you just made plans? Look, Saturday, 3:30, this is where we're going. And you just prayed your homies showed up. You know, you prayed that you got to the park and you saw your bikes there, like, yes, everybody's here. This is what the Texans are. They're just like, look, around January, I'll give you the day, but we're going to meet up at 3:30.
So we'll see you there?
We'll see you there.
What's Gino's future look like in Seattle? Mike Macdonald weighed in. That's coming up next.
Breaking news.
The Seahawks, according to sources, have parted ways, firing Ryan Grubb as their offensive coordinator. Well, Brock, why?
So I think identity number one. I can't say after 17 games, what was the identity that Ryan Grubb wanted with his NFL Seahawk offense?
Yeah.
I can't say that. And I think he loves to throw the football. I think number two as well, a lifer in the college game dealing with grown professional men is a big step. A bigger step than Mike Macdonald had to take.
Stay with Seattle Sports for updates and analysis.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body?
Huh?
That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings, plus free home delivery with an adjustable base. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Dave Wyman with an important message for those recently diagnosed with prostate cancer. Several treatment options are available, and gaining an understanding of each of them can help you make an informed treatment decision. When searching for the most advanced treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. CyberKnife is a non-surgical treatment utilizing a robotic radiosurgery system to deliver radiation beams with sub-millimeter accuracy. The targeted radiation adjusts robotically in real time to tumor and patient movement. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Gene Schwartz for Techline Roofing. For your best shot at a new roof, trust Techline. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Trust the team I trust. Trust Techline Roofing.
Cougar basketball is back.
These guys want to get better at basketball. They want to go as hard as they can in the game. They want to get their education. They want to be around each other and build a real family.
Coach Riley and the Cougs are ready.
We put in so much work all of our lives for this exact moment.
We are Wazoo. It's only on your home for Cougar basketball.
Catch the Cougs all season long on AM 770 KTTH.
This is Seattle Sports.
Rolls back shoulder throw. Ball is caught. Bobo. Touchdown! Seahawks!
The home of the Seahawks.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
Well, that seems to be a genetic thing. All the men on my dad's side of the family have bad backs. Since my mid-20s, it would swell up and I would lose range of motion, and it was very, very painful to stand or walk, and so I had to miss work. So he went in there and gave me the stem cell injection, and it's great now. I get to keep all my original equipment, if you will. No permanent loss of range of motion, in and out in a day. That's totally worth it. I couldn't recommend Dan Nelson more highly.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000, or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Joining us in 15 minutes, Seattle Times reporter Bob Condotta. Obviously, a lot of breaking news with the team this morning with Ryan Grubb, so we'll ask Bob about the latest on that before we get to any of it. We also heard this morning from Mike Macdonald on with Brock and Salk about Gino's future in Seattle. Kind of. I'm going to warn you, it feels like an incomplete answer. This was Mike Macdonald being asked about Gino coming back in 2025.
You also mentioned Gino. Does that mean you expect Gino to be back next year as a quarterback?
I got no reason to say no. So I guess, yeah.
Thanks, Mike. Let's go to Geno Smith. Gino, yesterday being asked about his future with the team.
I'm telling you, man, this team is heading in the right direction, man. This team is on its way, and that's with or without me. These guys in this locker room, these coaches, this organization, outstanding organization. And I believe in it. I believe the best of the best is going to happen for this team. And, I just want to continue to fight with these guys.
Gino's under contract for 2025. Why are we talking about him not being here? 2 reasons. Number one, a contract extension not only typically would happen with players you want to keep as they enter the final year, but it also gives the Seahawks a little more flexibility against the cap, lowering Gino's number for 2025, which is hovering around $38 million, I believe, in 2025. So you got to lower that if you extend him by pushing that money back. Secondly, Gino had his highest completion percentage this year as a starter. He threw for 4 touchdowns for his first time as a Seahawk, I believe, as a quarterback. However, he also had a high in interceptions with Seattle and it felt like every other week, a topic of conversation here. So it's an interesting conversation to have for a couple of reasons.
Yeah, and Spotrac says his cap hit is $44 million in 2025. So that's a lot of money, Stacy. So, yeah, you got to figure out what you're going to do. And I asked the guys at the end of our show yesterday on the post-game show, I go, Describe this year in one word. And I think Ray said like discovery, and I forgot what B. Walt and Moyer said. And I said complicated. It's complicated because you have a quarterback that can clearly win you some ball games, clearly had trouble in the red zone, and was working behind an offensive line that allowed the 5th most pressures in a game. You have a wideout in DK that is clearly one of the best to ever play in this organization. Him and Randy Moss are the only 2 receivers with at least 50 catches and 900 yards, 5 touchdowns their first 5-6 years in the league. Say what you want about his route running or his hand selection, which people point out, and I'm not saying that those can't be suspects at times, but the numbers don't lie. You have a situation in the backfield with Ken Walker and Zach Charbonnet and Kenny McIntosh now because they're getting burned. It's just complicated. But the most complicated part of this thing, I think, is Geno Smith. Because what are you going to value him at? What does the league value him at? He clearly can win some ball games. He's got 4 game-winning drives this year. He has put up numbers that no one in this franchise has put up before. He completed 70% of his passes, but then there's always the interceptions that you can lean on. And where does that come from? It's all about what you believe those interceptions, where they came from. Now it's how much you put on the O-line. How much are you putting on the play calling? How much are you putting on Geno himself? My guy, B. Wald, I can't wait until he publishes this and puts it out there. He went down and tracked every single Geno Smith interception. He has an explanation for it and a diagram for each. He was on his Cornell stuff the other day and allowed us to look at it. And we're all encouraging him, man, put this on PDF, like brand it, put it out there, and let's see what the people have to say because everything made sense. And there's a difference between an opinion and analysis, right? There are a lot of people who get on the airways and just give their opinion, which is fine. Sometimes you need some opinion. But when you analyze this football team, especially Geno, and you break down every single interception, the analysis is going to tell you that half of those ain't on him. Half of those are him, half of those aren't. But he's always going to be responsible for all of it because he is the quarterback, right? So that's what makes Geno such a complicated character in this whole situation is because you see the greatness, the good in him, but then you also have those 15 interceptions just hanging over the rafters looking at you like, don't forget about me. This is something that needs to get worked on.
I think that an argument for moving on from Geno, which I know some people want to do, and the reason Geno and Mike Macdonald are being asked of this is because there are some people that think they should move on. The only argument for doing so is that you'd want things to be less complicated. And to be less complicated would be someone that you're sure about or someone that involves significantly lower risk, so you don't have to care about. So it would be, a rookie that doesn't cost you anything, and maybe he's good. It would be a surefire person who you don't feel complicated about because you know that they're elite. And you know that even after a bad game, you're thinking, this guy's one of the best quarterbacks in football. I don't even care. That makes things less complicated. I just don't know how Seattle gets there, so it's where I'm stuck with this. But what kind of options does Seattle have? And it doesn't have to be like, hey, here's a quarterback they can sign. I mean, if you're John Schneider and you know that one of your options is keep Geno, extend him, lower his contract a bit. Like, what are the things that they can potentially do at quarterback?
You could keep Sam Howell, or you can go through your free agents across the league. Here they are. Sam Darnold, who just made his situation complicated after last night. All right, big game. You're not able to perform, but I do want to big ups. I forgot the defensive coordinator's name for the Lions. He confused the heck out of that offensive line. You got Zach Wilson. If you know anything, we're learning about the Jets. Just go and pick up a quarterback that failed, and you might be good. All right, with Geno and Sam Darnold.
Find a Jets quarterback somewhere.
Find a Jets quarterback that failed. You should be all right. You got Trey Lance, Jacoby Brissett, Taylor Heineke, Marcus Mariota, Drew Lock, Stidham, Dalton Fields, Flacco, Winston, Jones, Wentz, Garoppolo, Keenum, Rudolph, Stick, Rush, Dobbs, Brandon Allen, Nick Mullins. There's no one in there that moves you. So those are your options. If you don't want to go the Geno route, then you're in a bidding war for Sam Darnold. But it's Sam Darnold. It might get the franchise tag. And is Sam Darnold the same guy behind this offensive line? You still got to fix that. Zach Wilson, are you going to try to do your best Sam Darnold or Geno impression? No. I think your best bet is to stick with Geno, draft offensive lineman with your first pick, find a quarterback late. I still think, too, man, take a look at Jaren Hall. Go back and watch Jaren Hall's film. He's on the roster right now from his time at BYU. I really liked him. He's not gonna wow you with size and arm and all that stuff, but He's a guy that has that Russell Wilson type magic to him at a young age. So you don't have many options. The option that gives you the better chance to win right now is Geno Smith.
Let's find out what Geno had to say about those potential contract talks.
Those are things that I'll talk to the people that I need to talk to about. I appreciate the question, but, I like to keep a lot of things internal and in-house and, with respects to everybody involved, I think it's the best way to do it.
Just not saying anything.
Nah, why would he?
Yeah, exactly. I would anticipate that the team prioritizes anyone set to become a free agent, so not guys that are getting extensions. So you're looking at Ernest Jones as getting that deal done prior to figuring out what you're going to do with DK, figuring out what you're going to do with Charles Cross, with Geno, and then you move on to those big decisions. So anyways, some interesting stuff in store for John Schneider this offseason. Breaking news from the Seahawks this morning was that Seattle had fired OC Ryan Grubb. What went wrong for Grubb here? Let's ask Bob Condotta next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
The Seahawks, according to sources, have parted ways, firing Ryan Grubb as their offensive coordinator. Well, Brock, why?
So I think identity, number one. I can't say after 17 games, what was the identity that Ryan Grubb wanted with his NFL Seahawk offense?
Yeah.
I can't say that. And I think he loves to throw the football. I think number two as well, a lifer in the college game dealing with grown professional men is a big step. A bigger step than Mike Macdonald had to take.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Start the year fresh with Washington Energy's New Year, New Home Sales event. Upgrade and save 15% on energy-efficient Bryant heating systems for your home. Keep cozy and safe this winter storm season with 15% off Honeywell whole home generators. Prepare for spring with 15% off beautiful Anderson windows and reliable Simonton doors. All on sale now for a limited time. It's the New Year, New Home Sales event with Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Hey, do you like spending extra money? Who doesn't, right? No, nobody does, and especially when it's on something like your utility bills, right? If those are noticeably higher in the winter or your home feels drafty, it could be because your attic and crawl space aren't properly insulated. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSC customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yeah, they'll cover up to 95% of the cost. So don't wait. Take advantage of an incredible rebate today. Call Crawl Pros and learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and also what energy rebates you're eligible for. These guys are great. Did an awesome job at my house. So if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
In between storms, have Asset Roofing inspect your roof just to make sure everything is okay up there. It's Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing. It's a quick appointment that will most likely give you peace of mind and save you thousands of dollars later. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Recycling batteries at Pacific Power Batteries is a good idea. There are lots of different types and chemistries, so not everything is free. Our recycling destinations are legit, legal, and doing the right thing with spent batteries. Not everybody else out there does this. Last year, we recycled over 1.5 million pounds of lead-acid batteries and 154,000 pounds of computers and monitors. Oofda. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. Pacific Power Batteries, recycling since 1985, before it was cool.
This is Seattle Sports.
Low throw, hits the ground, incomplete. The Seahawks are going to win this game.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Packers wide receiver Christian Watson, the team's third leading pass catcher, is believed to have torn his ACL. Watson went down with a non-contact injury during the regular season finale against the Bears, and while he's expected to undergo additional testing to determine the extent of the damage, initial reports are a torn ACL.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Breaking news from earlier this morning, Seahawks have fired offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb. Here to talk about it, as well as where the team goes from here, is Seattle Times Seahawks reporter Bob Condota, joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hi, Bob. How's it going?
Good. Yeah. How you guys doing?
We're good. I am curious about the news this morning. I know that there had been an increasing amount of, I would say, like critical discourse around Ryan Grubb and around the offense. Were you surprised to hear that he had been let go, or had you heard rumors it was a possibility?
Yeah, I can't say I'd heard rumors that were, specific rumors that the Seahawks were considering it or anything like that. But for sure, just the way that things had kind of gone over the last couple months, and I think the inability to just really establish, get a running game going, which I think is something Macdonald wants. I think that was, kind of a big deal. And I think the more you just saw that it was, the offense just kind of seemed so scattershot at times. And, I think the longer that kind of went on, you just kind of thought that, well, this being the NFL, and nothing should ever surprise you when a team wants to make a move, that anything could happen there. But I was a little surprised though still, just because their offensive numbers are really pretty similar to what they were last year. But you can argue that they had with some of the offensive line issues and things like that, which they also had last year. But with some of that, maybe that's just kind of what this team is personnel wise right now, and so that's what leads you to wonder if maybe they kind of try to really rethink what it is they're doing all around offensively a little bit. The other thing I think plays into it a little bit too maybe is Macdonald, last year didn't get hired essentially until January 31st. And at that point, a lot of coaches are spoken for. I don't know I don't know how wide a net they were really able to kind of go at when they made the hires after that last year. Now you make this move as quickly as you did, and you can kind of, you probably have the pick of just about anybody who's going to be available. And so, and with Macdonald now having a year under his belt as an NFL head coach, and maybe a little clearer idea of what it is exactly that he wants.
Hey, Bob, how would you describe the Seahawks offense, and how would you describe what Mike Macdonald wants it to be? Obviously, speculating.
Yeah, well, I think they want. I just was looking this up. The Seahawks had the fifth highest pass percentage this year. I think just right over 64% or whatever of passing plays, or 62. I'm sorry, 62.82. Baltimore, where Macdonald obviously had been basically for the last decade before coming here, second to last at about 47.5%. I think he'd probably like to be somewhere in between that number a little bit more. I think being a defensive coach, I think he probably, I think that's kind of what he comes from, is that wants to be a really physical team and be able to do that. And, how much of that's Ryan Grubb's fault and how much of that is kind of the way this team is constructed. I think Ryan Grubb wanted to run the ball more than they did. But I just think there was a lot of times when it was, this is what's working, so we got to stick with that because we've got to try to just win the game that's in front of us. But, I think ideally they would be a team that would be a little bit more balanced and kind of come at you with that kind of way of being able to knock you off. They had, a couple times this year they had, they weren't a great team in third and shorts and stuff like that, running the ball. And a couple times Macdonald mentioned that, about how you got to be able to get that. I think that's the kind of team he wants to be.
What kind of grade would you give the offensive line for this year? And Bob, obviously I ask because it's so hard for me to separate that from any other analysis of the offense.
Yeah, I'd say about a C- probably. Some people might think that's too high, but I think they had some issues, obviously, with your center just up and retired midway through the season. They had to play 4 right tackles. Abe Lucas talked in open locker room today and was pretty frank about the health issues he dealt with this year. Just kind of said he was never, while he came back, he wasn't 100%. The right guard spot, Christian Haynes was, frankly, no other way to say it at the moment. That's kind of a disappointment that your second, the second guy you take in the draft and the third overall pick. I think when they took him, I think there was every hope in the world that he could grab the starting guard spot and take off and be your guy for the next, 5, 6, 7 years, whatever. And, that didn't happen this year anyway, not that it can't down the road. So, there were some things like that I think led to that. But for sure, they weren't a great running team. That always kind of starts up front. And they obviously had some games when the pass protection was really shaky as well. And, however many sacks Geno Smith ended up taking this year, probably could have been about 15 more because, as you saw with the TD pass to DK yesterday, Geno did some real Houdini stuff to avoid a lot of sacks and get out of a lot of stuff at times. So, I think he made it look better than it was at times.
Bob, I described the situation with Geno is complicated because he clearly can do some great things. The spin move, dropping a dime in the end zone is great. Him finding JSN across the middle is great, but then he'll hit you with some reality checks, right? You got to take care of the football in the red zone. What do you think is going to happen with Geno? What do you think is the best situation for the Seahawks as well at the quarterback spot?
To me, every time the Geno question gets asked is, then what? So what do you do if you decide to move away from Geno? They have the 18th pick. They're not going to get this is not regarded as a really good quarterback draft anyway. But the top 2 guys are probably going to go in the first 3 picks probably. And then after that, if you want to take a quarterback at 18, you're probably way over drafting to do that based on what everybody seems to think right now is kind of this class. There are some free agents you can maybe try to go after and try to spend a bunch of money that way. But, you'd probably, how you're going to be able to make that fit. And are you really going to be better off there? Is a good question, would be a really good question to ask. I do think some of this might become clear, now that they don't have an offensive coordinator. Geno, was interesting yesterday after the game. He was asked a couple different questions about Ryan Grubb and was very vehement in how much he liked working with Grubb. Definitely talked in a manner that I think he was expecting that Grubb was going to be back and that they could keep working together and that having another year would only make everything better. This would be obviously a third new offense in 3 years, or a third offensive coordinator in 3 years for Geno, but a second offense in 2 years. You got to learn now. At this stage of his career. So, there are some questions like that I think both sides are going to have to face. But, at the moment, I still don't know what a better option for Seattle is than Geno. And the turnovers, the red zone turnovers are obviously hard to overlook, and in a couple games it really cost them for sure. But I still think, my general view is I still think Geno played a lot better than I think sometimes he was given credit for. I think just when you only watch your own team maybe all the time, every single snap, I think it's a little easier sometimes to miss the kind of the landscape of the entire NFL and quarterbacking out there. And they could have spent $100 million last year on Kirk Cousins, and he just got benched by Atlanta. So there's no guarantee of going that route. So. At the moment, I think given everything, given the relationship that the organization has with Geno and how well he knows the locker room and things like that, I'd be inclined to keep him and kind of try to work it out that way.
I'll throw in kind of two things that I know that you get tossed these two options a ton, these two questions from listeners, and I'm asking because I see them all the time on our text line too. As potential avenues you could take at quarterback, how do you feel about either looking at what you have with Sam Howell or the Vikings quarterback situation, obviously making it interesting, trying to trade for J.J. McCarthy or see if you can sign Sam Darnold? Do you get asked about those three options a ton?
Yeah, for sure. I don't want to say what you saw out of Sam Howell the one time he had to play this year is exactly what Sam Howell is, but I think they came to the conclusion pretty quickly. There was a pretty wide gap between Geno Smith and Sam Howell. I think if they'd have really thought, they could have played Sam Howell on yesterday against the Rams if they'd have wanted and kind of gone that route and been like, hey, Geno, let's get through the season. He's battling some injuries. Why don't you go ahead and sit this one out. We'll give Samson run. But they wanted to win that game, and they went with Geno Smith because that's what they thought their best option was going to be to win. I don't see that as a viable option that they would get rid of Geno and turn it over to Sam Howell. And then in terms of the Vikings thing, J.J. McCarthy, that's a complete shot in the dark. That would be fine with me if you were doing that and you had somebody else, but to make a trade for a guy who hasn't played at all and is coming off the injury that he is, that doesn't strike me as what you would do with a franchise that I think they feel like a lot of the rest of the team, especially with the defense and the way it kind of evolved through the year and played a lot better down the stretch. They won 10 games this year, and I think they regard that as a disappointment. I think this is a team that wants to, thinks it can win 11 or 12. The NFC West is I think much more in flux than you might have thought it would be a year ago, with the way the 49ers have kind of had the issues they're having. And, the Rams with Stafford being the age he is, I think are kind of a year-to-year proposition. And Arizona kind of just keeps kind of muddling through this thing. I think the Seahawks feel like there's zero reason we can't win the division next year and get right back in the playoffs and make a run. I don't know if trading for a guy like J.J. McCarthy and turning it over to him is probably your best avenue for doing that. Sam Darnold, you probably have to pay a lot of money to do it, and so that's where it just becomes, is he better than Geno Smith? Statistically, he might have looked better this year, but, I think the Minnesota Vikings probably have some better things around them as well that helped him a lot. And, you can compare what Geno Smith did against Detroit and what Sam Darnold did against Detroit last night. Geno Smith, Geno played really well against that defense and has a couple of times. So I don't know how much of an upgrade you're really necessarily getting there.
Hey, Bob, after the game yesterday, Mike Macdonald steps to the mic and he says he thinks they are one of the best teams in the division. And when he said that, I had to go back and think about how this thing all shaped out, right? You got the Niners who were banged up, the Rams who were banged up early, got healthy late and made a run, the Arizona Cardinals who always poses a threat to be a good football team. Do you believe in that? Do you think that this team can be one of the, if not the best team in the division next year?
Yeah, they essentially tied for the division title this year. Granted, you can give an asterisk a little bit to yesterday's game if you want with what the Rams did, but still they won 10 games. They led the division. They a couple different times they led the division, and they almost kind of thought they were ready to they just needed to kind of get over the hump, and they could have done it. So yeah, I don't see any reason why they can't. Again, I think the Rams with Stafford being the age he is, Cooper Kupp being the age he is. They do have kind of some really good young players on defense, but you look at their numbers and there's nothing to suggest yet that's going to be an incredibly dominant defense for years to come. I just feel like there's nothing there that suggests that the Seahawks can't compete with them. The 49ers are going to be a huge wild card with, the health issues they have, Brock Purdy's contract and how is that going to affect things for them going forward. maybe they'll get aggressive and try to make a move or two as well and kind of really take advantage of the window they have. But it'll be interesting to see how the 49ers react to this and the moves they make this offseason and what they are. But, I have no reason to think, as currently constructed, that the Seahawks can't make a move or two and kind of be right with the 49ers, even when the 49ers get totally back and healthy, just kind of give it what we've kind of seen happen with the 49ers. And then Arizona, Arizona kind of every year they tantalize you a little bit. They win a game or two here or there, and you kind of think maybe this is the year they're finally going to be good. And they kind of just haven't been for a while now. And so, that's another franchise that's going to be really interesting to watch with, their quarterback situation over the next year or two and what they decide to do there. I don't see any reason at all that the Seahawks can't. I think they're right to feel like they can do that.
Last question here for me, Bob, and it's funny because it probably would be the first thing I would ask you were it not for this Ryan Grubb news this morning. Ernest Jones, massive part of this defensive turnaround. He's first in line for an extension. Talked about it in the locker room a little bit. Mike Macdonald was asked about it this morning on our airwaves, obviously. What's your gut tell you about whether or not they get something done? And if you're comfortable throwing out a number, what kind of numbers could we potentially expect with this kind of deal?
Yeah, I think it'll get done. I was among the group talking to Ernest after the game, and he made it clear. I mean, he really likes it here. He doesn't want to move again. I think he really likes how he fits in the defense as well, and I think he's gotten really comfortable with Mike Macdonald really quickly, which is kind of important. He's essentially the quarterback of the defense in a lot of ways. I mean, he's the guy who's literally talking to Macdonald on the field there, and having to relay the plays. So I think that he did just turn 25. He obviously owes it to himself to kind of try to maximize what he can get. The first time you become a free agent, obviously football, with the injury factor that it is, I never begrudge any player ever for trying to get the most that they can at the time when it's kind of perfect for them to kind of strike like that, and that is where Ernest Jones is. So I think the story over the weekend was a little bit of maybe his representatives kind of making clear that he's going to want what the market dictates for him. And I think that's going to be the question: is what is that market? And it might not surprise me if this is something that kind of goes to late February and around combine time, when it becomes a lot clearer to everybody who is going to be available in free agency and what the market is going to be for players. And then maybe you get something done. Remember, we kind of went down this road with Leonard Williams last year where they got it done right, basically the first day of the negotiating period. And part of that was each side kind of wanted to see what the market really was and then kind of come to an agreement, with that knowledge. But I think all things considered, I think if everything is even, I think Ernest Jones wants to stay, and I think the Seahawks are going to be pretty motivated to keep him. But again, they've got the Geno Smith question, the DK Metcalf question, the Tyler Lockett question. They've got a lot of moving parts there with their salary cap, and so I think some of it's that too, where I think the Seahawks are going to want to get a sense of exactly where that is. In terms of the value, overthecap.com kind of does those weekly values of what a player is. I think they have Ernest Jones at about $8.5 million right now. He made about $3 million this year, I think it was. So, but I think he's probably going to want more than that. Your top inside linebackers are kind of in that 15 to 18 million range. Bobby Wagner was making 18 million, on his big contract, and I don't know if Ernest Jones is quite to that level yet. But with the way the market rises and all that, he probably is going to want. He's going to want to push it. So, maybe it's got to get into a double-digit number at least somewhere to kind of make this happen.
He is an excellent reporter covering a very interesting team entering an offseason with a lot of questions. So you want to make sure to read his work at seattletimes.com. He is Bob Condotta. Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay, thanks a lot, you guys. Talk to you later. Bye.
See ya. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, per NFL Network CNN Rappaport, the Seahawks and Ernest Jones have amicably paused contract negotiations, and the linebackers expected to hit the open market. What's the real headline?
Look, a loss to the Rams I could accept, but do not mess this one up. Bob Condotta mentioned being in that pool of reporters talking with Ernest Jones after the game. It sounded like this.
No, we're going to get it done. I'm going to be a Seahawk. I firmly believe that. I believe in the guys that my agents and in the front office. We're going to get it figured out.
Bump, that sounds like a confident man.
You hear that? NFL, you stay back. All right, he hasn't changed his profile pic. He hasn't cut his hair, got a tattoo, no change going on here.
The pictures of him and the Seahawks are still up.
They're still up. He still follows the Seahawks. Y'all stay back. I think the Hawks are going to take care of this. You have to take care of this. What, 3 straight 100 tackle seasons for this young man. He changed the energy of this defense. They understand how important he is. You got to take care of the middle of the defense. Leonard got paid. Ernest got to get paid. And, of course, Jay Love in the back got paid before the season started.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Gerard Mayo is out after a season as head coach of the Patriots. What's the real headline?
New England has chosen to hold the mayo on their turd sandwich of a season.
Man.
Still hits.
It does.
Great.
It does.
Curtis.
That might be top 3 that you've done.
Well, that one's Curtis.
Oh, that was
I'll give
Curtis?
Curtis credit for that one.
mine.
Yeah,
Hey,
of course it's
that's
Curtis.
why it still hits.
I
He's
would
a
never
ghostwriter.
have.
He's ghostwriter.
I would never have. I've had some really good ones, but you can tell that I would never have turd sandwich as a headline rewrite. That has Curtis written all over
Turd
it.
sandwich.
I am seeing mostly, I guess, not anger. I would say a disappointment, confusion, and critique over the New England Patriots decision here. What do you think?
They dressed this thing up like we found our guy for the next 10 years. Belichick is gone. We have a guy who understands our culture, what we like to do, and then months later, he is gone. So that tells me it's deeper than just X's and O's. There was something going on. He probably just wasn't prepared for this job or didn't do it the way, obviously, that Kraft wanted him to do it. He was a linebackers coach, got promoted to head coach. Didn't even go to a DC position, just straight to the head coach position. But also, if you're going to let that man take that jump, you got to teach him. You got to surround him with coaches that can push him in the right direction. So that's it's interesting because they were saying this man was like Kraft's stepson and they were close and all that. So where does he go from here? I think his best bet would just to become a defensive coordinator or go back to a linebacker spot, retool, regroup, and put himself in a better position.
The only way it makes sense to me is if he had lost the locker room or if players were in any way saying, hey, this guy doesn't. Because there are owners that make decisions that are rash.
Yeah.
And we talk about them all the time. This is strange to me for a team that has had, clearly with Belichick, a lot of stability there and knows who they are, knows what they want. And also did not enter the season with expectations that they would be good, much less a playoff team.
Yeah, you didn't expect them to compete for the division.
Massive roster holes.
Yeah, what's going on? And that's why it's suspect. That's why it's deeper than just football. There are other things that went on throughout the week that Robert Kraft just didn't agree with. Big ups to Mayo. I'm sure he'll get a job somewhere, but it's unfortunate that he's one and done.
Speaking of interesting owner decisions, let's get to our last headline.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, Doug Peterson fired this morning as head coach of the Jags, but somehow Trent Baalke will still be retained as GM. What's the real headline?
What kind of blackmail does Trent have? What is Trent looking at? What photos? Who does he know? I need to know what the answer is here. I'm not shocked at all that Doug Peterson was fired. His team was horrible. He had seemingly lost the locker room. We were hearing players when they were in London say, yeah, I mean, like, I'm not happy. I mean, you lost. You were fired from this job before you actually left. Everyone knew it. That Trent Baalke, your GM, who's now been through, I think, 3 head coaches, is still here is interesting. Jordan Schultz, Fox Sports NFL insider, tweeted out some anonymous quotes about the team's decision to keep Trent Baalke, and none of them are good. Quote, unreal, makes no sense. What has he done to survive the last 2 head coaches? And the job is not as coveted, with Trent there.
You got rid of the stain, but you kept the stank. You know, like if you want to start all over like that, you have to start all over. You got to get rid of everything that is associated with just the culture and the failure that has been the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is interesting. This just lets you know how important relationships are. He has a great relationship with the right people over there, and they're keeping them. They probably play golf together every weekend. Wives get together, wine club, all that good stuff.
I think it's easy I do think it's easier for a GM to say it wasn't me. Like, you have to make some massive, massive, massive missteps, but it's easy to be like, well, Trevor Lawrence is so talented.
Well, here's what he did. Trevor Lawrence, and then you got him a receiver, and it was Davis, I believe. And then you have your running back situation over there, ETN.
But again, another, what was he, 2? Pick. He had to be high. It was consecutive seasons of first-round picks, right? Or were they both in the same first round?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
Well, that's his argument. It's like, look, I have the guys.
Yeah, because you had picks like 1, 4, 3. Like,
well, they still got to perform, too.
Exactly.
Right? And they've shown enough to where you believe in Trevor Lawrence if he's surrounded by the right things. I believe ETN has had a 1,000-yard season or close to it. So I don't know, man. It's complicated. It's crazy over there. I don't know why he's still around.
I don't know. The advantage a GM will always have over a head coach is a closeness, you're right, to the owner, where he can say, listen, I'm doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
The guy you got coaching these guys, he's doing it all wrong.
Doing
but I
all
brought
wrong.
you in the right guys.
But I hired that coach, too, though.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Exactly. Coming up next, a superstar wide receiver appears to want out of his current team. Plus, the Giants make a curious decision. Don't go anywhere.
The Mike Macdonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
Just a chance for you on our show here to say something to the fans, to the 12s out there.
Thanks for giving us the opportunity. It's this is why we do what we do. It's for the 12s, man. We want to put out a football team that the city and our fans are proud of, and we did that 10 times this year, and 7 times we fell short. And we're determined to deliver the city a winner and a champion. And we wouldn't be sitting here with the optimism that we have without our fans.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
If you're like me, when the holiday season ends and we're in the dead of winter, I like to have plans I can look forward to. What's up, it's Michael Bumpus, and I'm here to tell you Silver Reef Casino has lots of fun for you to enjoy this month. So no more feeling depressed and sad about the rain and dark days. Go to silverreefcasino.com to check out all they have planned for the month of January. Are you a big music fan? Then you got to check out the experience that is 24 Karat Magic, the ultimate Bruno Mars tribute. Mark your calendars for January 18th at 8 p.m. for an unforgettable evening. Tickets are on sale now, only $12. Purchase yours today at silverreefcasino.com. That's silverreefcasino.com, but we're not done. Make it a staycation. Book one of their deluxe rooms that have beautiful views of Mount Baker and Sailor Sea, and dine at one of their amazing on-site restaurants. There's something for everyone at Silver Reef Casino. Don't wait, go now. Visit silverreefcasino.com.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
This is Seattle Sports.
Now he throws to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Seahawks. DK Metcalf.
The home of the Seahawks.
Did you know most people spend a third of their lives sleeping? If we spend that much time asleep, it better be worth it. Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We help people improve their sleep by treating snoring and sleep apnea. Once you sleep better, you have more energy, less stress, and you live a better life. If you snore or aren't sleeping well, we can help. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
When searching for the most advanced prostate cancer treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in 30 minutes, opening up phone lines, giving you a mic to answer this question. Was firing Ryan Grubb the right decision? That number is going to be 866-979-3776, and you are going to answer in 30 minutes at 1 o'clock. Right now, we're taking a look around the rest of the NFL, and we are going to start with the Miami Dolphins, eliminated from playoff contention with the Broncos' massive win over the Kansas City Chiefs backups, including Carson Wentz. We're going to start with Tyreek Hill, who seems very much to want out of Miami. He let it be known following the Dolphins' elimination yesterday.
I just got to do what's best for me and my family, dog. If that's here, or if that's wherever the case may be, man, I'm finna open that door for myself, dog. As I'm opening the door, like, I'm out, bro. You know, so it was great playing here, but, you know, at the end of the day, bro, I got to do what's best for, you know, for my career and, you know, what's best. Because I'm too much of a competitor to be, you know, just out there.
Mean you thinking about leaving here?
If it is, hey, it gets.
Yes. Tyreek Hill on Twitter said, "Love Finn Nation, blessing y'all, open doors for the Hill family forever, nothing but respect and loved." And then he changed his profile photo on X.com to a photo of AB when he quit on the Bucs, throwing up the deuces, and then put his face on it. So something tells me, yes, very clearly he's out.
Yeah, he gone.
He's gone.
He went 4 consecutive seasons of over 1,000 yards. 2 with KC in 2020, 1,200, then 1,200 again with KC. Come over to Miami, 1,700, then another 1,700. This is his first down year, but I think he's focused more on just winning ball games. But if you can't keep Tua healthy, you ain't going to win in Miami.
No.
It's as simple as that. And we all know Tua got to walk around with pillows all over his body to kill some of these impacts, because some guys are just injury prone, and it seems like that's what it is for Tua. This is unfortunate. You left the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
You will be playing for another Super Bowl this year. You wouldn't got your bag. I ain't mad at you. But with those decisions come sacrifices, and going to the playoffs is one of them.
Tyreek Hill is not set to become a free agent. Tyreek Hill is under contract for the next 2 years. There is an out in his contract after 2025. However, it's technically through 25 and 26. So what this is not him saying, I'm not staying. What this is a public trade demand.
Yeah, he's saying, get me out of here.
Yes.
And with a guy like Tyreek Hill, you can get something for him.
Yeah.
Teams are going to want him. So it's not like he's damaged goods and nobody's going to want him. He's 30 years old. He probably has 4 or 5 more good years in him. They can make this happen. So just get rid of him so you don't have to deal with all the headaches that ensue if he is around and still in that locker room.
You know, Kansas City does have a chance to do something kind of funny.
Yeah.
A little bit funny.
What's
which
that?
is with very little, not little leverage, but with less leverage than they otherwise would have, to go to the Dolphins and say, we're going to offer you less than you gave us for
hey,
Tyreek Hill. An
send him
older
this way.
Tyreek Hill.
Send him this way.
So, yeah, for real. How about Seattle? Next up, the Vikings have to keep Kevin O'Connell, right? Fox Sports' Jay Glazer says he only has 1 year remaining on his current contract. He signed with Minnesota, and other teams will be calling.
Kevin O'Connell, there are multiple teams that actually are considering trying to trade for Kevin O'Connell. And the reason why, next year, the last year of his deal, had no contract talks yet at all. And look, if you're a team out there saying, why not take a shot, see if we can do it. Maybe the Vikings don't let it happen, but also Kevin O'Connell kind of has the card saying, hey, listen, I'm not going to resign there, so you might as well get something for me. Now, I don't know, because obviously, I don't think Kevin knows about this right now, but there are multiple teams who have them on that board to say, let's at least try and see if we can trade him.
Yeah, contract years happen for coaches, too, turns out.
It's rare that it goes down this way. I believe Gruden was probably the last one to be involved in a trade like this. But as soon as I read this headline, I start thinking, there's a young man in Chicago that needs some guidance in Caleb. What would the Bears do to try to get him over there? Whatever team that tries to get O'Connell has to have a young quarterback that they just want to be groomed. If I'm Minnesota, though, why am I going to get rid of the guy who made us great? Why am I going to get rid of the guy who brought a culture to this team that we haven't seen since Dante Culpepper and them were getting it done? Who was that? Mike Tice was the head coach then, I think. But it's been a while. So, man, keep O'Connell. But if he dips, he's going to go to a place with a young quarterback.
Interesting decision in New York where the Giants decided to retain head coach Brian Daboll and GM Joe Schoen for 2025, but Giants owner John Mara asked about how much patience he has. Doesn't sound like an especially patient man.
How long will it take to improve the product, John?
It better not take too long, Bruce, because I've just about run out of patience.
This is interesting to me. If you're an owner, there were some other quotes that caught my attention from this press conference. Among them are him saying like he's not especially happy with some of the decisions that have been made with the roster. If you are a team owner, not happy with the decisions your GM has made, not happy with the product that your coach is bringing up on the field, why are you keeping them? Why?
No clue. It makes absolutely no sense. Also, big as a 253, Sean Payton was involved in a trade when it comes to coaches trade. But no, it makes no sense. It's almost like these guys are being held hostage. Like they got something on them. I know you joke about the blackmail thing, but what is it really? Guys are keeping their job and they're not performing. You're so quick to get rid of these players. You have a down year. You're disruptive in the locker room and you cut them. But for some reason, these head coaches, these coordinators, these GMs, they keep their jobs. What is it? I don't understand it. I'd make lots of moves fairly quickly if I were the Jaguars, the Giants, the Jets. There's a lot of stuff there.
All right, let's go to a coordinator who did lose his job with the Cincinnati Bengals, who are obviously not in the playoffs. Now, they did their part in winning their game, but unfortunately it wasn't enough because once the Broncos won, they were eliminated alongside the Miami Dolphins. They needed both of those teams to lose. So they are not in the playoffs after missing out. The Bengals have moved on from defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo. They were average last year defensively in points allowed, around 22. They became much worse this year, ended up averaging out at 25. That doesn't sound like a massive dip from 22 to 25, but it is. They are 25th in points allowed. They are the reason their team is not in the playoffs because they had an MVP season from Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase.
There's no way you can look at the production that Joe Burrow had and not just be mediocre. If you are mediocre, you're in the playoffs, You're making a move. We're talking about the Bengals. Joe Burrow's up for the MVP. Lots of things change. And you have one of the best defensive linemen over there in Hendrickson as well. There are some pieces, but for some reason they just couldn't get it together. And, it's not a huge dip like you mentioned. And you did go on a run at the end of the year. You beat Dallas, Tennessee, Cleveland, Denver, Pittsburgh. It wasn't a tough schedule towards the end of the year. It wasn't a tough schedule overall, honestly. I mean, you got to play the Chiefs. You played Baltimore twice. And then after that, I mean, if you were just average on defense, you could easily have 12 wins. So it's a disappointment. I think coach or the organization is looking at the talent that's on the field and saying we have to do better.
Yeah.
You had to make this move.
Okay, so I'm glad that you mentioned the talent on the field, because the one thing I am seeing in Lou's defense, and look, your defense finishes, far below average, bottom third of the league in points allowed. Sometimes teams do look at those basic stats and just say you weren't enough. However, this was also a defense that some are arguing, among them Shil Kapadia of The Ringer, Benjamin Albright, an NFL reporter, who say that personnel may be part of it. Is there reason to question then your GM's decisions and say, look, you've got great guys you've added offensively, but you don't have enough defensively?
Defensively, there aren't a bunch of names that move you other than Hendrickson, who has 17.5 sacks.
I mean,
if your guys aren't performing, you don't have the talent on the field. Yeah, you look at the GM, you look at the guy who's running the numbers too, the decision makers, and you ask them questions. But you know what they do, man? They slide the responsibility down and say, well, you know what? Actually, according to stats and projections, this guy should be doing this, that, and the third. We're used to that here when we're talking about the Mariners. So, GMs should be questioned when teams aren't performing.
All right, last one here. The Packers will be without wide receiver Christian Watson for the duration of their playoff run, and obviously longer, after he tore his ACL on a non-contact play on Sunday. They also suffered an injury to quarterback Jordan Love, though it sounds like he'll be okay. He just left the game for a while dealing with what looked like an injury to his hand, maybe his finger. Christian Watson, though, is done. He's their third leading receiver.
The thing about Green Bay is that's devastating. I feel bad for Christian Watson, 620 yards, 2 touchdowns, but we've experienced it. It's by committee over there. They still got Jaden Reed, Tucker Kraft, who's a baller, Romeo Dobbs as well, Dontavian Wicks. I have to sound that one out. Dontavian Wicks. It's by committee, so they will feel this, but we've seen it. Anybody can get it over there with the Green Bay Packers.
Was firing Ryan Grubb the right decision? That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Brock, if I'm giving out a credit pie for why the Seahawks finished with 10 wins, the number one player on my list would be Leonard Williams.
Oh.
Leonard was awesome, man. What a dude.
Best free agent signing in Seahawks, certainly in this tenure, right? With John and Pete running the show over the last 15, 16 years.
Yep.
Bang for the buck, everything else. Best free agent signing and maybe in this town in a long
Well, and really came to life, obviously, in Mike Macdonald's system.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales event, going on right now through January 19th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx, save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's BOMBAS.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. Yeah, the end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. Justin believes everything about doing the right thing begins and ends with Lee Johnson's company culture. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Bonneville, Seattle, and Seattle Sports are looking for organizations that regularly distribute information about employment opportunities to job applicants or have job applicants to refer. If your organization would like to receive notifications of job vacancies, please notify Human Resources at 1820 Eastlake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
This is Seattle Sports.
Rolls back shoulder throw. Ball is caught. Bobo. Touchdown! Seahawks!
The home of the Seahawks.
Start the year fresh with Washington Energy's New Year, New Home Sales event. Upgrade and save 15% on energy-efficient Bryant heating systems for your home. Keep cozy and safe this winter storm season with 15% off Honeywell whole home generators. Prepare for spring with 15% off beautiful Anderson windows and reliable Simonton doors. All on sale now for a limited time. It's the New Year, New Home Sales event with Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
For decades, we've been more than just roofing. From siding and windows to custom decks and gutters, we've been helping customers protect and transform their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing. I'm proud to announce our new name, State Roofing and Exteriors. The same trusted team, the same quality service, now with a name that says it all. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors. Your home, your way, held to a higher standard since 1968.
We are
Subaru of Puyallup.
We're stress-free.
Stress-free. Estamos libre de estrés.
We're almost 100 employees strong. We make sure the sales process is smooth.
We have video car walkthroughs.
We have stress-free pricing.
We value our customers and we value their experience.
We're like a family here.
We love our community.
And support local charities. We are
Subaru
of Puyallup, your
stress-free
dealership.
When searching for the most advanced prostate cancer treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Breaking news earlier this morning, the Seahawks fired offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb, who just wrapped up his first season with Seattle and first season in the NFL after a national championship appearance with his Washington Huskies. Was it the right decision? That's going to be your caller question. Think about your answer to that. Less than 15 minutes, you're calling in. That number is going to be 866-979-3776. Was firing Ryan Grubb the right decision? Bump, I think, we had talked about it a bit, the potential of it, and I was a little surprised. I thought it was possible they could do it. this team, if nothing else, had shown that they'd be willing to make aggressive moves. I mean, for goodness sake, they traded their leader in snaps defensively, traded him to Miami, moved on from both inside linebackers ultimately. So they're willing to do things, to be aggressive, to be a little cutthroat. I still was surprised that a first-year OC wasn't given a little more time. What about you?
You know what you do with things that you believe in? You invest in them. You invest in it. You take a hit now because you feel like later on it's all going to work out. They invested in that defense. They brought guys in. They shipped guys out. They got better during the season. Everyone invests in offense and defense during the offseason. You have no choice as a draft. You better invest in both, right? But they didn't invest in the offense not one time during the regular season. Not one time. The biggest investment was getting a punt returner that can give the ball to the offense.
That's true.
Right? Other than that, it was the same guys out there. All right, one guy's hurt. Let's bring in another guy. All right, all guys are healthy. Let's rotate and find someone to play this position. Or our second-round pick isn't working. Let's go with the sixth-round pick. They did nothing to invest in this offense. So if you do nothing to invest in an offense, what does that tell you? You don't necessarily believe in it. You don't think that the guy calling the shots is capable of doing something with an investment. So was it the right decision to get rid of Grubb? For Mike Macdonald, it was. Because if you don't believe in it, if John don't believe in it, why are you going to invest in it? Why are you going to put resources into something that you don't believe in? So for them, it was the right decision because I respect every move every GM makes, even if I don't agree with it. Jacksonville, what the heck are y'all doing? All right, but I'm not in that building. All right, go do what you do. Y'all ain't going to the playoffs next year. New York, don't know what's going on over there. Go ahead and do what you do. You for sure not going to the playoffs next year. All right, but here, they didn't believe in the process and the product out there, so they did not invest in it. Clearly, they believed in the defense. So the right decision for them. For me, no. No, because I think that if given the right resources, who knows what Grubb could have done. I'm watching this offensive line. I just watched the Rams game. I watch all these games, right? There are so many times. I watched this concept. It's a bootleg. It's a naked boot, all right? Naked boot. So naked boot means that the back side of the play action, if I'm Gino, I'm opening it up to the right side. I'm play action. I'm rolling to the left side, okay? So the guy who's on the end, the very last guy on the line of scrimmage could be the DN, the walk down back or whatever. We're leaving him alone, naked. We're going to influence him with the running back, all right? Easy concept. The offensive line slides to the right. Boom, you boot out of there. I'm looking at the left tackle, go and block that guy, then realize he's jacked up, and he goes back to the 3-tech, and now the end's in the backfield, and the play action's all blown up.
The concept is named after leaving him unblocked.
It's all blown up. Naked boot. Naked, son.
We did not say clothed.
If he comes to the sideline, go, son. What was the play? Naked boot. Then why the heck are you blocking that guy right there? There's little things like that where I'm like, that play had no chance. And you know what happened? Gino has to step in and it's a sack. And now everyone's looking at Grubb talking about, what is he doing? No, the execution was poor. It was horrible. So that's where I feel for Grubb because I think that he didn't have the tools to do what I think he was capable of doing. So now I have to look at Mike Macdonald and John Schneider, and because they make that decision, it makes me believe that they didn't believe the process and they didn't think that he could do it. So for them, it was the right decision. If that's how you feel about the situation, so be it. Me, I would have given him a year.
It's kind of like, it's like if you're like going to repaint a room and you're like, I'll let my kids draw on this. I don't care. I'm not leaving this thing. Like, it's an interesting way to look at it. You're fundamentally correct in that we can read into what inaction means. Like, they did not invest in the offensive line. They did not make a midseason move to address the offense. And they, very clearly focused their resources on the defense. It is clear that bringing in Mike Macdonald, a primary goal was to fix the run defense, fix the defense overall, and that's where they focused a lot of their resources. Maybe they thought the offense was fine enough last year that they could put it on autopilot and it would be okay. I just don't know why you'd believe that when you have a first-year offensive coordinator who's never been an offensive coordinator or even a coach at any level in the NFL before. Mm-hmm. So you're right. Like, I don't know what head coach or GM would believe that. So maybe they did just think, let's try it out. And if it doesn't work out, you can get someone else next year. Bob Condotta was on with us earlier and mentioned, look, Mike Macdonald was hired kind of late into the hiring cycle because his team went to a championship game. So, you're going to have a thinner group of people from which to hire. Maybe there were other names that were intriguing that he couldn't get, or that were, in other commitments, or that he couldn't convince because it was too late. I don't know. But I'm not necessarily fundamentally opposed from moving on from Ryan Grubb. I do think there's a risk you assume when you constantly have changeover at offensive coordinator. Because even if you guys are like, oh, I don't care if it's Geno's, another offensive coordinator for Geno. Okay, well, what about all the other guys here?
Yeah.
They all have a new offensive coordinator too. Like, that takes a toll on people. Mostly, I just hope that they address a more fundamental problem, right? It's like thinking that firing Scott Service is going to give you all the answers you need with the Mariners, instead of recognizing it may only be one solution to a big problem, and you may need multiple approaches. That's how I feel about this. Okay, maybe philosophically, personality-wise, he didn't mesh. Okay. What are you going to do about an offensive line that doesn't play very well?
Invest in it. That's why this offseason, show that you are willing to invest, because just like we're talking about the quarterback position, go get a new quarterback, but you still have the same situation with that offensive line. I don't think a new offensive coordinator is going to get this thing to jump. But here's another thing too, right? If they're looking at this and they believe that Grubb and his crew just couldn't connect with the offensive line and get them to leave the guy naked when he's supposed to be naked, to combo up to the second level, the timing was off on some of those combination blocks. Maybe it's the teaching as well, because we know that Mike Macdonald says it's all about teaching. We will teach guys to do the right thing. So you have to be a teacher. All coaches have to be a teacher, but that's something that Mike Macdonald emphasizes, that you have to be able to teach. We want to teach these guys. So, again, bunch of layers. It's a 7-layer dip, this whole Grubb situation.
Like a 7-layer dip.
Love it.
You know what? I didn't like sour cream until, I would say, like the last year. Like, I had it on accident as part of a dish, and I was like, wow, this is actually pretty good. Have you guys had sour cream before?
Well, you don't really eat sour cream on its own.
I had it as part of a dip. I've never had sour cream on its own. I don't like sour things, but
is it really sour though? It's not
tart.
really sour.
It's tart. It's the same reason that I don't love yogurt. Like, it's not overly sweet or hearty. But
have you ever used Greek yogurt as a substitute for sour cream? It's actually pretty good.
That's interesting. I'm interested. I don't know. I just stay away from a lot of foods. I'm an incredibly picky eater.
It's a healthier choice, Curtis.
Yeah, but it's
adds
not
protein.
better.
I didn't say it was better.
No, it adds
it's
protein.
A substitute.
It's a substitute.
Subs are never better than a starter.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We're moving on. I got us so off the rails. Was firing Ryan Grubb the right decision? And as part of your answer, maybe you're like, look, I don't care whether it was, but I'm telling you what the problem is. You can have that as your answer, too, if you want to get creative with it. Or you can just say, like, yes or no. 866-979-3776. Was firing Grubb the right decision for the Seahawks? Once again, that number, 866-979-3776. That's next.
This is Seattle Sports.
Low throw, hits the ground. The Seahawks are going to win this game.
Everybody on this team wanted to play for each other. They wanted to go out there and they wanted to win.
It wasn't just any old hook and ladder. It was a throw to JSN, who then threw from midfield all the way to Charbonnet.
There's so many lessons learned from the season, and we're going to grow from this. I really believe this is the beginning of something really special.
Back shoulder throw. Ball is caught. Bobo. Touchdown, Seahawks.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage? You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage? You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $38.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here telling you that people all over the Northwest are going to lose 20 to 30 pounds by Valentine's Day. They'll do it by starting with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic as their resolution, and you can as well. A 15-minute phone call is all it takes to get started or see if you're even interested in the program. 15 minutes, that's probably how long you'll sit in traffic today, right? So take that time to do something for yourself and your future. I did the program. I immediately lost 10 pounds in the first week, lost 35 pounds after 8 weeks, so it absolutely works. Here's what I didn't have to do. Fight for space in a crowded gym with New Year's resolutioners, take pills or even worse, injections, eating bland, boxed, fake meals, nothing like that. What I did get was delicious recipes, a group to offer support, and what was important for me, the accountability, plus an easy-to-follow plan that really did work. Do it for yourself this year. 15 minutes. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. I'm proud to let you know that nationwide, our clinics have a 4.7 out of 5-star rating on Google. This tells you that our patients are really seeing results. Here's what some of them are saying. The results are close to phenomenal. On top of that, the staff and the scheduling are top-notch, and my technician is a consummate professional. Another patient said, I called numerous clinics, and West Coast was by far the best. The other places wouldn't give me any information over the phone, but West Coast answered all of my questions. My wife and I were skeptical, but we've already noticed the difference. This was a game changer for us. West Coast Men's Health has helped thousands of men reverse ED using acoustic wave therapy. No pills or shots necessary. Give us a call today so we can help you too.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
This is Seattle Sports.
Throw in the middle. Ball is caught, upended. Fan. Is he into the end zone? He is. Touchdown, Seahawks.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Your NFL playoffs are set. The Texans get things started Saturday hosting the Chargers. The Ravens host the Steelers Saturday night. Then we're on to Sunday. The Bills host the Broncos Sunday morning. Eagles will host the Packers Sunday afternoon. And for Sunday Night Football, the Bucs host the Commanders on Monday night. To round things off in the wild card round, the Rams host the Vikings.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
The Seahawks fired Ryan Grubb this morning. Were you surprised? Was it the right decision? Does it solve their problems? 866-979-3776. What are the Seahawks' problems? I don't know. Curious as to what you guys think that solved. I'm not even, opposed to it. When I saw that they had fired Ryan Grubb, I wasn't like, what idiots? It was like, okay, I mean, God, for the last several weeks, we've been talking about whether this guy's a fit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The only thing I would have been surprised about is that under Carroll, particularly later in his tenure, they were a little slower to make decisions. They were pretty loyal. They hung on to guys. So a little more cutthroat with this one, moving on quickly. But, I mean, I think they still have a massive problem up front. People
should appreciate if you were in the, because we were here for the fire Pete, get him out of here, okay? Mm-hmm. If you were in that camp, don't you appreciate the cutthroatness of Mike Macdonald at this point? Even if you feel like, oh, they were mediocre this year, they didn't improve, I disagree 100%. But you got to find some type of satisfaction on his approach, because that's the complete opposite of what Pete Carroll was.
Was firing Ryan Grubb the right decision? Call now, 866-979-3776. Call now, 866-979-3776. We're going to start with Mike in Langley. Mike, was firing Grubb the right decision?
Hey, guys, I don't think that it was. And, Grubb inherited a Pete Carroll, John Snyder O-line, and Macdonald, if he had been judged the same way as he judged Grubb, he'd be gone too. I mean, he gifted himself with Edward Jones, which probably was worth 2 wins there. If the Hawks could have gotten, a first-tier left guard and center, that probably would have been the other two wins. But that said, one of the things I think that this does is Macdonald and Schneider have thrown down the gauntlet on themselves, I hope, for once. And where are they going to invest?
For once?
O-line?
Mike Macdonald just got here.
Yeah, right. But Macdonald, as you just mentioned, he has been all about cutting the bad stuff and bringing in the good.
Yep.
And so he pretty much, they've by
set a standard is what you're saying.
This was a much better offensive year than under Shane Waldron. I mean, at least the plays got in on time. And so he is throwing down the gauntlet on himself. He's saying this wasn't good enough. And, I mean, they're judging Grubb using a Pete Carroll, John Snyder O-line and nobody to the right of Charles Cross.
Mike, I have a question for you. I actually really appreciate your take. I don't fully agree with it, but I appreciate that you're willing to say, well, this is what I believe and here's what I think. You think it's the wrong decision and that Mike Macdonald deserves to be judged as harshly as Grubb was. You also think the offense looks better under Grubb than it does Shane Waldron, which I agree with you on that front. Do you think that it would be fair then if it was, as Mike Macdonald said, purely philosophical? Is it fair if Mike Macdonald says, you know what, I want to run the ball more and Grubb doesn't? What's your thought about that?
Absolutely. And that's why I was trying to say, I don't think it's a bad thing that Macdonald and Schneider have, in my words at least, thrown down the gauntlet on themselves.
Sure.
In other words, we did pretty good offensively this year, but I think we can do so much better, and yes, and it wasn't my vision, my, Mike Macdonald type vision. And so move on. Yeah. I mean, I don't take it personally, but, as everybody says, I guess the not for long league applies to coaches too.
Oh God, you got that right. Thanks for the call, Mike. Mike saying wrong decision, and he said the offense was better under Grubb than it was under Waldron. He also said, look, if Mike Macdonald's going to be cutthroat, then he's got to live up to his own standard.
Yeah, he ain't gonna cut himself though. He running this thing. You know what's crazy? The 2 years that offensive coordinators hit franchise numbers or help players hit franchise numbers, they were fired. Shoddy did it with the offense. Grubb did it with Geno. Done.
Man. I mean, It does make me think that it is more about philosophy and personality than it is about actual performance. Because if it's just numbers, it's like your rushing attempts aren't great, but they're roughly what they were last year. Your rushing yard isn't great.
Now they're better.
But
3 yards better.
Exactly, but roughly what they were last year. Like, you were not a better run team last year and then dropped off. The numbers are, to Mike's point, JSN had a career year. Like, you were fine, but it makes me think that it must be a personality philosophical thing.
I think Macdonald looked at the talent and said, you should be doing more with this.
Do you think?
No. But Mike's in there every day. I'm not in there every day.
Let's go to John in Seattle. John, was firing Grubb the right decision?
Absolutely. I don't think his college offense translates to the NFL. If you look at what he did at Washington, that was a passing offense. Yeah, I think they had a 1,000-yard rusher when they went to the championship game, but it wasn't it wasn't primarily a rushing offense. Yeah. And I don't think it translated to the NFL. I would have liked to see the offense behind a good O-line, though.
Yeah, I agree with you. Thanks for the call, John. John saying absolutely the right decision. Bump, I got to be honest. I'm a little with John on this one in that Grubb can say what he wants about we had a 1,000-yard rusher and absolutely we want to run the ball. I'm a Husky fan. I watched that offense. In no way did I think like, oh, they're super complete. They run the ball. I thought this offense is Michael Penix. This offense is Roma Dunze. Yeah, McMillan. That's who it is.
And that was the best part of UW's offense. That was where the most talent was. Now, the offensive line was great.
Best team I've ever seen.
But those receivers, all three are in the league right now making plays. Michael Penix is in the league making plays.
Ooh,
what was
he is.
What was the best part of the Seahawks offense, talent-wise?
JSN, maybe?
It was the pass game. Geno throwing the football, receivers catching the rock. That was the best part of that offense. So I think he had to lean into it. Now, the notion that it maybe wasn't NFL ready, I could see that. But I can also see some things that were NFL ready in the run game. That's why I thought he should get another year. But I'm not Mike. I'm not making that decision.
Was firing Grubb the right decision? Let's go to Kurt in Bothell. Kurt, was firing Grubb the right decision?
Yeah, I think so. I think at the end of the year, it was sort of a tryout for Grubb. I think the coaching pool was pretty drained by the time the Ravens' playoff run was done, and they decided to go with Mike Macdonald. I think that he saw some talent with Grubb, and I think that it did translate as far as what he knew. But this year was really about him proving, can you translate it over to the NFL? Can you yourself kind of learn on the go? And I think that what he proved was, yeah, he can do the passing game, but when it comes to creating and getting creative with the run game, he kind of failed, I think, at that. And I think that the talent was there, and it had his creativity factored in and moved from the passing game to the run game. He probably would have been given more time, but I think now Mike is going to have a better option as far as choices out there. And I think that, at this time, it's a good move to make. And I also think, honestly, that this bodes well for Geno staying, and I think he probably gets the extension and stays 2-3 more years as well.
Thanks for the call, Kurt. Bump, do you think that there was I'm going to call it a creativity gap between what we saw from the pass game concepts with Grubb and what we saw in the run?
Yeah, it wasn't the most creative run attack. I think they found something. I want to say, gosh, what game was it? Arizona. I think they found something in that Arizona game. And the guys and I on the pre and post game show were looking at the pin and pull concepts. You call it counter, whatever you want to. So say the left side of the line, the center, the left guard, the left tackle, they all block down, and then you pull the right guard and right tackle. They had a lot of success off of that. A lot of the success was due to the box that the Arizona Cardinals gave them. It was a bit more condensed box, allowed them to get angles, boom. So if you find something that your offensive line is good at, right, you have to shift and move to create similar angles for those guys. So when they do pin and pull, you get something similar. Every box, not every box, but boxes have different rules and how they adjust to things. But we were a bit disappointed that there wasn't more off of that. If I'm Grubb, I am pinning and pulling. I'm throwing a bubble. I'm pinning and pulling. I'm RPOing off of that. I'm pinning and pulling. I'm handing it off. I'm pinning and pulling. I'm rolling, half rolling Geno to the backside and going back to the other side and throwing the football. There just wasn't anything that was built off of that.
Yeah, I remember us talking about that the following game. I can't remember. I'm blanking on the following game after Arizona. It was disappointing.
They lost that game too, I believe.
Yeah,
Arizona.
but I remember that being a conversation where you were like, where were these concepts? Like, I know that you...
Green Bay,
yeah. Like, it's I know that you aren't going to play the exact same defense, but like, you can't try. You can't build on it. I remember you mentioning that. Let's go to Denny in Gig Harbor. Was firing Grubb the right decision?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Thanks for taking the call. Love wrestling with you guys on the text line. You guys are the most interactive show on the station, so that's really fun. With regards to Grubb, I think that, like we have to hold Macdonald a little bit culpable about this, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not the expert in, like, how many OCs were open or interested in the Seahawks OC job, but, like, it seems like you probably could have got anybody if you wanted to. And so the thing that's really alarming to me is that, will you have philosophical difficulties with your number one hire, right? Like the Aiden Dirty, like, I think that, like, Grubb's kind of like, Macdonald's kind of, like, got that under control, but, like the OC is kind of like you're off out on your own, and that's 0 for 1. And then just a side point was, I get that Macdonald, did the record for the most wins for a first-year head coach, but Carroll or Holmgren didn't inherit a 9-win team. In fact, I think it was quite less than that. So anyway,
Bump was on one of those teams, I think. Thanks for the call, Denny. If I remember, I think I remember Denny's texts earlier. And it was an interesting point, and I disagreed with Denny on the text line, but I get what he's saying. And he was saying, look, I understand that Mike Macdonald's a first-year head coach. I understand that I don't have a full breadth of knowledge of all the OCs that were available, but my confidence is maybe not, like, completely shaken, but he's like, look, you had your chance at who to hire and you hired the wrong guy. Like, how confident am I that you can hire the right guy? So that's kind of what he was saying earlier.
Are you perfect?
Yes.
Okay, well.
No.
Curtis, are you perfect?
Of course not.
No.
No.
Unbelievably no.
We all make mistakes on a daily decision making. You know what I did today? I got in the wrong lane. I'm thinking, this lane's going to go faster. I'm going to ride in this lane. It ends up being the slow lane. I'm just saying, like, man makes one, I wouldn't even call it a bad hire. It's just not a hire that fits what he wants. And you can't sit back and say, all right, now you got to show me that you can do it. But it's just not, one mistake, he's done. I don't know if he can do it. No, man, let's give it some time. That's the same way I was looking at Grubb is, all right, one suspect year in the run. Let's see if he can do it. It's so easy for people who aren't in the fight to be outside the ring and tell you what you should be doing. Get your butt in the ring, and it's just a different thing. So I respect everyone's opinion. I think that that's what makes our show and radio great when we get to interact with these people. But I also feel like sometimes people are quick to just give up on a person or a situation off of 1 year. Like, as a 39-year-old man, I'm so much better than I was at 29. Why? Because I've made my mistakes and I'm learning. I'm doing all this stuff. So let's try to apply that here, even though I know that it is a performance-based business. But I appreciate Mike Macdonald's willingness to break ties quickly.
Can I throw a theory your way?
Yeah.
What if this is what happened? What if they fell whiteboard in love? Like, what if it was he, sees Ryan Grubb as a potential option again, late in the hiring cycle. We don't know, as Denny said, all the names that were available. Let's say there were one or two that might have been a better fit, but he, is sold on conversations he has with Ryan Grubb. And we talked to Ryan Grubb shortly after he was hired. Really open-minded guy, intellectual guy, clearly really smart, really excited about football. I could see how someone who values, as you said, teaching and being innovative, connecting with that kind of mindset. And then and they're talking about how they want to play football and how they're going to mesh, and it all works out. And then Grubb, who had the best offensive line in college, inherits this group and says, yeah, I like these wide receivers, but I'm not as confident with these certain calls as I was before. And now this is what I fall back on. And maybe Grubb wanted him to try different things, and he was trying to tell Grubb, I don't believe in the group you have. Or excuse me, he was trying to tell Macdonald, I don't believe in this. I don't feel comfortable doing this. And Macdonald was saying, well, why not try it? And then that's where the philosophical clash came from, is like once the season started, once the players started performing, Grubb felt the talent gave him different options than Macdonald did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a theory I can get with.
Mm-hmm. Whiteboard. It was a whiteboard marriage, maybe.
I'm telling you, man, the whiteboard is a beautiful thing. But then you got to go out there and teach human beings how to do what you put up on the whiteboard.
Gary's on line 5. Gary, was firing Grubb the right decision?
Hi, Buck and Stacy. I just wanted to tell you, I really appreciate your show. I think both of you are excellent at what you do.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
And I'd like to point out that I think that Grubb being fired was the correct thing to do, because I don't think that he changed anything about his offense from the middle of the season on. I think he was very predictable. And I do have 2 questions that are, I think, pertinent. You always talk about the best people that are drafted are in the NFL. The best linemen in the world play in the NFL. The best offensive linemen in the world play in the NFL. In retrospect, that means that the Seahawks have some of the best linemen on the offense, on the line in the world, and they can't block, and they for the pass or the run. And in the meantime, the last question, this is a big one, why was Geno Smith so bad in the red zone until a $2 million escalator came in and he threw 4 touchdown passes in the red zone?
Thanks for the call, Gary. You want to take both of Gary's questions?
Yeah. I do believe that the best offensive linemen in the world are in the NFL. Do 5 times 32. Somebody do the math. Those are the elite linemen in the league. Matthew, can you do math that quickly? 5 times 32? Okay, never mind.
I think it's 160.
160?
I work here. You think I'm good at math?
Hey, I think you're good at everything you want to be good at, Matthew.
Oh, my God, I love that.
But you say you think it's what?
It is 160.
160.
Nerd.
All right, so you got 160 of the best linemen in the world starting in the NFL. Some teams don't have the elite of that 160. There's 160, then there's probably about 25 of them who are elites of the elites, right? And then it's a combination. My college coach, our high school coach, used to say, I need my offensive line playing like a nickel and not 5 pennies. It feels like we got like 5 pennies right now, not a nickel. Individually, they do some things great, but you got to get these guys to perform together at the same time. And then when I watch film on other teams, their offensive linemen are just better. These are the greatest O-linemen in the world, but you don't have the right combination right now. The other question, what was the other one?
Gary said, why did Geno struggle in the end zone, or excuse me, in the red zone until he needed an escalator, or got an escalator for completion percentage and got 4 touchdowns?
Because he threw 4 interceptions in the red zone this year. One to A.J. Barner when he was held. All right, guys, go ahead and pile on me now because I'm about to tell you why. One against A.J. Barner, he was held. The other one, the 103-yard interception, he was going to force it. I don't think he should have made that decision, but he was hit at that time. You have a corner to Noah Fant, where the concept was this mesh. It was 3 guys over there. They played man. The corner peeled off for the wide receiver, made a great play on the football. The ball was poorly thrown. And then the other one was in the back of the end zone. I forgot where it was. It's a poor decision. I couldn't tell you. I know that yesterday – Geno kept his eyes down the field and made some plays. He made a spin move and found DK. He rolled to the right and found A.J. Barner. I couldn't tell you why. I don't think Geno was thinking, I got to get this money so I can't make any mistakes. I think he's trying to win the game. But when you connect that performance to the incentives, I can see where people can look at Geno sideways and ponder if, oh, he played better because of the incentives. Geno wants to win every single game.
Yeah.
I don't think he was making mistakes because he didn't care about the wins or the losses. He made those mistakes trying to win the game.
Also, Geno gets paid if he plays better.
Yep.
If Geno doesn't throw the interceptions he did this year, he's getting money from the Seahawks in an extension, or I don't know if they let him go or trade him somewhere else. Like it is, and he doesn't need to wait until 18 to get those escalators. Ideally, he'd be over 70% completion percentage, so he wouldn't have to work. You know what I mean? Like it is in his best interest to succeed prior to week 18. And I don't know that this is true. I'd wager that within his contract was escalators for the playoffs and for appearances in the playoffs.
Sure.
So
he might have got 8-10.
You know what I'm
extra.
saying? So I think that there were incentives that him and probably other players did not hit because they didn't perform. So there was no incentive in not doing it.
Yep.
Let's go to Scott in Redmond. Scott, was firing Grubb the right decision?
You know, I'm on the bubble. There's so many moving factors here. You know, what would happen if the special teams would have performed and we ended up 12 wins, 5 losses, and we're in the playoffs? Would we have this conversation? 2, everybody's got to remember, Macdonald doesn't fire anybody. Everything's on John Snyder's shoulders. He took over. He's been doing all the drafting. He's been doing all the player personnel. Macdonald had this line when he came in, and when we'd go down to our 4th right tackle, 3 left guards. We've gone through 3 centers. I mean, my question is, are they making Ryan Grubb the scapegoat? You know, I mean, obviously he's got talent and stuff. Hell, come back to the UW. I'd love you there. But where was Leslie Frazier in the conversation? Where isn't he the assistant head coach is supposed to be the little voice behind Macdonald's ear, letting him know all this stuff? I mean, obviously this happened fast. And my brother asked me the question, is Snyder trying, save face? Because he hired the guy. You know, this wasn't a Macdonald thing. Maybe he had input to get rid of him, but this was all John Snyder. Everybody keeps blaming Macdonald, but this is John Snyder's game.
Thanks for the call, Scott. I'll throw in as context to what Scott's saying is that one of the changes that happened when Pete Carroll moved on is Pete Carroll was in full charge of all coaching and decisions, and that power now falls to John Schneider. So that's the one major difference between Carroll's tenure here and Macdonald's.
Here's the difference between baseball and football. We heard Service say all the time, man, I don't make roster decisions. I go fishing during the offseason, and we're good to go. Macdonald has influence on roster decisions because it's his scheme. Baseball's not a scheme sport, right? Only so many things you can do to affect the game. With football, there's a 3-4 defense, a 4-3 defense. You like to run 2 high, single high offensively. You got 2 tight ends, say. You're a spread. You pack it in. Because there is scheme, head coaches are definitely involved in the firing and hiring and acquisition of players. But ultimately, John Schneider says yes or no.
All right, Jason, Tim, Brian, hang on through the break. We're coming back with this question next.
The Mike Macdonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
Just a chance for you on our show here to say something to the fans, to the 12s out there.
Thanks for giving us the opportunity. It's this is why we do what we do. It's for the 12s, man. We want to put out a football team that the city and our fans are proud of, and we did that 10 times this year, and 7 times we fell short, and we're determined to deliver the city a winner and a champion, and we wouldn't be sitting here with the optimism that we have without our fans.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's grape.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? It seems impossible to find them. Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings, plus free home delivery with an adjustable base. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. Every day, ZipRecruiter helps people who are actively looking for jobs like yours, so it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information. Find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Coming to the Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Thursday night, March 13th. It's Keith Sweat. The legendary R&B artist Keith Sweat. Get your tickets while they last at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Keith Sweat, March 13th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
It wasn't just any old hook and ladder. It was a throw to JSN, who then threw all the way to Charbonnet.
The home of the Seahawks.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Straight back to callers. Was firing Ryan Grubb the right decision for the Seahawks? We're starting with Tim calling from Puyallup. Tim, was firing Grubb the right decision?
You know, I'll say I was all for Grubb getting hired at first, but I think it was. Going back to when Macdonald first got hired, if I remember correctly, I thought he came out and said that his philosophy was to pound the rock and control the clock and play good defense.
Yeah,
he didn't
physical.
He didn't really seem to commit to the. Yeah, he didn't really seem to commit to even want to commit to the run. I mean, I know the offensive line had its woes, and he never, in my opinion, it didn't really seem like he can really get in any kind of rhythm and get defenses off balance. And where he really lost me was I don't know if you guys remember that Bears game. The first drive, they pounded the ball all the way down the field. I think it was like 6 out of 8 plays were the run play. And then it was 3rd and 2, I think, at like, I don't know, the 12-yard line or something. And then he went to an empty backfield. It's like, why are you going to an empty backfield? If you want to pass, I get it. Run a play action, throw the ball off the play action. I mean,
but you've established the
they're
run,
looking
so
for
why
the
not
run.
threaten
They just
it?
got them. Yeah, they just pounded it on you. And so, yeah, they're looking for the run. But to go to an empty backfield, I was like, okay, yeah. I started questioning really his ability to make good play calls.
Fair. Thanks for the call, Tim. Bump, what'd you make of Tim's call? Macdonald just seems like he wants to run the ball more. By the way, via Bob Condota, what Macdonald said was, to me, it's just going to mirror our football team. We're going to be a physical football team. We're going to have answers. We're going to try to be explosive and really build it around the players we have. So then he said he doesn't have a specific answer about like what run pass will look like, but he just said they want to be physical and mirror themselves offensively and defensively.
How many times do you think they ran the football the very first game? Grubb's debut.
10.
33 times.
Stop.
33 times. K9 touched it 20. Charbonnet had 8, and then Geno sprinkled in his scrambles. He had a touchdown on a scramble.
Oh, yeah, first touchdown of the year.
And LaVisca had probably like a jet sweep or something like that. 33 times they ran the football that first time out. We're drinking the Kool-Aid. Hey, yeah, let's get it. Let's get it. Next, against the Patriots, 19 times they ran the football. Can we acknowledge that play calling changes when you are down? When you are down, play calling changes.
Yeah.
How many times did they score a touchdown on the opening drive this year?
0.
Nada, nada. Nothing. Okay? It's his responsibility to put together 10 or 15 plays. You know what's crazy? We were talking with the pre and post guys, and we're comparing Grubb and Shane Waldron. Shane Waldron's first 10 plays were fire. They were on point. Then after that, it kind of fizzled away.
Mm-hmm.
It was almost like the opposite for Grubb. Like Grubb had to kind of figure out a way to get his offense going. It was like starting my mom's Ford Escort when I was a kid. I used to have to run outside, turn it on, let it warm up because, we didn't have money back in the day, and we had to get that thing going. Mom's is good now. Big ups, Mom. That's what it felt like. So it's like he wanted to do it, but when your back's against the wall and things aren't going right, what are you going to do? Revolt back to what you know best. And that is throwing the football. And I still think the pass game was the best option for this team with this personnel. And I think he felt that that's why he stuck to the pass.
Let's go to Jason in Magnolia. Jason, was firing Grubb the right decision?
Oh, yeah. This isn't even a debate, in my opinion, and I'm a Husky. But I knew it was over. Bump kind of stole my thunder there. The first 15 plays is when you define an offensive coordinator. And, I mean, you look at Shanahan, you look at McVay. I mean, it's like a symphony of movement. But I knew it was over when they did the shotgun thing, and then all the players looked over the sideline for the check. I don't know if you remember that, Bump. They did that in the first, maybe 4 games of the year, and all the players were looking over like, are we really doing this? Are we really – look, because the NFL defense is like a living organism. I mean, it's constantly changing, and they're giving you false looks and this and that and the other thing. And you need your field general to make the decision once the play goes in. So, yeah, this was a no-brainer. But here's my theory for you guys. I think they thought they were going to get Penix. I think there was a thought there because, remember, Penix was projected to go late first round, early second round. And I think Penix carried DeBoer and Grubb, because I watched Penix this weekend, and his numbers weren't as good as how he played. He looks like Dan Marino. I mean, that guy is an elite talent, and DeBoer is going to be next. He's going to get fired next. So, you know, and I actually don't think a new coordinator is going to help Gino's case either, because Gino's not getting better turning 36, right? For those of us that are north of 36, he's not going to get better. And so, you know, I think they're trying to get one of the Minnesota quarterbacks, and they're going to bring in one of their, like the quarterback coach over there, run that offense that's constantly changing. They throw, they run, they do this, they do that. But I also want to get your thoughts on Justin Fields too.
All right, thanks for the call, Jason. I'm just going to, so that we can still get to Jack and Brian, I'm going to just focus on the latter part of what Jason said, which is, do you think that they go after one of the Minnesota quarterbacks or potentially Justin Fields and then make an OC decision based on that tie?
It's a possibility. I don't see it happening because to give up the J.J. McCarthy, what are you going to give, like a second rounder maybe? I think you need to hold on to every pick that you have to make sure this offensive line is good. I don't think they go after Sam Darnold because that's going to cost a lot of money. You're already in a bind with DK, Lockett. You still got to sign Ernest. Gino's going to have to get restructured. There's a lot to it. It's a possibility. I just don't think the probabilities are good.
Let's go to Brian in North Bend. Brian, was firing Grubb the right decision?
Yeah, I think it was. Good afternoon, Stacy and Bump. I think Mike Macdonald had a 17-game sample size to kind of see. I think they kind of took a flyer on Grubb and to see what he could do. And over 17 games, I think Mike kind of looks at him and goes, okay, if I was scheming against this guy, how many times, you know, how much would he challenge me? And I think he kind of figured out over 17 games that he needs somebody who's going to challenge defenses more than Ryan right at this point. And I don't think he wants to, you know, I don't think he's given him a big window because I don't think, you know, I think the Seahawks are trying to work with him kind of with Gino and the window they have with him, which is probably a couple more years maybe, and trying to win. So I think he's going to look for an OC who maybe in the past he's coached against who has challenged him, maybe an Andy Reid free, like Doug Peterson's available, something like that. Who knows? But I mean, just somebody who's challenged him in the past. And I think, and I hope maybe that's where he's going with this. So
thanks for the call, Brian. I'm going to jump to one last caller just so we can get everyone here. Let's go to Jack and Kent. Jack, you got the last word. Was firing Grubb the right decision?
First of all, thank you guys. Yes, it was a just firing. And I'm from the military. We have acronyms, KISS, keep it simple, stupid. And you got DK Metcalf, and you got JSN. You unlocked JSN, but you muted DK Metcalf. Now, I've been saying this for the last 4 to 5 years. If you don't have 2 to 3 goal balls to DK Metcalf a game, you deserve to be fired. And four coordinators we have, they don't know how to use the weapon. AYP never know how to use that offense, and we never can get all 3 phases good. Good, the defense is not good. The defense is good, the offense is not good. And so far, the offensive coordinators, the last 4 of them, they don't know how to use DK. If you don't have 2 to 3 go balls to DK, you are malpractice. You did a bad job. He deserved to be fired. Get the next one in, and hopefully they know how to utilize our weapons.
Thanks for the call, Jack. I like Jack's call was dropping a little bit, but I kept it because he was so passionate and I knew he was getting to his point.
Thank you for your service too, Jack.
Yes, but I liked because he was getting so fired up. It almost sounded like that segment where they have accidental cursing.
You sound like my dad, straight up. That's my dad energy right there.
All right, get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. That is the Mac and Jack's text line. You're sending your questions there now.
This is Seattle Sports.
Low throw, hits the ground. The Seahawks are going to win this game.
Everybody on this team wanted to play for each other. They wanted to go out there and they wanted to win.
It wasn't just any old hook and ladder. It was a throw to JSN, who then threw from midfield all the way to Charbonnet.
There's so many lessons learned from the season, and we're going to grow from this. I really believe this is the beginning of something really special.
Back shoulder throw. Ball is caught. Bobo. Touchdown, Seahawks.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Start the year fresh with Washington Energy's New Year, New Home Sales event. Upgrade and save 15% on energy-efficient Bryant heating systems for your home. Keep cozy and safe this winter storm season with 15% off Honeywell whole home generators. Prepare for spring with 15% off beautiful Anderson windows and reliable Simonton doors. All on sale now for a limited time. It's the New Year, New Home Sales event with Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Do you wrestle with your CPAP machine every night? Tired of lugging it through the airport and on vacation? Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We specialize in treating sleep apnea with CPAP alternatives. My patients have ditched the CPAP and get restful, healthy sleep every night. If you're tired of wearing a mask to bed, let us help you. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
This is Seattle Sports.
Rolls back shoulder throw. Ball is caught. Bobo. Touchdown. Seahawks.
The home of the Seahawks.
Don't let sinus problems, snoring, and allergies hold you back. I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, snoring, facial pain are just a few sinus symptoms we can help you out with. From allergy workups and treatment to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced outpatient balloon sinuplasty, we can diagnose and treat your problems. Let us help you get the relief you need easily, quickly, and permanently. Come see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
In between storms, have Asset Roofing inspect your roof just to make sure everything is okay up there. It's Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing. It's a quick appointment that will most likely give you peace of mind and save you thousands of dollars later. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's what I need to know. Get your questions into the Mac and Jack's text line. That number is 866-979-3776. What I need to know, says one listener. I asked you guys before the season started why DK hasn't been able to use his size, strength, speed advantage to outbody and outbox DBs, to a lesser extent, Moss guys. Bump, I think you were out that day, sorry. Stacy said she'd keep an eye out for it during the season. The season's over now. How did you guys feel about his ability to do those two specific things? Good question.
I think that to be successful at that, you have to be a guy that goes up with your hands and catches the ball out the sky. DK, that's not his go-to. He's going to box you out and try to use his body to catch the football when it's above his head. The ones below his waist is where he uses his hands the most. So I think it's just a wide receiver character type thing to where we hardly see DK reach up and snatch the ball out the sky over his head when he's running vertically. Running back to the football, we've seen him do it, and that's an easier catch to do. But running away from the football, it's tougher.
How did you feel he did on those catches where it is a little bit lower and he's got to just rely on his hands?
I think below his waist is where he's at his best with his hands catching. It's the gray area. Above the waist is where he prefers the body catch it.
What I need to know, always wondered what y'all do for lunch since the show goes from 10 to 2.
We make a mad dash to the kitchenette, whip up something real quick, and eat in increments.
During the commercials.
I don't eat when I'm here. I just don't eat from 10 to 2, or I'll have a snack, and then I eat on either side. Because I don't like that you heat up your food, you get 2 bites of it, and then you do the segment, and then you come back, and your food's cold.
Why are you lying? You are disciplined with your diet.
That's a big part of it. But I also, I have meal prepped food that I could bring, but it's just, I lose my appetite because you're basically eating it cold.
Yeah.
I could eat if it was something good, but if it's something I already don't want, if it's something I'm already like, I don't even want to eat this. I definitely don't want it cold.
I don't care. I just eat.
What I need to know, have you ever been fired like Grubb? And if so, how did you regroup? I've never been fired.
Yeah, I've been fired from the NFL. Heck yeah.
Yeah, how'd you regroup?
It was dirty, too. They did me dirty.
What did they do?
Ooh, let me tell you how they fired me.
I think I know this story, but please tell it.
So, it's I'm driving home. I leave the facility. I'm driving home.
So you think you're good?
I'm like, yeah, all right, we're good. We're good. And I get this phone number, and something tells me this is the Seahawks. And I forgot who it was. We called him the Grim Reaper. I think his name was Michael, too. And he calls you up. Hey, Bum, you at the facility? I'm like, damn. I go, nah, I ain't there, man. Hey, man, can you come back? I go, I'm already home, man. I'm not coming back. I'll see y'all tomorrow. All right, man, just bring your playbook with you.
No.
I got home. I told my wife, I go, it's a wrap for me in Seattle. It's over. Phone called. Just wait till I show up the next day. Let me go to sleep.
Right? Yeah.
Just feeling like my day's complete.
It's like knowing when you're going to die. It's like, don't tell me.
Yeah, don't.
Just let me start my day great. You know what I mean? Come into work thinking everything's fine, and then I will process
then
this.
Tap me on the shoulder and be like, all right, bro, come holler at me.
How did you regroup?
I was hot. I was so mad. I should have taken everything from my locker. I didn't want to take none. I didn't want to say bye to nobody. I said bye to a few dudes.
Yeah.
I dipped, and then a few weeks later, I was in Canada, so I had to bounce back.
Should have taken an office chair. I would have combed through all the free food that they have, just scoop all of it up.
Yeah,
go through that kitchen upstairs. I don't know what it looked like then, but I'm sure it was.
It would have been brand new, right?
Oh yeah, we were the first team in that thing.
Shiny.
If I was fired from the Seahawks today as a player, I would get a garbage bag, go upstairs to where the cereal is, and fill up the garbage bag, take all of the free Gatorade. It'd be messy. What I need to know, does Mike Macdonald believe they could have won more games and been in the playoffs if they had a different offensive coordinator?
I think he feels like situationally they could have executed better in third and short in the red zone. I think those are the things that that he looks at. Controlling the wins, I'm not sure. I don't think he's even considering the wins. He's considering the situations that he felt like this team could have been better in.
Yeah, I think it's like I don't think you can. I don't think Schneider's doing this. I don't think McDonald's doing this. The reason we didn't make the playoffs is Mike Macdonald. Is Ryan Grubb. It's the reason. But I think it's like all right, well, we didn't make the playoffs. Got to get back into this thing, jump back into a grueling offseason. Is this who I want to do this with if we disagree on certain things? Maybe not. I think it's more of that, What I need to know. Let's see. In your opinion, why do reality TV shows... Great. I love this question already. Why do reality TV shows get a bad reputation at times, and would a channel devoted solely to reality TV shows help instead of having them spread out and on regular channels?
Because reality TV is fake. It ain't real.
I'll tell you why. I'm being so real right now. Reality TV... people who don't watch reality TV don't understand that many reality TV producers, shows, characters, and viewers are in on the joke.
Yeah.
Like, it makes fun of itself, but if you don't watch it, you think, why do people watch this? And you're like, why do you care about NFL drama and a receiver posting something to Instagram? People have cared about pop culture since the beginning of time. Before TVs were things, before anything. Like, there were always gossip columns. And secondly, I think that it is predominantly consumed by women, and so people see it as vapid. That's my real take on it.
Okay.
Let's see. What I need to know. What would you be willing to give up for Sam Darnold? Now, he's a free agent, so think pay, maybe. And what would you be willing to give up for JJ? That would have to be a trade.
Sam Darnold, I mean, if I don't want to do this, but I'd give him 40. Give him 40, 45.
What about, would you give up 2 firsts for JJ?
Negative.
1 first.
Ghost Rider. No first. You need linemen. You need offensive linemen. Second or third, maybe.
Last question. What I need to know. Do you think that Grubb being fired makes the Seahawks more or less likely to keep Geno for 2025?
I think the offensive coordinator has nothing to do with Geno's fate here. I think Geno will be back if the money lines up with what they're willing to spend and what Geno is willing to accept.
Yeah. All right, you guys, thank you to all of our callers, and thank you, everyone, obviously, for tuning in. Big news today. We didn't even talk about Week 18. We didn't talk about that win over the Rams. We didn't talk about where they go from here, so we have a lot to dive into tomorrow. Make sure you listen to the Bump and Stacy podcast. You can catch any part of the show you missed. Rate, review, subscribe. You can catch it on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or seattlesports.com. For Michael Bumpus, Curtis Rogers, Matt Nelson, I'm Stacy Rost. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
The Seahawks, according to sources, have parted ways, firing Ryan Grubb as their offensive coordinator. Well, Brock, why?
So I think identity, number one. I can't say after 17 games, what was the identity that Ryan Grubb wanted with his NFL Seahawk offense?
Yeah.
I can't say that. And I think he loves to throw the football. I think number two as well, a lifer in the college game dealing with grown professional men is a big step. A bigger step than Mike Macdonald had to take.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secret